Chapter 275. Shang Yanfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuan Shi, so he suggested another plan. The two of you are wanted by Bai clan. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant. What do you think? Shang Xnci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most. Shang Xnci approved of this plan. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai clan would naturally listen to Shang Yanfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang clan do it, he would be putting Shang clan's label on himself. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Yitian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? Ironically, when he created the Blood-Winged Demon sect in his previous life and dominated a region, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants against him. This was the nature of this world. Everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang clan city for 2 to 3 years, and Bai clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a set of goo worms. With his strength greatly increased, he would not be afraid of Bai clan's arrest warrants. In fact, Bai clan was already in a precarious situation. They could not even take care of themselves. How could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's thank you plan, in Shang Xanci's opinion, was the most important. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. To be honest, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai clan young masters. We have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by the 100 clans. Sooner or later, I will find Bai clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fang Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. For a moment, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain. To think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shang clan was the overlord of the righteous path. But in front of Shang Yanfei, Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan. His arrogance shocked Shang Xnci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother He Tu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yanfei was unfazed. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was very frank and straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation. It was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ningbing, he no doubt liked Fang Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come forward and remove our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you Lord Yanfei for your good intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If Shang clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my Shang Yanfei's way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yanfei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young masters' actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. I want to thank you. Even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yanfei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young master saw the two arguing and cursed Fang Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang Xnci's palms were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it, Brother Fangjing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan Leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Susho. Shang Yin Fei nodded. Fang Yuan did not speak and Wei Yang turned into a light and left. Not long later Wei Yang came back and reported, Dr. Susho has been invited into the house. Brother Fangjing, please follow us. Fang Yuan did not care much about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it will be good to check your body. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff, what injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fang Yuan had other intentions, so she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came into the house. They were familiar with this house. Back then they waited for Shang Yin Fei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Susho was a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a white dress and a white veil. She was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yin Fei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shang Clan City, as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand looking at Fang Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you little girl, what did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shang Clan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder, acting as a birthmark. She also smeared some special black oil, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was surprised. Fang Yuan also showed a surprised expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, this is Lady Dr. Susho's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath first. Wash your body, use the essence and change into a white robe, otherwise the lady will not treat you. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything, the hot water is already prepared. It is in the inner room, please go ahead. The two entered the inner room. As expected, there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, all of you leave, I will bathe myself. This. Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Susho's subordinates. Dr. Susho loved cleanliness if she chased away the maids. She was afraid that you would do it half-heartedly and not clean yourself, so she would not treat you. The 2 of us don't need to leave, Big Brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist, leaving the inner room. He closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The temperature of the tub was just right. One of the maids sprinkled the essence. The other rubbed Fang Yuan's body with practiced movements. They were clearly experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, hesitating for a while. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed, there is no need to conceal ourselves in Shang Clan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan continued, I called you here for your own good. I have heard of Dr. Susho's name long ago in the southern border. She, 9-fingered wandering doctor, divine hand doctor and killer doctor are known as the 4 great doctors. You can ask her about the yin-yang rotation gu later. Yin-yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted into a slit, her eyes shining with uncertainty. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart, and was the main method Fang Yuan used to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The mental blow Shang Xnci gave her was still lingering, causing Bai Ningbing to feel apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this fellow, was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xnci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess spring-autumn cicada, that was a rank 6 gu. It was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer, that was a gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight type gu and can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Baigu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has and what rank it is. No doubt Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes even foresight results were messy and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think, will this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs turning cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She could feel that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as dark as ink, with a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart, "What are you going to do?" Bai Ningbing. "That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight-type gu. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning." But in fact, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probing both Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. Once the water was slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big, with just two wooden tubs, it was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yanfei gave up his young master position, and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not just a saying. The fate of heroes was full of misfortunes and disasters. But it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yanfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After bathing for an hour, only then did the servant girls stop. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. "Both of you go out, I will bathe alone." After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought about it, the weaker her fighting spirit became. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought. The more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might feel that bathing was not a problem. But Fang Yuan saw from this small matter that she lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, Bai Ningbing was helping Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him and stretched out her hand. She placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A white watery light suddenly surged, enveloping Fang Yuan's entire body. A cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The originally burnt skin was visibly recovering. It began to grow. At the same time, flesh began to grow on the right side of Fang Yuan's head. As time passed, the flesh grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also formed. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Very quickly he grew new and tender skin. The burnt hair and eyebrows also began to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave and call your companion to leave as well." She drove away my maid, how would I know if she washed herself clean? At this moment the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out. She was dressed in a white robe, and her disguise had been washed away, revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was smooth like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed, and she said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful." Even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had taken a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. However, he also knew that this was Dr. Su Shou's temperament. She pursued beautiful things all her life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment, I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation gu. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go go go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and was chased out of the main room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fangjing?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place." Haha, to think that Brother Fangjing is such a talented person. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, praising him. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at most above average. But his eyes were eerie, and had a firm and unwavering temperament. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. Brother, since you call me big brother, then I have to reprimand you. Why don't you want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has Shang Clan's rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady XNCI to be stuck in the middle, do you? Fang Yuan frowned. I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment. Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. This treatment. It is not a gift. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders. It will destroy Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift. Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown deeper, he persuaded again. I don't know what to say. This is something that others yearn for. But you are pushing it away. Brother Fangjing, the weak can't win against the strong. If you really don't want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good? Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, This is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for you. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for? Wei Yang blurted out, the token, of course. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yanfei to say it, but Shang Yanfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. No. I'll just borrow Wei Yang's mouth. Token? Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. You just came to Shang Clan City, although you know you need a token, you don't know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token. Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded, although I don't understand. But since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do. Wei Yang was immediately moved by Yu Yang's trust. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and sighed. Brother, you and I are like old friends, how can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss? Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan cupped his fists at Shang Yanfei. I was rash. After Brother Wei Yang's advice, I realized a high-grade token is so important. I would like to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader. Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token. He had his own plans. But his plans were ruined by Wei Yang instead. This Wei Yang, with good intentions, did something bad. He did not think deeper. These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2 they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan gradually. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei laughed brightly, waving his hand. Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation. When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half a clan elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yanfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated that it would be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token made of purple thorn wood, palm-sized. On the front was the word Shang Clan, and on the back was the panoramic view of Shangliang Mountain. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei summoned another gu. This is Shang Clan's special token gu. I need some of your blood. The gu worm was like a mosquito. It flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token gu self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point, this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token, it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang Clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a gu worm was used as a token, other gu masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was, the purple thorn token was not a goo worm. It only had the power of the token goo. As time passed, the token goo's power would decrease, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang clan city and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control of Shang clan's token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic goo master, they looked at him with contempt and disdain, but now they treated him as an equal. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader or the 10 clan elders. Currently, there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou, subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ning Bing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding yang gu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 276. Shang Yanfei saw Fang Yuan reject Yuan Shi, so he suggested another plan. The two of you are wanted by Bai clan, this is clearly a misunderstanding. Let me explain and get rid of this arrest warrant, what do you think? Shang Xnci was also aware that Fang and Bai were wanted. Why didn't I think of getting rid of Brother He Tu's arrest warrant? This is undoubtedly what he needs the most. Shang Xnci approved of this plan. Shang clan was the overlord of southern border, while Bai clan was only an ordinary clan. Moreover, their spirit spring was drying up, they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bai clan would naturally listen to Shang Yanfei's explanation. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This plan looked tempting, but he had other plans in his heart. If he let Shang clan do it, he would be labeling himself as a member of Shang clan. It would be a huge obstacle for him to get close to demonic path people and get close to Yitian Mountain. It was beneficial in the short term but harmful in the long term. This arrest warrant looked troublesome, but it was not harmful to Fang Yuan. Which devil didn't have a dozen or dozens of wanted posters on them? In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had more than 100 arrest warrants. But so what if there were so many arrest warrants? The ironic thing was, when he created the Blood-Winged Demon sect in his previous life and became a hegemon, many clans took the initiative to remove their arrest warrants. This was the nature of this world, everything was decided by strength. In Fang Yuan's plan, he planned to stay in Shang clan city for 2 to 3 years, and Bai clan could not capture them during this period. After 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan would have a complete set of goo worms and his strength would increase greatly, and he would not be afraid of Bai clan's arrest warrant. In fact, Bai clan was already in a precarious situation, they could not even take care of themselves, how could they take care of Fang and Bai? Thus, Shang Yanfei's plan was very important to Shang Xinci. But in Fang Yuan's heart, it was the most worthless. Thus, he shook his head and rejected. Our conflict with Bai clan originated from an inheritance. To speak the truth, we snatched the inheritance and killed 2 Bai clan young masters, but we have never regretted it. The injuries on my body were caused by Bai clan. Sooner or later, I will find Bai clan to settle the score. I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring, and the enmity of a single spark shall be repaid with a prairie fire. At this point, Fang Yuan did not conceal his ferocious killing intent. All of a sudden, it caused the young masters in the courtyard to look over and feel surprised. This is full of demonic aura. Some people were disgusted. A single person wants to take revenge against an entire family. He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone said in disdain. To think that you would be so frank in front of Lord Father. Is this person a fool or is he full of courage? Someone found it interesting. Shang clan was the overlord of the righteous path, but Fang Yuan actually said that he wanted to deal with Bai clan in front of Shang Yanfei. His arrogance shocked Shang Xnci, but she wasn't surprised. This is Brother He Tu's true character, isn't it? Shang Yanfei did not mind at all. In his eyes, Fang Yuan was very straightforward. Wei Yang's evaluation was indeed not bad. This kind of person could see through everything with one look. Compared to the silent Bai Ning Bing, he no doubt liked Fang Yuan more. There is no need for Lord Clansman to come out and get rid of our arrest warrants. I need this warrant to motivate myself and become stronger. Thank you Lord Yan Fei for your good intentions. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Since that's the case, feel free to tell me what gift you would like. Don't mention anything like we are even. If my Shang clan wants to repay you, we will definitely repay you. This is my Shang Yan Fei's way of doing things. Even if you throw away these gifts later, it is none of my business. Shang Yan Fei frowned, pretending to be unhappy. Immediately, the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard turned into a serious one. The young master's actions of raising their cups and drinking became more careful. This was the tyranny of a rank 5 Gu master, Shang clan leader Shang Yan Fei. I want to thank you. Even if you are not willing, you have to accept it. You have to accept it even if you don't want it. Fang Yuan looked around, laughing loudly. What if I really don't want it? Shang Yan Fei said indifferently, his gaze resolute. That is not up to you. The young master saw the two arguing, cursing Fang Yuan for being a fool, lacking a brain. Shang clan leader's gratitude was pushed away. How many people outside could not get it even if they wanted it? The other side could not help but admire his courage. Shang XNC's palms were sweating, worrying for Fang Yuan. Wei Yang laughed, trying to smooth things over. I got it, brother Fang Jing is injured and his appearance is ruined. Why doesn't Lord Clan Leader send a doctor to restore his appearance? This is a good idea. Wei Yang, go and call Dr. Su Shou. Shang Yan Fei nodded. Fang Yuan was silent, while Wei Yang turned into light and left. Not long later, Wei Yang came back and reported, Dr. Su Shou has been invited into the house. Brother Fang Jing, please follow us. Fang Yuan had never cared about his appearance, but he could not force it now. He looked at Bai Ningbing, who was sitting at the side. You come as well, it is good to check your body too. Bai Ningbing was about to scoff. What injuries did she not know? But thinking about it, she knew Fang Yuan had other intentions, thus she agreed. The two left the courtyard and came to the house. They were very familiar with this house. Back then they were here waiting for Shang Yan Fei for 6 hours, but did not manage to find him. Dr. Su Shou was a woman with a graceful figure. Her face was covered with a white veil and she wore a white dress, sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She had a complicated relationship with Shang Yan Fei, with both gratitude and hatred. She had a special position in Shang Clan City, as a rank 5 healing Gu master. It is rare that my mood is so good today. She put down the cup in her hand, looking at Fang Yuan. You want to heal your injuries? Go take a bath first. She pointed at Bai Ningbing. Especially you, little girl, what did you smear on your face? It is so dirty and ugly, wash it clean first. Bai Ningbing was used to hiding her appearance along the way, even in Shang Clan City. Her face was smeared with cinnabar powder as a birthmark. Special black oil was smeared on her face, and her hair covered her eyebrows, making her look ugly. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was astonished. Fang Yuan also showed an astonished expression. Wei Yang quickly explained, this is Lady Dr. Su Shou's rule. Anyone who wants to see a doctor has to take a bath, wash their body clean, use essence and change into a white robe, otherwise Lady Dr. Su Shou will not treat them. But don't worry, I have already prepared everything, the hot water is already prepared, it is in the house, please go ahead. The two entered the house and sure enough there were 2 large wooden tubs inside. Beside each wooden tub, there were 2 mortal maidservants standing. Clearly they were there to serve the two as they bathed. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, saying unhappily, all of you leave, I will bathe myself. This. Wei Yang's tone was hesitant. These 4 were Dr. Su Shou's subordinates. Dr. Su Shou was very clean. If she chased away the maids, she would be afraid that they would not clean themselves and would not treat them. We don't need to leave, big brother Wei, you can leave first. It's fine if she doesn't know how to enjoy herself. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang spoke of this concern, but Bai Ningbing insisted. Wei Yang did not insist, he left the house and closed the door. After all, the main focus of treatment was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and entered the wooden tub. The water temperature in the wooden tub was just right. The 2 maids sprinkled essence on the water, while the other rubbed Fang Yuan's body. Her movements were smooth, showing that she was experienced. Bai Ningbing stood in front of the wooden tub, but did not move, she hesitated. Fang Yuan leisurely lay in the wooden barrel, his arms resting on the edge of the barrel as he laughed lightly. Bai Ningbing, our identities have already been exposed, there is no need to conceal ourselves in Shang Clan City. Don't tell me you don't dare to show your true face? Bai Ningbing immediately snorted. Fang Yuan continued, I called you here for your own good. I have heard of this Dr. Su Shou's name long ago in the southern border. She, 9-fingered wandering doctor, divine doctor and killer doctor are known as the 4 great doctors. You can ask her about the yin-yang rotation Gu later. Yin-yang rotation gu. Bai Ningbing's eyes squinted, bright light flickering in her eyes. This was the greatest pain in Bai Ningbing's heart. It was Fang Yuan's main method to suppress Bai Ningbing. But Fang Yuan said it so openly. What was he trying to do? What sinister scheme did he have? What was his goal? Bai Ningbing's mind was filled with all sorts of questions. The impact that Shang Xnci had given her on her mind was still lingering, causing her to be somewhat apprehensive at the slightest sound. Fang Yuan, this guy, was simply unfathomable. Even Shang Xnci did not know her identity, but he did, otherwise he would not have approached her. How did he do this? Bai Ningbing could not guess Spring-Autumn Cicada. That was a rank 6 gu, it was too far away for her. But she thought of another answer. That was a gu with foresight ability. Fang Yuan definitely has a foresight type gu. He can see the future. I thought he was familiar with Baigu Mountain because he used the experiences of his predecessors, but now it seems this gu is also useful. But I wonder what kind of foresight gu he has and what rank it is. No doubt Bai Ningbing's pressure was huge. Even though she understood, foresight type gu all had their own severe flaws. Sometimes even the foresight result was chaotic and wrong. But now that she wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, she could not help but think, would this method of mine be foreseen by Fang Yuan? If I use this method to deal with him, will I fall into his trap? An enemy that could foresee the future was too terrifying. In the room, hot air started to spread. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, but felt her limbs were cold. In her haziness, she could vaguely see Fang Yuan lying in a wooden tub, with a servant beside him bathing him. She felt that Fang Yuan was looking at her, using that pair of eyes that were as black as ink, calm and unperturbed like a deep lake, quietly staring at her. She seemed to hear Fang Yuan's whisper in her heart. What are you going to do? Bai Ningbing. That's right, this is my trump card, a foresight type gu. You still want to deal with me? Then bring it on. I have already seen the future, you have no chance of winning. But the truth was, Fang Yuan was already resting with his eyes closed. Whether Bai Ningbing bathed or not, he was killing two birds with one stone to probe. Probing Bai Ningbing and Shang Yanfei. The two servant girls were very experienced. When the water turned slightly cold, they would immediately add water. The room was not big, with just two wooden tubs. It was already very crowded. It could be seen that Shang Yanfei gave up his young master position and became an ordinary person. But this was normal. Heroes often met their end. This was not to say that the fate of heroes was full of misfortune and calamity. Rather, it was the end, the predicament that created heroes. Shang Yanfei could be considered a hero, but he was even more of a schemer, a ruthless person. After washing for an hour, the maidservant finally stopped. Fang Yuan wore the prepared white shirt and walked out of the room. Bai Ningbing was still standing on the spot, her blue eyes flashing with thoughts. Both of you go out, I will bathe alone. After Fang Yuan left, Bai Ningbing chased the two servant girls out of the room. Fang Yuan smiled. The more Bai Ningbing thought, the more pressure she felt. The more she thought, the more her fighting spirit weakened. Sometimes, a strong point was not always a strong point. If Bai Ningbing was a straightforward person, then so be it. But she was extremely intelligent, and the smarter she was, the more she thought, and the more she thought, the more she felt that Fang Yuan was unfathomable and difficult to defeat. Bai Ningbing might have felt that there was nothing wrong with bathing, but Fang Yuan could see from this small matter that she had lowered her head to him. Intelligent people were always suspicious. From a certain point of view, it was Bai Ningbing who helped Fang Yuan to suppress her. Returning to the main room, Fang Yuan saw Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou did not talk nonsense with him. He stretched out his hand and placed it on Fang Yuan's shoulder. A pure white light suddenly surged and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. A refreshing and cool feeling spread throughout Fang Yuan's body. The burnt skin started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the right side of Fang Yuan's head started to grow granules. As time passed, the granules grew stronger, gradually forming the shape of an ear, and the cartilage also started to form. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and endured. The numbness and itchiness formed like a tide, constantly challenging the limits of his endurance. Soon he grew new tender red skin, and the burnt hair and eyebrows also started to grow back. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, his injuries were completely healed. Not only did he completely restore his appearance, but his right ear also grew back, symmetrical to his left ear. Dr. Su Shou withdrew her hand and commented indifferently, "Now you look much more pleasing to the eye. You can leave and call your companion to leave as well." She chased away my maid. How would I know if she washed herself clean? At this moment, the door opened and Bai Ningbing walked out from the room. She was wearing a white robe and had washed off her disguise. revealing her true appearance. Her eyes were deep blue like the sky, her skin was like ice and bones were like jade, and her cheeks were slightly red, carrying the moisture of a bath. Even Dr. Su Shou, who was a woman, could not help but be moved by Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty. Dr. Su Shou's impression of Bai Ningbing immediately changed. She said softly, "Younger sister is so beautiful," even elder sister was almost stunned. This attitude had made a 180-degree turn, and Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. But he also knew that this Dr. Su Shou's personality was like this. She pursued beautiful things her whole life. In Earth's words, she was obsessed with looks. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "I don't need treatment, I only want to ask about the yin-yang rotation gu. Whatever younger sister wants to ask, elder sister will definitely know." Dr. Su Shou said warmly before looking coldly at Fang Yuan. "As for you, why are you still here? Go go go." Her attitude towards Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan was completely different. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose as he was chased out of the room. Just as he walked out, he saw Wei Yang. "Brother Fangjing?" Wei Yang looked at him hesitantly. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a trace of gratitude in his eyes. "I have troubled Brother Wei to guard this place." "Haha, to think Brother Fangjing is such a talented person." Wei Yang gave a thumbs up and praised. Actually, Fang Yuan's appearance was ordinary, at best he could be considered above average. But his eyes were eerie with a firm and unwavering aura. Most importantly, he was too ugly when he was injured. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was more handsome. But Wei Yang quickly smiled bitterly. "Brother, since you call me elder brother, then elder brother has to reprimand you. Why do you not want Shang Clan's gift? I know you have your principles, but Shang Clan has their own rules. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and Lord Clan leader is not trying to harm you. This is a good thing. But if you insist, this good thing might turn into a bad thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. You don't want Lady Xanci to be stuck in the middle, right?" Fang Yuan frowned. "I was worried about this, so I accepted the treatment." Wei Yang's smile became even more bitter. "This treatment is not enough. If Shang Clan does not take out a proper gift, it will attract ridicule from outsiders, ruining Shang Clan's reputation and image. In the future, if a Shang Clan young master is in trouble, who will save him? So, you have to accept this gift." Wei Yang said as he observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing him frown even deeper, he persuaded again. I don't know what to say. What others yearn for, you push away. Brother Fangjing, the weak cannot win against the strong. If you really do not want it, you can accept it first, let this matter pass, then find a chance to return it to Shang Xinci. At the same time, isn't this good?" Fang Yuan thought for a while, saying, This is a good idea. Firstly, it does not go against my principles, and secondly, it will not make things difficult for Brother Wei. But Brother Wei, what do you think I should ask for?" Wei Yang blurted out, "The token, of course." Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. This was what he wanted. He wanted to use Shang Yanfei to say it, but Shang Yanfei seemed to want to recruit him, so he purposely did not say it. Now he would use Wei Yang's mouth. "Token?" Fang Yuan showed a hint of doubt. "You just came to Shang Clan City, although you know you need a token, you do not know its importance. Believe Brother Wei, a high-grade token is very important. Sometimes, no matter how rich you are, it is useless without a token." Wei Yang persuaded earnestly. Fang Yuan nodded. "Although I do not understand, but since Brother Wei said so, then the token will do." Wei Yang was immediately moved by the trust he had. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, sighing, "Brother, you and I are like old friends, how can Brother Wei let you suffer a loss?" Returning to the courtyard, Fang Yuan immediately cupped his fists at Shang Yanfei. "I was rash, I heard Brother Wei Yang's words earlier, so a high-grade token is so important. I want to ask for 2 tokens from clan leader." Shang Yanfei's eyes shone. He purposely did not mention the token, he had his own plans. But he did not expect Wei Yang to ruin his plans. This Wei Yang with good intentions, he did not think further. "These 2 people saved my biological daughter, so I definitely can't give them a low token. Never mind. In Shang Clan City, what is their little bit of yuan stone? In a year or 2 they will be used up. Even if they have the token, they will have to rely on Shang Clan." Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Fine. I'll give each of you a redbud token as a token of appreciation." When he said this, many young masters drew in a cold breath. Wei Yang was also moved. Shang Clan City had 9 different kinds of tokens: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Black stone token was the lowest, while purple thorn token was the highest, representing Shang Clan's esteemed guests, with authority equivalent to half an elder. Even Fang Yuan did not expect Shang Yanfei to give out purple thorn tokens. He originally estimated it to be green, cyan, and blue. He underestimated Shang Yanfei's magnanimity. Shang Yanfei took out a token, made of purple thorn wood, palm-sized, with Shang clan's words on the front and Shangliang Mountain's panoramic view on the back. But this was not the real purple thorn token. Shang Yanfei summoned another gu. This is Shang clan's special token gu, I need some of your blood. The gu worm was like a mosquito, it flew to Fang Yuan's arm and bit him before flying back to the token. Crack. With a crisp sound, the token gu self-detonated, turning into a blood-red light that entered the token. The token did not seem to have any changes, but when it was passed to Fang Yuan, the token started to shine with purple light, like water or shadow. At this point this was the real purple thorn token. Even if someone else had the redbud token it would be useless. Only Fang Yuan could use it with his own hands. This was Shang clan's secret method. Others could not imitate it. If a gu worm was used as a token, other gu masters might be able to reverse engineer the recipe and refine it. The amazing thing was the purple thorn token was not a gu worm. It only contained the token gu's power. As time passed, the token gu's power would diminish, and the purple thorn token would lose its effectiveness. This was an advantage for Shang clan. The consumption of the token would maintain the number of tokens at a stable range. If Fang Yuan's purple thorn token lost its effectiveness, he would have to return to Shang clan city and ask them to make a new one. This was a form of control Shang clan had over the token. After Fang Yuan obtained the purple thorn token, the young master's gazes towards Fang Yuan immediately changed. Earlier, because he was a demonic gu master, they looked down on him, but now they treated him as equals. Purple thorn tokens could only be given out by the clan leader or the 10 clan elders. Right now there were only about 200 purple thorn tokens in circulation. Where is your companion? Shang Yanfei took out another token. He is still with Dr. Su Shou, subordinate will go rush him. Wei Yang was about to stand up when Bai Ning Bing returned, appearing in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, her expression solemn. Because she had just heard from Dr. Su Shou to return to a male body, she needed the corresponding yang gu. Of course, nothing was absolute. If she could invite a rank 6 gu immortal, there was a high chance of success. Seeing her face, all the young masters could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 277. Bai Ning Bing's appearance caused Fang Yuan's attention to plummet. The difference between before and after was too great, people could not help but notice. Even though Fang Yuan's looks were ordinary, Wei Yang praised him when he first appeared. Moreover, Bai Ning Bing's looks were already peerless. Next, Bai Ning Bing also obtained a redbud token. In the family banquet, everyone toasted each other. On the surface, it looked like a harmonious atmosphere, but behind the scenes there was a turbulent undercurrent. In the large clans, the young masters would fight openly and covertly. Because the large clans had resources, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the normal clans like the Guiyue clan and the Bai clan, they would focus on nurturing one person. It was not because of their reproductive problems, but because they wanted to avoid internal conflicts that would lead to the clan's decline. Fang Yuan displayed his passionate and straightforward side. These young masters were all local tyrants, and making friends with them would be very beneficial for his next 2 to 3 years in Shangliang Mountain. He spoke frankly about his past, that he was once the young clan leader of the Guiyue clan. And Bai Ning Bing's status was similar. In a short while he closed the distance between him and the young masters. During the banquet, people naturally asked about the reason why Qingmao Mountain became an absolute ice region, but Fang Yuan did not explain. He only said that the past was unbearable, and his expression was painful. Now that he had the redbud token, no one dared to force him. Some young masters took the initiative to toast Bai Ning Bing, but the latter ignored them and continued to do as she pleased. If it was before, the young masters would definitely be furious, but now that Bai Ning Bing had revealed her true appearance, many could not get angry. They only felt that this girl was as beautiful as a fairy, like an ice fairy. Her personality matched her temperament, it was a perfect match. The family banquet lasted for another hour before it ended. Can I still call you Brother He too? When they parted, Shang Xnc's beautiful eyes shone as she stared at Fang Yuan. Call me whatever you want. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Shang Xnci blinked and said softly, Brother He Tu's injuries have healed, it is worth being happy about, but I still feel that there is some distance. Brother He Tu now has the redbud token, you can enter and leave the second inner city freely. Is Brother He Tu staying at Nanqiu Garden? Shang Xinci spoke in detail. She felt that Fang Yuan was very close to her. He had a lot to say. In this unfamiliar environment, people would subconsciously seek a sense of security from familiar people. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking and took the initiative to say, "I live in Nanqiu Garden. If you have time you can come over to visit. Shang Clan City is very big, we can walk around together." Shang Xinci's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Xiao Dai was also at the side shouting happily, "I've been cooped up at home these past few days, I'm about to die of boredom." Now that Fang Yuan had returned to his original appearance, Little Butterfly didn't find it scary anymore. Then Shang Yanfei left with Shang Xinci. The young masters were no longer restrained, and they could see some of their true colors. Many people extended invitations to Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan did not decline, only saying that he would definitely visit when he had time. These were just pleasantries. After the event was over, the two returned to Nanqiu Garden. "Are you happy now?" Bai Ningbing took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan and sneered. "Happy about what?" You already know the answer, do you really want me to say it?" Being in Shang Clan City, some things were not convenient to say, it would not benefit anyone. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything. Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. "I have to admit, I underestimated you. You are truly amazing, even though I want to cut you into pieces, I admire your methods." She paused for a moment before continuing, "A straightforward person does not beat around the bush, how can you give me the Jianghu?" Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. Bai Ningbing taking the initiative to approach him meant that she was flustered. Shang Xinci's matter had a huge impact on him. This was no doubt an opportunity. Since she wanted to lay her cards on the table, then let's do it. Thus, Fang Yuan said, "You and I are both smart people, if we were in each other's shoes what would you do?" Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, squinting her eyes, her gaze was as sharp as a blade. "I'm warning you, don't go too far. At most, we will fight to the death. Let's see who can gain the upper hand." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "You're right, I've been thinking about it these days, we both have our weaknesses. In this situation, why should we fight each other and let the fishermen reap the benefits?" Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan continued, "How about this, protect me to rank 5 peak stage, then I will return the Jianghu to you." Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, then she sneered, "You think I am an idiot like Shang Yizi? Rank 5 peak stage, to think you dare to say that." They agreed on rank 3 earlier, but Fang Yuan really went back on his words. Although Bai Ningbing was mentally prepared, but seeing Fang Yuan's shameless smile, she was filled with anger. "Bai Ningbing, don't be so ungrateful, I saved your life. If not for my Yinggu, your soul would have returned to Qing Mao Mountain long ago." Fang Yuan's expression darkened. Bai Ningbing did not back down, immediately retorting, If not for me blocking Generation Guyue, you would have died before me. If not for me at Baigu Mountain, that time you fell into the swamp, wasn't I the one who saved your life?" The two of them argued back and forth in the room for 5 or 6 sentences. Suddenly they stopped talking at the same time. The enmity between the two of them had long since become a messy account. But one thing was for sure, the two of them were able to reach this point because they borrowed each other's strength. If not for them helping each other, they would not have lived until today. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. "What's your plan now?" After a while, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. "Stay in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years, we have the token and Yuan stone now, it is enough to make a set of Gu worms. You fought with that Wei Yang, a Gu master needs to have a complete set of Gu worms to have power," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted, "At most rank 4 peak stage. Also, I contributed a lot to Baigu Mountain, you have to give me half of your Yuan stone." Fang Yuan nodded, "Alright, let's make a promise by clapping hands." Bai Ningbing stared at him, furiously saying, "Do you think I am an idiot, making a promise by clapping hands? Use the poison Vao Gu, do you understand?" Fang Yuan continued to nod, "No problem, let's use the poison Vao Gu." Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Fang Yuan agreed so readily, giving her a feeling of being schemed against. It was as if she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. "But what?" Bai Ningbing immediately became extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan continued, "From now on, if we have any gains, we have to split them 30-70. You take 30 and I will take 70, if there are any Gu worms I will have the priority to choose and I will compensate you with Yuan stone. You have to agree to this condition, it is already my bottom line." Bai Ningbing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. If Fang Yuan did not have any conditions, it would be too abnormal. She had been with Fang Yuan for so long, and had never seen him suffer a loss before. This person was too sinister and cunning, especially after today's matter. Bai Ningbing's fear towards Fang Yuan had increased to an unprecedented level. 370. It was really too much. Especially when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was much higher than Fang Yuan's. But if Fang Yuan did not make any excessive demands, Bai Ningbing would instead feel uneasy, thinking that this guy was up to no good again. After Fang Yuan mentioned it, Bai Ningbing instead felt more at ease. 370. Let's do it. Bai Ningbing agreed. She did not care about the distribution of gains. Her biggest target was the Jianghu. After getting the information from Dr. Su Shou, her last trace of hope was shattered. The two spent the entire night discussing the details. Bai Ningbing looked at the agreement more than 10 times, and after confirming that Fang Yuan had no loopholes, she stopped. Thus, the next day the first thing they did was to buy the poison Valgu. The poison Valgu was a rank 3 gu, and because it had many uses, almost every shop in 3rd Inner City sold it. The original price was 4,500 yuan stone, and at the same time, it required at least a yellow pear token. But after Fang Yuan showed the purple thorn token, the shopkeeper immediately shaved off the selling price by 1,500, and Fang Yuan paid 3,000 yuan stone, obtaining the poison Valgu. The 9 tokens corresponded to different gu, and each had a corresponding discount. I will refine it this time. Bai Ningbing directly took the poison Valgu. She was very careful. She wanted to refine the poison Valgu personally, and was afraid that Fang Yuan would do something to it. This poison Valgu was originally refined by someone, and with the cooperation of the shop, Bai Ningbing spent 15 minutes to refine this gu for her own use. Does your shop sell primeval elder gu? Bai Ningbing asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper shook his head and respectfully told Bai Ningbing that the primeval elder gu was a rare rank 3 gu, and was usually only sold in auctions. But Fang and Bai had the purple thorn token. As long as it was not a large-scale auction, they could buy pre-auction items in advance. Wei Yang had already brought Fang and Bai to the auction area in 3rd Inner City. They easily went to the auction area, and in a small auction house, they spent 6,700 yuan stone and bought the primeval elder gu. We spent close to 10,000 yuan stone in the blink of an eye. We will split the cost of the poison Valgu. This primeval elder gu's cost will also be deducted from your share. Fang Yuan reminded. I will not haggle with you over such minor details. Bai Ningbing waved her hand, not caring much. She was used to spending lavishly and did not care about money. She even looked down on Fang Yuan's haggling over the smallest details. To prevent any accidents from happening, the two returned to Nanxiu Garden, and used the poison Valgu. Like this, a new alliance agreement was established. According to the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan took out half of the 900,000 yuan stone and put it into Bai Ningbing's primeval elder gu. Fang Yuan lost half of his wealth, but gained an ally like Bai Ningbing. It was a good deal. And Bai Ningbing also saw hope of obtaining the Jianghu. Both sides were wary of each other and had their own plans. It was not easy to have such a happy ending. Now, can you help me advance to rank 3? Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. Bai Ningbing laughed proudly, seeing Fang Yuan's ugly expression. She could not help but feel happy. These days she did not provide any help to Fang Yuan's cultivation. But now that the alliance agreement was established, it was a different situation. Chapter 278. Swish swish swish. In the aperture tides rose and fell. Waves of primeval essence gushed towards the aperture walls. The waves were like snow, shining with silver light. It was the snow-silver primeval essence. In the room, Bai Ningbing's palms pressed against Fang Yuan's back, using the bone-flesh unity gu to instill primeval essence into him. Once the primeval essence was converted by the bone-flesh unity gu, it would become Fang Yuan's and could only be used by him. Fang Yuan mobilized the endless snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. He was now ranked 2 peak stage, his primeval essence was dark red, and the aperture walls were crystal clear. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, he had to use the Yuan Stone to break through to rank 2 with rank 1 peak stage C-grade aptitude, and spent 3 to 4 days before he barely completed it. The process was extremely difficult. When he tried to break through to rank 3 with rank 2 peak stage, his aptitude was limited, and he had to use the Man-Beast Life Burial Gu. But now it was different. Not only had his aptitude increased to a grade 90%, he no longer needed the Man-Beast Life Burial Gu, and even had Bai Ningbing to help him. Life's encounters were truly miraculous. Even Fang Yuan would not have expected this at that time. The thick and solid crystal wall surface, under the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, quickly showed cracks. The cracks could be seen expanding and spreading at a visible speed. After a while, the entire crystal wall was full of cracks. Crack, crack. The crystal wall completely shattered, and countless crystal fragments fell into the primeval sea, creating many waves. Next, these fragments turned into countless white specks of light, gradually dissipating in the primeval sea. A brand new layer of white light completely replaced the crystal membrane. At the same time, a trace of light silver primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Light silver primeval essence was the characteristic of rank 3 initial stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan had officially broken through rank 2 peak stage, advancing to rank 3. Not mentioning rank 6 Gu Immortals, rank 3 Gu Masters were already the core strength, and whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they had the ability to establish themselves. It has only been a year since I left Qingmao Mountain, and I have already recultivated to rank 3 realm. This kind of cultivation speed is already more than 3 times that of Qingmao Mountain. Moreover, his aptitude is a grade and his future is bright. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, his heart filled with joy. Calculating the time, it was only 6 hours. That was fast. If he relied on his own strength, he could also break through to rank 3, but it would take at least a day and a night. The effect of the snow-silver true essence was indeed outstanding. At this moment he carefully inspected the aperture. The pale white bone spear Gu and spiral bone spear Gu had already been sold. More than half of his dark red peak second revolution primeval essence was still preserved. Bai Ningbing's injection did not stop. A stream of snow-silver quintessential essence descended from the sky like a waterfall into the sea of quintessential essence. It surged for a moment before sinking into the depths of the sea. The higher the realm, the better the quality of the true essence. The scarlet iron true essence and light silver true essence could only be pushed up by the snow silver true essence. At the bottom of the true essence sea, a blue and white flower bud swayed along with the current. It was the rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, able to supply Fang Yuan with around 50 yuan stones a day. Beside the pure treasure lotus was the blood skull Gu, emitting an evil aura. On the blood-red skull, there seemed to be purple flames flickering in the 2 deep eye sockets that looked like eye sockets. Not far from the blood skull Gu, there was a crystal ball, motionless. In the crystal ball, the clouds faded, forming an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion, looking like an immortal. The old man was holding a walking stick, he had a long beard and a plain expression. It was the primeval elder Gu. Old man Yun was originally smiling, but after Fang Yuan took half of the yuan stone, his expression turned dull. There was also a jade pendant-like beetle fossil. It was translucent and green in color, emitting a refreshing aura. It was the rank 2 clearing heat Gu, specially used to decipher heat. On the undulating sea surface, the 4 flavors liquor worm was rolling on the surface, playing with the waves. Its chubby body was flashing red, blue, green and yellow, representing the 4 tastes of spicy, bitter, sour and sweet. In the sky above the true essence sea, the sky canopy Gu and Jianghu were circling around the snow-silver waterfall, playing and flying. The sky canopy Gu was like a giant ladybug, its semicircular milky white shell was dotted with black spots. The Jianghu was emitting a warm white light. The most important vital Gu was still in hibernation, continuously absorbing the water in the river of time, recovering its life force. Other than these Gu in the aperture, there was also the bone-flesh unity Gu, forming a bracelet imprint, worn on Fang Yuan's wrist. In his palm there was the blood moon Gu. On his tongue there was the Tusita flower imprint. In his left ear there was the breath concealment Gu. On his feet there was the jumping grass Gu. The flesh bone Gu was obtained by Ningbing, it was returned to her. Originally there was a plunder Gu that looked like an iron pincer black beetle. Fang Yuan had used it to snatch the Gu worms in Ningbing's aperture, but it had starved to death due to lack of food during the journey. These were all the Gu worms that Fang Yuan had now. I need to keep the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but I do not have the recipe to continue refining it. I can use it now, but when I reach rank 4 its use will become lesser. Blood skull Gu is almost useless to me, it is too troublesome to nurture a bloodline, it is time-consuming and energy-consuming. Back then Guyue's generation was also forced to do so. This can be changed, it is one of the true inheritances of Blood Sea ancestor after all. Maybe I can exchange it for a good Gu from the treasure realm. But the treasure realm is the foundation of Shang clan, even if I have the purple thorn token. I need to think about it further. Spring-autumn cicada, primeval elder goo, and bone-flesh unity goo need not be said. Although the blood moon goo is easy to raise, it lacks attack power and cannot be used as a set. It is best to exchange the tusita flower. There are better choices in the auction house. The breath concealment goo has to be exposed, but the jumping grass must be removed. It is meant to be used in emergencies. Other than these, I need to buy large numbers of strength goo to replenish my scouting and movement skills. At the same time, now that I have stabilized and gained Shang clan's trust, I can try to contact the gambling den. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. The goo on him were pieced together, they were not a complete set. And they were lacking, it would severely affect his battle strength. Now that he was in Shang clan city, it was a rare chance to develop steadily. He had to use this chance and make the best use of his time. Within 2 to 3 years he had to form a complete set of goo worms, solidify his battle strength, and raise his cultivation as much as possible. After this time, it would be the Three Kings' inheritance, followed by the righteous demonic battle of Tian Mountain, which would affect the whole of southern border. It was a time when the wind and clouds gathered, when heroes ruled the world. Without the corresponding strength, one could only become a sacrifice. If he had the qualifications to participate with the advantage of Fang Yuan's rebirth, he would definitely gain huge benefits. Subordinate Wei Yang greets Lord Clan Leader. In the study room, Wei Yang knelt on the ground. Shang Yanfei stopped writing, raising his head. Wei Yang, sit, there are only the two of us here, no need to be so restrained. Thank you, Clan Leader, for the seat. Wei Yang stood up and sat at the side. Shang Yanfei laughed, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. You are still so serious. When we first met, you had yet to dominate the battle stage and I was only a Shang clan young master. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. It's all thanks to you that I was able to ascend to the position of clan leader. Subordinate does not deserve such praise. Wei Yang quickly stood up, cupping his fists. Subordinate is slow-witted, I only know how to put my life on the line. Lord Clan Leader is wise and mighty, Wei Yang is merely the icing on the cake. Although I am wise and mighty, I am still alone. Only by gathering all of your strength can I gain momentum and gain power. 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, even a strong man needs help from 3. Am I right? Shang Yanfei looked at Wei Yang with deep meaning. Wei Yang immediately sensed Shang Yanfei's meaning, but he did not understand, cupping his fists. Subordinate is ashamed. Shang Yanfei suddenly changed the topic. I had thought that Bai Ningbing was a woman disguised as a man. After all, many clans value men over women. But today I heard from Dr. Su Shou that Bai Ningbing had asked her about the yin-yang rotation goo. It seems there is more to this. However, whether she was a man or a woman was a minor detail that was no longer important. What is important is whether she and that Fangjing can work for our Shang clan. Wei Yang was enlightened. This subordinate understands. I'm good, you may leave. Shang Yanfei waved his hand. Subordinate takes his leave. Seeing the study room's door open and close, Shang Yanfei leaned on his chair, closing his eyes. Fang and Bai could snatch the inheritance from Bai clan, and also protect Shang Xinci all the way. It showed that they were brave and resourceful. Their aptitude was also very good. According to the information, they were rank 3. They were not even 20 years old, they had great aptitude. Most importantly, they knew how to repay kindness. This was a sign of good character, making others feel at ease. Furthermore, they were not born as peasants. They were the young tribe leaders of the 2 clans. They had deep righteous path imprints. Shang Yanfei had been in charge of Shang clan for so many years, he had seen countless young talents, but there were very few who could move him like Fang and Bai. But Shang Yanfei did not want to recruit Fang and Bai for himself, but for Shang Xinci. He opened his eyes and suddenly turned into a flash of fire, disappearing from the study room. When he reappeared, he was already in a huge corridor. On both sides of the corridor there were tall stone pillars. The ground was paved with silver-colored stone bricks. Shang Yanfei stood beside the stone pillar, like an ant beside a chopstick. He slowly walked forward. There was no one in the spacious hallway, only his footsteps echoed. A moment later he reached the end of the corridor. A vermilion-red door appeared in front of him. The door was as tall as the corridor's pillar, and was about 30 meters wide. There was no handle on the door, but a huge human face was carved on it. The human face was protruding outwards, eyes closed in slumber, using the yang carving technique. It was very lifelike. Shang Yanfei came to the door. Looking at the vermilion door, he said unhappily, "Living treasure door, stop pretending to be asleep. Is there any meaning? You have already played this trick too many times." The huge human face on the door suddenly opened its eyes, staring at Shang Yanfei, grumbling, "Ayaya, little Fei Fei, you have grown up, you are becoming less cute." As it said this, it opened its mouth, breathing out a gust of wind, causing Shang Yanfei's red hair to flutter. His voice was like the roar of thunder, and the entire corridor echoed with a buzzing sound. Chapter 279. Exchange treasures? The huge face on the giant door winked at the tiny Shang Yanfei in front of it and said, "Little Fei Fei, you're not trying to take advantage of me again, are you? Although we are old acquaintances as the door of the treasure realm, I will not help you steal what you are guarding. Although we have a very deep friendship. How many times have I said it? Can you change the way you address me?" Shang Yanfei's forehead started to turn black. "Then what should I call you? Little Yan Yan, little Yanfei, little Yanzi?" Shang Yanfei quickly waved his hand and said helplessly, "Never mind, you can call me whatever you want. Let's get back to business. I am really here to exchange treasures." "Oh." The huge face dragged his tone, appearing to be disinterested, "Getting back to business so quickly. It is so hard to find you to talk to, I am bored to death." Shang Yanfei sighed, "I am very busy, living treasure door. You know, I am already the Shang clan leader, I am no longer the same as before." "Sigh, never mind, every Shang clan leader is like this. I thought little Fei Fei would be different from them. Actually, I do not have any requests, I just want to find someone to chat with. The night is long, the loneliness is unbearable." Living treasure door sighed faintly. "You are a door and you say you are unbearable? Can't you just sleep?" Shang Yanfei's forehead was filled with black lines. "Sleep? But I can't sleep alone. You do not know how hard it is to live alone." Living treasure door started to complain. "I am not here to listen to your complaints, get back to business, get back to business." Shang Yanfei coughed. "Oh, then get back to business." Living treasure door's expression turned solemn. "You can exchange treasures. But I have a condition." It dragged its tone. Shang Yanfei immediately had a bad premonition. He frowned. "What condition? Don't tell me it is?" "Ah, looking at your expression, little Fei Fei, you've already guessed it. That's right, I want you to pick my nose, pick my nose." Living treasure door shouted excitedly. "Pick my nose, nose, shit." The deafening sound reverberated in the corridor. The veins on Shang Yanfei's forehead bulged. "Bastard, you're playing this game again? My nose is really itchy. It's so itchy that I can't even breathe smoothly. I don't have hands so I can't pick my nose freely like you humans. I'm so pitiful. Little Fei Fei, my good friend, please do me a favor and help me clean my nose. In return, I will give you my precious booger." The living treasure door sang in a poetic tone. "Hey, stop before you go too far." Shang Yanfei clenched his fists and roared at the end of his patience. The living treasure door snorted lightly with a look of, "What can you do to me?" Then it began to recite, "Pick your nose. Pick your nose. Pick your nose. If I don't pick my nose, I won't trade for treasures. I pick my nose, good baby." His voice shook the air and rumbled in the solemn corridor. Shang Yanfei lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. The sound of him picking his nose continued to echo in his ears. All right, stop reciting, I'll help you, all right?" Shang Yanfei roared, feeling helpless. Even if he was a Grand Rank 5 Gu Master, the leader of Shang Clan, he could do nothing against the living treasure door. After all, the treasure realm was left behind by Shang Clan's predecessors. This was the work of a rank 5 and above Gu immortal. "Oh yeah." The living treasure door let out a cheer of victory before shouting impatiently, Come, I can't wait anymore." Shang Yanfei's expression was stiff, his eyes twitching, but he still stretched out his right hand. On his right palm there was a small palm print, bright red and glistening. At this moment he activated his primeval essence, and the blood print flew out, turning into a huge bright red palm. Rank 5, Blood Handprint Gu. Anything that was hit by this Gu, be it birds, beasts, insects or fish, as long as there was blood in them, they would turn into a pool of blood. It was extremely powerful. Shang Yanfei used this to move unhindered in the southern border, establishing his reputation. But now he used the blood handprint to satisfy the living treasure door's eccentricity, picking his nose. The huge bright red palm formed a fist, and with a straight index finger, the fingertip went into the living treasure door's nostril. The living treasure door groaned in comfort. "Good, like this. Oh, so refreshing. Go deeper, right, go deeper." Use more strength, it's more flavorful. Ah, so refreshing. Little Fei Fei, your technique is really amazing. Tisich. The living treasure door opened its mouth and sneezed. Countless red, yellow, blue and green boogers were sprayed out. Looking carefully, the red one was hurricane wind pepper, a divine fusion refinement support material that was already extinct in the southern border. The yellow one was sorrow soil, it was extremely rare and was one of the materials used to refine rank 6 goo. The blue one was ice heart, only in the heart of an iceberg that was thousands of years old would one be born. The green one was grass skirt goo, a rank 5 goo that had no defensive power, but after the goo master used it, they could wear a layer of grass skirt. It could directly absorb the free primeval energy in the air and quickly replenish the primeval essence in the aperture. Alright, my breathing is smooth again, these boogers are all yours. I don't want to eat any more, it's too disgusting. After the living treasure door sneezed, he sniffled, feeling extremely refreshed. Shang Yin Fei kept all these things into his bag and sighed helplessly. Can we talk about proper business now? Of course. What treasure does little Fei Fei want to exchange for? The living treasure door's mood became much better. I remember there is a rank 5 man triumphing heaven goo in the treasure realm. I want to exchange for it. Shang Yin Fei answered. The living treasure door's face showed a strange expression. Man triumphing heaven goo, this goo has the power to defy heaven and change fate. It is specially used for mortals who do not have cultivation talent to forcefully awaken their apertures. This goo is very expensive, little Fei Fei, although we have a deep friendship and you have dug my nose many times, I cannot defy the rules of the treasure realm. If you want to exchange for this goo, you need to take out a more valuable goo and send it to the treasure realm. Can you not mention the matter of digging your nose? The veins on Shang Yin Fei's forehead were bulging, he took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was like a baby's palm, soft and chubby, like a translucent agate crystal. There were thousands of red bloodlines on the palm, causing the palm to emit a ghostly aura. The living treasure door saw this goo and immediately exclaimed in shock. You want to give up blood handprint goo? Little Fei Fei, I remember this is one of your most useful goo worms. Didn't you want to collect the blood sea true inheritance? Have you given up on the dream of your youth? Shang Yin Fei sighed helplessly. There are countless blood sea inheritances, the true inheritances are hidden among them, it is too difficult to find them. Even though I have been using Shang clan's resources to investigate, all these years, I have only found 2 true inheritances. I want to exchange for the man triumphing heaven goo, I cannot give up on the more valuable goo worms I have, I can only temporarily give up blood handprint goo. When there is a chance I will exchange it back. Shang Yin Fei's goo worms mostly came from the blood sea inheritance, causing him to be proficient in the path of bloodlines. Thus, when Shang Xnci entered Shang clan city, she was immediately sensed by him. Alright, since you have made your decision. Living treasure door said as he opened his mouth and swallowed the blood handprint goo. Gulp. With a loud sound, it swallowed the blood handprint goo into the treasure realm. Next, with a retching sound, it opened its mouth and spat out a goo. This goo was like a 1,000-year-old ginseng with countless roots. The old ginseng was yellow in color, its radiance was restrained, the top part was round, but the bottom part was split like a pair of human legs. It was the man triumphing heaven goo. Quickly refine it, once we leave the treasure realm in 3 breaths of time, this goo will regain its wild nature. If you refine it, it will be difficult. Living treasure door urged. Shang Yin Fei nodded, activating a luxurious purple crystal primeval essence and refining the man triumphing heaven goo. With this goo, Cier will be enlightened. I will also use some aptitude raising goo to help her cultivate. In the future, I will recruit Fang and Bai and use them as her wings. Cier, I will make you happy, and in this world, strength is the prerequisite for happiness. Shang Yin Fei kept the man triumphing heaven goo in his aperture, his emotions fluctuating. I am leaving living treasure door. He said to the huge door. Hey, you are leaving so soon? Accompany me for a chat, it is too boring to stay here alone. Living treasure door said anxiously. But with a flash of blood flame, Shang Yin Fei disappeared. This rascal. He left me alone again, so pitiful, so stuffy, so boring. Living treasure door's grumbling voice resounded in the corridor. At the banquet, good wine and delicacies were being served, the atmosphere was very lively. Brother Wei, brother Xiao Yan, come, let's drink another cup. Fang Yuan stood up and raised his cup, while Bai Ning Bing expressionlessly picked up some food. Wei Yang and Xiao Yan raised their cups at the same time, the 3 cups collided fiercely, the wine splattering on the table and the food. Back in the battle zone, Fang Yuan had said he would treat them to a meal, but Xiao Yan did it first. This time, he fulfilled his promise and invited them to a banquet in a large restaurant. To think that brother Fangjing actually saved Shang clan's daughter. Good things come to good people. Purple Thorn Token, TSK, I'm really envious. Xiao Yan was a cheerful and honest person. He did not hide his envy towards Fang Yuan. He had lived in Shang Clan City for many years. He knew the value of the Purple Thorn Token. Wei Yang put down his cup. I wonder what you two plan to do next? Fang Yuan answered, we are going to stay in Shang Clan City for a while. We will exchange our useless goo worms and buy some more to make a set. Good idea. Very correct. Even if you did not do this, I would have reminded you. Wei Yang gave a thumbs up, feeling happy. Fang and by staying meant there would be more opportunities to recruit them. Chapter 280. Nurture, use, refinement. These were the three main aspects of a goo master's cultivation. No matter which aspect, they were deep and profound. The knowledge was as vast as the sea. Normal people could spend their entire lives and still not understand them. Brother Wei, please give me some pointers. At the banquet, Fang Yuan cupped his fists. We hit it off right from the start. We are family, no need to be polite. Wei Yang cleared his throat, speaking. From the big picture, goo masters are split into 9 ranks. Rank 1 to 5 become mortals, rank 6 to 9 become immortals. Among millions of goo masters, there might be one who becomes an immortal. Becoming an immortal is too far-fetched. Even publicly recognized geniuses might not succeed. Let's not talk about immortals, let's talk about mortals. Among the 5 ranks in the mortal realm, rank 1 and 2 are just the beginning, while rank 4 and 5 are high-end battle strength. Rank 3 in the middle is the link between the two. The two of you have cultivated to this stage. You have already reached a higher level. Rank 3 is especially important. During this period you will have a solid foundation and choose the right direction to develop. You will have great achievements in the future. When a goo master reaches rank 3, their individual strength cannot be ignored. In many villages, rank 3 goo masters are clan elders. During this period, the goo master first needs to determine their own direction of development, then create a set of goo worms. To become a logistics goo master, the goo worms have to be storage-type goo worms. To become an investigative goo master, the goo worms have to be investigative. To have success in fusion, the goo master can choose to deduce goo worms in this aspect, and create new recipes. If one likes scheming, they can collect lightning thoughts goo, immortal guidance goo, and others. Wei Yang continued to introduce. The so-called direction was attack, defense, healing, storage, movement, investigation, these 6 main aspects. Healing goo masters were doctors, they had high status. Storage goo masters were logistics goo masters. Every force could not lack them. Wei Yang was a movement goo master. His core goo worm was rainbow light goo. Of course, other than these 6 main aspects, there were other small branches. For example, goo masters specialized in refinement. They had goo worms to speed up the refinement, or to weaken the goo worm's will. For example, insect catching goo masters. They specialized in finding and capturing wild goo worms. All in all, at rank 3, goo masters would start to have complicated and detailed job classifications. Goo masters would become more specialized in a certain domain. At this point, Wei Yang paused and looked at Fang and Bai, asking, I wonder if the two of you have decided on the direction of your development? Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing said in unison without any hesitation. Both of them advocated attacking. Aggression was second nature to them, and they were both arrogant and unruly. Wei Yang nodded. He was not surprised. He had read many people and could guess Fang and Bai's choice. He continued, next, we need to choose goo worms and combine them into a set of interconnected systems. A set of goo worms had many benefits. First of all, in terms of feeding, similar goo worms were fed with similar food, which was convenient to collect, store, and trade. Secondly, in terms of usage, the goo worms could coordinate and complement each other. For example, Wei Yang's rainbow light goo expended a lot of primeval essence. Wei Yang used light source goo to reduce this expenditure. Finally, in terms of refinement, put similar goo worms together and refine them to a higher rank. Not only could it save money, but it also had a higher success rate than the fusion of goo worms. Since you have chosen the offensive aspect, then there is no doubt that the offensive type goo will be the core. All the other goo worms will have to serve this core. Take Little Xiao for example, he chose the pellet fire goo as his main attacking method. Thus, I suggest he split one goo into 2 to increase the number of pellet fires. He also chose the enormous goo to increase the size of the pellet fire and increase its power. He also chose the fire source goo to reduce the primeval essence expenditure. He also used the fire travel goo as his movement type goo. Wei Yang patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan pretended to have a bitter expression. Brother Wei, you have exposed all my secrets. Wei Yang did not mind. Haha, your secrets have already been exposed by others. Right now, who in the battle stage doesn't know what goo worms you have? Soon after, Wei Yang turned to Fang and Bai and said, even if all your goo worms are exposed, it is not a problem. As long as you combine them well, you can deal with any situation. The core goo worm is the foundation of the entire set. Have the two of you thought about what offensive goo to use as the core? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. Before this, I have already used many goo worms to increase my strength. Strength is my advantage. I want to continue down this path and use my great strength to suppress my opponents. Bai Ning Bing directly said the name of a goo, Frost Demon Goo. Speaking of which, Bai Ning Bing originally had a rank 3 Frost Demon Goo. Frost Demon Goo could allow a goo master to turn into a frost demon, and Bai Ning Bing was very good at using it. Unfortunately, during the battle with Guo Qing Shu, the Frost Demon Goo was destroyed. This caused Bai Ning Bing to be obsessed with the Frost Demon Goo. Wei Yang heard this and frowned. You want to walk the Strength Path and Ice Path. Ice Path has the advantage in defense. Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo and Ice Crystal Goo are the three most popular transformation type goo. Frost Demon Goo and Snow Woman Goo are suitable for females, while Ice Crystal Goo is more suitable for males. As for Fangjing, you want to walk the Strength Path. Wei Yang shook his head. I am not trying to discourage you, but this idea is not reliable. Strength Path is the most common choice. What? Because it is cheap and good. Strength Path related goo are mostly cheap. But Strength Path is also the hardest to stand out, and can easily become mediocre. I will tell you the truth, I have walked the Strength Path before, but to purify the increased strength in my body, I had to spend a lot of yuan stone. Most demonic goo masters lack capital, and use Strength Path as a springboard. But brother Fangjing, you have the purple thorn token and hundreds of thousands of yuan stone, you don't need to take this detour. Strength Path is really hard to stand out. Hearing Wei Yang's words, Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing looked at each other and nodded. Wei Yang smiled in relief, it was not a waste of his words. Xiao Yan also smiled, listening to Brother Wei's words, I also gained a lot. Brother Wei is right, but I still want to walk the Strength Path. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Yes, I have decided to give up on the Frost Demon Goo, and choose Ice Crystal Goo. At the side, Bai Ning Bing also made up her mind. Wei Yang's smile froze on his face. Hey, did you guys listen to Brother Wei's words earlier? Xiao Yan shouted. Bai Ning Bing's lips curled into a smile, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. Because Ice Crystal Goo is suitable for men, I chose it. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. Thank you Brother Wei for your suggestion, but I like Strength Path. Others can't stand out if they choose it, but if I stand out, wouldn't that show off my strength? Ha, only with difficulty can there be a challenge, only with a challenge can there be a sense of accomplishment. I was hesitant, but after hearing Brother Wei's words, great, this is it. Choosing Strength Path was Fang Yuan's plan, it was related to the Three Kings' inheritance in a few years. This could not be told to outsiders. You too. Xiao Yan was stunned, not knowing what to say. You two need to reconsider, this is not a joke. Wei Yang's expression was solemn, his tone anxious. He had never expected his words to have the opposite effect. Brother Wei, no need to persuade me. Roads are made by humans, I have made up my mind. Aha, let's continue drinking. Fang Yuan spoke in time, his attitude firm, causing Wei Yang's words to be stuck in his stomach. Sigh. Wei Yang helplessly raised his wine cup, but he made up his mind to persuade the two. Especially this Fang Yuan, he was simply messing around. Treating his future as a joke, he should not have done that. If this goes on, he would be wasting his talent. Wei Yang could not watch it anymore. He needed to correct his thinking, this was the future star that Lord Tribe Leader wanted to recruit. After the banquet ended, after sending off the nagging Wei Yang and Xiao Yan, Fang and Bai returned to the shop. After showing the purple thorn token, Bai Ning Bing spent 28,000 yuan stone to buy the rank 3 Ice Crystal Goo. Fang Yuan chose a rank 2 Brown Bear Innate Strength Goo, spending 4,100 yuan stone. You really intend to make Ice Crystal Goo your vital goo? After leaving the shop, Fang Yuan asked with a frown. Bai Ning Bing knew what he was asking. She was already rank 3 peak stage, one more step and she would be rank 4 realm. She could buy rank 4 goo worms in advance. But Bai Ning Bing shook her head, her expression solemn. I do not intend to advance to rank 4. Yesterday I found that my aptitude rose by 1 point. The northern dark ice soul physique was like a curse, coiling around Bai Ningbing's body. As she continued to cultivate, Bai Ningbing's aptitude would eventually recover to 100% and return to the 10 extreme physique. Thus, she would rather give up on advancing to rank 4. Rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence had better quality than white silver primeval essence, and could nourish the aperture more easily, allowing Bai Ningbing's aptitude to recover faster. Fang Yuan couldn't help but slow down. Is that so? It seems you can't leave the Jianghu in my hands. Maybe you can go to Fengyu Manor to inquire. They specialize in selling information. They might have what you need. You're not coming with me? Bai Ningbing stopped, looking at Fang Yuan. I want to go to the gambling den. Fang Yuan smiled. All right. Looking at Bai Ningbing's departing figure, Fang Yuan's smile gradually disappeared. He returned to the shop. Shopkeeper, I forgot some things. Do you have them here? He took out a list. The shopkeeper did not dare to neglect a guest with a purple thorn token. Looking at the contents of the list, he nodded. We have them, our shop has them. Very good, prepare one for me immediately. Yes. A moment later he walked out from the back door of the shop, following another path, going down to the gambling area. Chapter 281. This was a black rock. It was the size of a wash basin. The surface of the black rock flickered with specks of blue light. At first glance, it looked like sparse stars twinkling in the darkness. This was a stellar rock. But different from the surrounding stellar rocks, this stellar rock was squarish like a brick. However, it was this rock buried in a corner that had a legendary goo worm taken out. And that lucky person, who was originally a nameless person, used this goo to make a name for himself in the strength path, gaining an achievement that others were envious of. Fang Yuan stood here, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He somewhat understood why no one was interested in this stubborn rock. This was an extremely luxurious large-scale gambling den. Business was very good. Although it was third inner city, there was a huge crowd around him. According to classification, the rocks were divided into 5 areas: miscellaneous, low, middle, high and special grade. In the miscellaneous grade area, each rock was sold for a dozen or so yuan stone. The lower grade rocks were sold for 100 yuan stones on average. Middle grade rocks were sold for 1,000, high grade up to 10,000, and special grade rocks were sold for hundreds of thousands. And this stellar rock was in the miscellaneous grade area. Mixed grade stones were the stones that were the least valued, and their quality was the worst. Most of them were solid rocks. Even if a goo worm was taken out, it would mostly be the remains of dead goo worms. Especially after the demonic goo master Wei Shenjing appeared, the miscellaneous grade rocks market was severely impacted. Wei Shenjing was an expert in counterfeiting. People called him the counterfeit master. He made a fortune by selling large amounts of counterfeit miscellaneous grade rocks. Almost all the large clans had his arrest warrant. In the southern border, he was a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. Miscellaneous grade rocks were becoming more and more unpopular, but it was not that no one cared about them. Sometimes, some goo masters who were in a good mood would come out to shop and gamble. They would buy a few miscellaneous grade rocks and gamble for fun. Or professional gamblers would use them to test their luck. After all, miscellaneous grade rocks were cheap. To some goo masters, they would not feel heartache even if they lost. But the problem was, this was third inner city. Most of the goo masters here were rank 3 goo masters. Rank 3 was the rank of clan elder. At this level, most would have some family assets. Even if they wanted to test their luck, they would choose some lower grade rocks that had a higher chance of winning. Gambling on miscellaneous grade rocks, to them, was somewhat beneath their level. Of course, in such a large-scale gambling den with people coming and going, there would be some goo masters who would try to get their hands on these miscellaneous grade rocks. But, how could they think that this stellar rock would hide a legendary goo worm in this counter? Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. Indeed, this stellar rock was used as a stepping stone, placed under a corner of the counter. With so many people coming and going, who would pay attention to an ordinary counter in the middle of dozens of long counters in the miscellaneous area? These counters were filled with origin stones of mixed grade, one after another, stacked on top of another. They were cheap, like the stacks of vegetables and fruits in the market on Earth. The goo masters who came here would all focus their attention on these primeval stones. Therefore, no one had ever paid any attention to this stellar stone, to the extent that it was gradually covered in dust, becoming even more unremarkable. No one knew when or who had used the stone as a stepping stone. No one knew how many people had passed by the stone during this period of time. Until one day. A goo master who was not doing well tripped on the corner of this counter when he walked here. Logically speaking, this goo master could only blame himself for being careless. The counter did not move, many goo masters walked past it, but no one was bumped into. Just like an electric pole, it stood on the street, not provoking anyone, but there would always be people careless, bumping into the electric pole while walking. How could this be blamed on the electric pole? But no matter which world, resolving disputes was not through reasoning but through strength. A rooster raised by a farmer crowed, causing the farmer to be unable to sleep in. Thus, in a fit of anger, the farmer slaughtered the rooster. There was nothing wrong with this. No matter which world, the big shots only needed to take a small step back, and the conflict could be resolved. But in the end, the big shots would not take a step back, and the small shots would have to make a huge sacrifice. The goo master tripped. Although he did not fall, he was very angry. He vented his anger on this stumbling block. Very well. Since you dare to trip me, I will cut you off. Thus, the goo master bought this stone and cut it open in front of everyone. Then the legendary goo appeared. It was a very dramatic event. Because of this dramatic event, it was passed down by everyone in Fang Yuan's previous life. And now this dramatic event had not happened yet. This star stone was still perfectly fine as a stepping stone. It was silent and quiet. And Fang Yuan's foot was only 2 feet away from it. Customer, is this your first time gambling on stones? A shop assistant walked over. He saw Fang Yuan's dazed eyes, not knowing that he was using the corner of his eyes to observe the stone under his feet. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, replying, more or less. If he did not count his previous life's experience, this was indeed only his second time since his rebirth. No. Easy to trick. The shop assistant's smile became brighter. Then please come in. To speak the truth, the stones here are the cheapest, but there are no good things if they are cheap. The quality is not good and the shape is weird. What can you gamble for? Allow me to introduce you to the guests. Go ahead. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, following the shop assistant into the gambling den. Customer, do you know how the stubborn stones are created? The shop assistant walked in front, turning around to ask. Without waiting for Fang Yuan to reply, he answered himself. As the saying goes, man is the spirit of all living beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is full of spirit, good at creation, and has the highest intelligence. Thus he created many new goo worms that do not exist in nature. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. They do not have any intelligence, but their small bodies contain the law fragments of the great Tao. Heaven and earth leave a trace of life. Some goo worms are heavily injured or do not have food. They can fall into hibernation. After a long time, a layer of stone will condense around their body. The stone layer thickens, becoming stone skin. The stone skin thickens again, becoming stone flesh. After a long time, the stone flesh thickens and solidifies, finally turning into stubborn stones. These stubborn stones tightly wrap around the goo worm, and are affected by the law fragments in the goo worm's body, gradually becoming different, very different from the surrounding soil and stones. When people find these stubborn stones, they carefully collect them, and this is the stubborn stone you see now. Fang Yuan nodded, walking as he answered, yes, I have vaguely heard of the origin of the stubborn stones. The deeper they walked into the gambling den, the more goo masters there were. Many goo masters were picking stones or discussing in low voices. The gambling den was spacious, and the whispers made it even more quiet. The shop assistant spoke frankly with assurance. Customer, since you want to gamble, then you cannot be careless. Although our shop is a gambling den, we do not cheat people. We have to let you gamble without worry and understand the situation. Our shop mainly sells old man stones, cart-pushing stones, stellar stones, and frost stones. Every stone is divided into 5 grades according to their appearance, and their prices are also different. Some are as high as 100,000, while some are only a few yuan stone. Customer, the place you were at just now was the cheapest mixed grade area. Why didn't I suggest you buy there? Because the stubborn stones in the mixed grade area have the worst appearance. Let's take stellar stones as an example. Stellar stones usually contain starlight-type goo. These goo contain the laws of the movement of the stars, thus the stubborn stones gradually form speckles of starlight. Among the star-type goo, the most commonly seen is the rank 1 star dart goo, thus the stubborn stones have the shape of a dart. Or the star arrow bone, the stubborn stones are usually long, with one end sharp and the other side spreading out. There is also the meteor goo. The stubborn stones look like a ball but have a tail. These shaped stones have a high chance of having goo worms. Of course, other than the outer appearance, there are many other factors. For example, the more starlight speckles, the higher the chance of having a goo inside, and the higher the rank of the goo worm. Customer, what you see now is the middle-grade stone. You will find that the appearance is no doubt better. Of course, the price here is slightly higher. Yes, that is true. Fang Yuan casually agreed. The shop assistant said with a proud tone, "Our shop has the most outstanding rock dissecting masters with at least 20 years of experience. Among them, there is a division master who specializes in using acid to dissect rocks. He has been dissecting rocks for over 50 years. I strongly suggest customer, after choosing the stubborn stones, dissect them in our shop. The rock dissecting masters are even more professional. They have a set of specialized goo worms for dissecting rocks. The method of dissecting rocks also needs to be chosen appropriately. For example, to dissect stellar stones, it is best to use magnetism. To dissect old man's rocks, use acid. If the stubborn stones have goo, they are extremely weak. Choosing an inappropriate method can easily cause a fatal blow to the goo. By then it will be too late to regret. Customer, if you choose a rock in the high grade or special grade area, our shop will dissect it for you for free. If it is in the middle grade or low grade area, you will have to pay additional fees. As for the mixed grade area, I do not recommend customer to hire a rock dissecting master. Normally, the cost of hiring a master is several times higher than the cost of buying the rock." Back on Qingmao Mountain, when Jia Clan's caravan came, Fang Yuan had dissected the purple gold rock himself. But his method could be said to be a violent dissection. Fortunately, the purple gold rock was relatively soft, the mudskin toad's tenacious vitality, and of course Fang Yuan's rich experience. The violent dissection method could not be used widely as it could kill the living goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to dissect rocks, he would need the help of this shop's rock dissection master. After strolling around, Fang Yuan finally casually chose a few rocks in the low-grade area. There were old man stones, cart-pushing stones, and stellar stones. The shop assistant could not help but be disappointed, but with his glib tongue, he tried his best to persuade Fang Yuan to buy a few higher-grade ones. But how could Fang Yuan fall for his trick? After spending so much effort, this was the result. The shop assistant's voice became weak. "Customer, do you have a token? If it is a yellow pair token or above, there will be a discount in terms of price. Please show it to me." But at the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, his mouth opened wide, and his eyeballs almost popped out. "Purple thorn token? Oh my God." Chapter 282. The purple thorn token was in Fang Yuan's hand, emitting a brilliant light, like a dream or illusion. The shop assistant stared at the token with a dazed expression. After a while, he suddenly woke up and said in a respectful tone, "Esteemed guest, forgive me for being blind. Please wait for a moment, I will call the shopkeeper over." The shopkeeper was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard that the redbud token had appeared, he immediately ran over with a jolt. Seeing Fang Yuan, he immediately bowed. "Esteemed guest, your arrival really brings light to our humble shop." Fang Yuan said plainly, pointing at the stones he specially picked. "I've gambled some small stones, I'll have to trouble you to open them." The shopkeeper quickly looked and was stunned. Why were they all low-grade stones? He quickly looked at the shop assistant, his gaze seemed to be reproaching. "Those who have the purple thorn token are all important people, big customers, and you actually asked him to choose these goo?" The shop assistant stood at the side uneasily, unable to say a word. The shopkeeper bowed his head towards Fang Yuan. "Esteemed guest, there is no problem if you want to open the stones. Those who have the purple thorn token can open stones for free in all the gambling dens. As for these stones, there is a discount, only 650 yuan stone. I know the rules of the gambling den, first pay then open the stones." Fang Yuan nodded, taking out the corresponding amount of yuan stone from the primeval elder goo. The shopkeeper quickly took the yuan stone and immediately called the shop assistant. "Quickly go and invite Master Duan, Master Huang, Master Zhang, Master Zhao and Master Ma out." He then turned to Fang Yuan. "Esteemed guest, the stone opening platform is inside the den, please move aside." The 5 stone-cutting masters were resting in the small courtyard behind the gambling den. At their level, ordinary rocks wouldn't cause them to make a move. And some Jianghu masters, mostly their apprentices, were in charge of opening the stones normally. The shop assistant ran to the small courtyard and stated his purpose. "Oh, inviting us 4 old fellows out?" The 5 old masters' eyes brightened. Could it be that someone bought those special grade stubborn stones? The old masters immediately felt their hands itching. The shop assistant shook his head. "It's just some low-grade rocks." The expressions of the old masters immediately changed, revealing a displeased look. The division master snorted coldly. Asking them to remove the inferior stones was simply an insult, and it was a belittling of their status. But the shop assistant immediately said, "The visitor is a distinguished guest with a redbud token. The shopkeeper specially asked me to invite the 5 of you." "What? Redbud token? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? For thousands of years, Shang clan has only given out a few hundred purple thorn tokens. There's actually a redbud token owner? Quick, quick, quick. What are you waiting for?" The 5 old masters hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard and onto the workbench. On the workbench, the young stonecutters were shocked and hurriedly greeted him. The old masters waved their hands and chased the younger generation off the stage. This commotion quickly attracted the attention of others. Many gazes were directed at him. People whispered to each other and could not help but feel curious. What's going on? It's rare to see the 5 old masters of the 5 masters coming out together. Could it be that someone bought a batch of special grade stubborn stones? Fang Yuan, accompanied by the shopkeeper, had already arrived in front of the workbench where the rocks were being cut in public. But he did not move forward and kept a low profile, only watching from afar. But the 5 old masters were old and experienced. Their gazes swept around and saw that the shopkeeper was like a little attendant following beside a young man. How could they not know Fang Yuan's identity? But Fang Yuan only watched from afar and did not walk forward. The 5 old masters could not help but guess. It seems this young master does not want to be known. This was also normal. Many people were like this before they dissected the stones. Losing the bet would cause them to lose face. Looks like I have to perform well this time and strive to leave a deep impression on this esteemed guest. It would be best if I can establish a relationship with him. The 5 old masters were secretly calculating, rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. The stones that Fang Yuan chose were given priority by the shop assistant. When the surrounding people saw these stones, they were shocked. What? These are all low-grade stones. Am I seeing things, these lousy stones? Cutting the inferior stones for the old masters? This is simply an insult to them. But a scene that made them stare in shock happened. The 5 old masters held these inferior stones with both hands and carefully placed them on the stone table in front of them. Their expressions were extremely serious and solemn. Then they summoned their goo worms and started to dissect the stones in front of everyone. Most of the 5 old masters were rank 2 peak stage, only the division master was rank 3. For a moment, all kinds of goo worms appeared, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. What's going on? Don't tell me these stones have a great origin and are not as simple as they seem? I have never seen such serious expressions from the 5 old masters. On the stage, goo worms flew around as the 5 old masters showed off their unique methods. The division master had the highest cultivation and was the stone dissecting master of the gambling den. He was proficient in acid dissecting stones. First he took out a large bowl and summoned a snake goo to spit out green acid. Then he carefully placed the stones in the acid. Bubbles kept popping up. After a long while, his hands were covered in a layer of light and he took out the shrunken stone. Then he placed it in another acid. Master Zhang used the magnetism dissecting method. His palms faced each other. The stones floated in the air between his palms. Tiny stone chips were constantly being sucked out by the power of the magnetism. There were also other masters. Some summoned toad goo and used the toad's tongue to lick the stones. Some used fire to roast, while some controlled a small whirlwind to cut the stones. A group of young stonecutters stood behind the old masters, dumbfounded. Why was there a need to make such a big fuss about these inferior stones? It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Could it be that the old master's actions had a deeper meaning? No, I have to observe carefully. The result of my observation made everyone dumbfounded. These inferior stones, after being dissected, did not have any material. It was either solid or hollow, there wasn't even a single dead goo in sight. What is this? I thought there was something fishy. So they are all ordinary inferior stones. What are these old masters doing here? They are really wasting my time. The surrounding crowd was greatly disappointed and left with a flick of their sleeves. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. In the past, when he saw that the stones chosen by the gamblers did not have any goo worms, he would be extremely happy. But now he wished he could stuff a few goo worms into the stones. An esteemed guest with a purple thorn token could not be easily offended. He carefully looked at Fang Yuan, wanting to say some comforting words. But Fang Yuan had already opened his mouth, smiling. No matter, it seems my luck is not good today, I will not gamble anymore. I will come again when I have time. The shopkeeper and the worker respectfully sent Fang Yuan to the door. They still wanted to send him out of the street, but were stopped by Fang Yuan. Only when Fang Yuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street did the shopkeeper straighten his back. He turned around and gave the worker beside him a violent knock. Who asked you to neglect the esteemed guest? The worker held his head in pain, not daring to say a word. Fang Yuan's visit today was only to probe. Now that he found his target, this trip was already a success. As for the stellar stone, he could not sell it directly, he had to go through some trouble. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain that goo, he would have to open the stellar stone. He did not have the methods to open it himself, and to gather a set of specialized goo worms, the expenditure was huge, thus he had to hand it over to the old masters in the gambling den. If the old masters opened the stones in public, it would cause a commotion. If he used the purple thorn token and asked them to open the stones in secret, it would not be appropriate, and would make people suspicious. If Fang Yuan got a legendary goo right from the start, his luck would be too good. Fang Yuan did not doubt Shang clan's enormous power. Shang Yanfei had just investigated him, he must have known that Fang Yuan got the Mudskin Toad in Jia clan's caravan. If Fang Yuan gambled twice, once he got the Mudskin Toad and the other time he got the legendary goo. Shang Yanfei was an astute person, how could he not be suspicious? Stone gambling involved huge benefits. If Shang Yanfei suspected that Fang Yuan had a method to detect if there was a goo in the stone, he would definitely be moved and even make a move. Fang Yuan did not have such a method, but he could not expose some of his goo worms. Especially the spring-autumn cicada. Especially on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yanfei was not the main threat. The real threat came from rank 6 goo masters. Almost all overlord-level forces had rank 6 goo masters behind them. Once goo masters reached rank 6, they would live in seclusion for over 10 years. Because their strength had reached a qualitative change, they had their own difficulties and had to take responsibility for themselves. But if spring-autumn cicada was exposed, these rank 6 goo masters would definitely flock over. A little impatience would spoil a great plan. Fang Yuan was a cautious person, how could he make a big mistake in such a small matter? He had to eliminate all reasons to expose spring-autumn cicada, even if he had to bear the risk of the stellar stone being discovered. According to his previous life's memories, the chances of the legendary goo being discovered were very small. But even if it was discovered, Fang Yuan had corresponding methods to resolve it. It was better than arousing suspicion, and the threat of spring-autumn cicada being exposed. For the next few days I will go to the stone gambling area and buy some stones to gamble, leaving behind some impressions. Fang Yuan thought along the way as he walked back to Nanqiu Garden. Bai Ningbing had already returned from Fengyu building. I was waiting for you. Saying so, she handed the ice crystal goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it, and threw it back to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing helped him cultivate and he would help Bai Ningbing refine the goo, this was part of the poison vow. Bai Ningbing took the ice crystal goo, and walked into the secret room to refine it. Fang Yuan also walked into another secret room and started refining a type of goo. Chapter 283. In the secret room, starlight shone clearly. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, starting to refine goo. After parting with Bai Ningbing, he went to a shop again and bought everything needed for the goo refinement. Of course, to prevent the recipe from being exposed, he added some unnecessary things to disguise it. He willed, summoning a goo. This goo was like a spherical airbag, fist-sized and orange in color. Its surface was wrinkled and somewhat thick, making it uncomfortable to touch. This was the rank 1 smelly fart goo. Its only use was to emit a foul smell and had no attack power. Don't think that this goo's effect was strong, but it was widely used as a goo refinement material. Fang Yuan silently injected light silver primeval essence, causing the smelly fart goo's body to slowly expand and float in the air. At the same time he opened a mud jar in front of him. Immediately a rotten stench spread out. This jar was filled with rotten swamp mud, it was black and sticky. This mud was also a widely used goo refinement material. Rice bag grass go. Fang Yuan willed and shot out a seed from his aperture. The seed was shot into the mud jar, and as the primeval sea level in his aperture decreased, dark green vines drilled out from the rotten swamp mud. The vines continued to extend out of the mud jar, and after covering an area of 2 feet, they grew branches and large leaves grew. These green leaves were plump like buckets. They were small at first but quickly expanded to the size of a bowl. Fang Yuan peeled off the top of these leaves, revealing the pure white rice grains inside. But Fang Yuan did not use them, instead pouring them into the rotten swamp mud. Next he slowly released the smelly fart goo, multitasking, activating the smelly fart goo and the rice bag grass at the same time. The smelly fart goo emitted an orange light, fusing with the green light emitted by the rice bag grass. The mixed light gradually converged, going into the mud jar. The mud jar continued to shake before finally stopping, and a new goo flew out. Its entire body was yellowish-brown and looked like mud. It gave off a faint stench like a pile of shit. Don't look at its ugly appearance, it can make. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it could cause diarrhea. Don't look at it, but it can make people vomit. Goo. Fang Yuan's goo. There were millions of goo worms like people of all shapes and sizes. There was the holy and elegant heavenly essence treasure lotus, the philosophical and zen spring autumn cicada, the evil and ghostly blood skull goo, and of course there were also disgusting looking, smelling and touching poop goo, smelly fart goo, etc. It was only the smelly fart. Goo. Goo goo goo. Goo goo Fang, it refined a goo goo. And it was. Fang Yuan then took out the great strength goo and bought it from the shop. This goo could double the goo master's strength in 50 breaths of time. Fang Yuan used the great strength goo and the poop goo to refine the great strength poop goo. Great strength poop goo was a rank 3 goo, its effect was the same as the poop goo, but its effect was 3 times stronger. The great strength poop goo was not as popular as the poop goo. The higher the rank of the goo, the better. Rank 3 goo ate much more than rank 1 goo. Although the great strength poop goo's effect was strong, using the poop goo a few times could achieve the same effect. There were also cases of doctors misdiagnosing and abusing the great strength poop goo, causing people to die from diarrhea. With the great strength poop goo, it was the second step. Next, Fang Yuan took out the lion roar goo. This goo was shaped like a lion's head. Once activated, it could turn into a millstone-sized phantom of a lion's head, emitting a lion's roar. It was usually used to send a signal to attract or scare away wild beasts. If used well in battle, it could cause enemy goo masters to panic. Fang Yuan activated the lion roar goo and the great strength poop goo at the same time. Thus, such a scene appeared in the air. The lion head phantom opened its mouth and started to swallow the great strength poop goo. But after eating a third of the goo, the lion roar goo could no longer continue, and the lion head phantom even showed signs of collapsing. Thus, Fang Yuan willed and took out a paper crane goo he bought from a shop. This goo had light blue, dark green, pink and other colors, and was used to send messages. The light blue paper crane goo flew towards the lion roar goo, and was swallowed by the lion head phantom. Multitasking. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely scream in shock. Ordinary goo masters who could multitask were already very amazing. But those who could multitask were few in number. This was a powerful talent that allowed a goo master to become a refinement master. Ordinary goo refinement masters would need to use other supplementary goo worms to be able to multitask. Fang Yuan activated the lion roar goo, great strength poop goo and paper crane goo at the same time, using his own strength. But to him this was not a talent, but the accumulation of experience. Practice makes perfect for anything. Fang Yuan used 500 years to slowly accumulate, and trained hard for hundreds of years. From multitasking to multitasking to multitasking to multitasking and even to multitasking. Of course, if he continued, he would need to use supplementary goo worms. After the lion head phantom swallowed the paper crane goo, the light no longer dissipated, and condensed back to its original state. Fang Yuan continued to use it to swallow the great strength poop goo. After swallowing another third, the lion head phantom reverted to its old state, and was in danger of dissipating. Fang Yuan did not panic, he calmly took out the second dark green paper crane goo. Like this, when the lion head phantom swallowed all the great strength poop goo, it became unstable again. Fang Yuan used the third pink paper crane goo. After the lion head phantom swallowed it, the originally white light suddenly shrunk to half its original size, and started to let out light blue, dark green and pink colors. At the same time, the lion head phantom let out a loud voice, "Eat shit, eat shit." The voice reverberated in the secret room, causing a buzzing sound in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was not worried about the sound leaking. This was a specialized secret room with strong defense, isolating the inside from the outside. He was overjoyed. This goo was finally refined. This was the breaking words goo. But this breaking words goo could only exist for 10 breaths of time. Once the time was up, it would automatically die. Fang Yuan did not dare to be slow. He activated the breaking words goo to his side. Under the illumination of the light blue, dark green and pink lights, Fang Yuan's entire body started to emit a dark purple smoke. Eat shit, eat shit. The smoke trembled and churned under the lion head phantom's roars. After 2 breaths of time, the smoke condensed into 2 poison Vao Gu phantoms. Fang Yuan willed, and the lion head phantom opened its mouth, swallowing one. As it chewed, the poison Vao Gu let out a sharp cry of unwillingness before stopping. The lion head phantom opened its mouth again, swallowing the other poison Vao Gu. After chewing, the poison Vao Gu was cleanly eliminated, and not even a trace of dark purple smoke was left on Fang Yuan's body. After a few breaths of time, the lion head phantom let out a soft sound, turning into a 3-colored rain of light. The rain of light fell sparsely, illuminating the secret chamber in a splendid manner. Fang Yuan's lips curled up in the rain of light, showing a cold smile. Poison Vao Gu? Eee, trying to bind me with a poison vow, how naive. But they could not be blamed. In his previous life, 200 years later, this breaking words Gu appeared in the world. It originated from a western desert tribe chief, and after a few decades, it gradually spread throughout the world. After more than 10 years, someone researched the black and white paper Gu and replaced the poison Vao Gu. Even the going one's word Gu could not break it. But without the breaking words Gu, 100 years later, confusion black and white Gu appeared, able to break the binding power of the black and white paper Gu. Poison Vao Gu, breaking words Gu, black and white paper Gu, confusion black and white Gu, these were only a small part of the struggle between binding and breaking. Before this there was, and after this there would still be. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was 500 years ahead of the entire world. It was not difficult to break the poison Vao Gu. Once the poison Vao Gu's binding was gone, Fang Yuan felt relaxed. Even better, he only removed the binding on his side, while Shang Yizi and Bai Ningbing still had the poison Vao Gu's power. This way, against the two of them, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Shang Yizi is a petty person. I took advantage of him. He will definitely take revenge. But I already have a plan. I will let him jump around for a while. As for Bai Ningbing, she is already in my grasp. I can make use of her in the short term. I am not in a hurry to fall out with her. These days I have split half of my yuan stone. I have bought many Gu, spending tens of thousands of yuan stone. Adding on the banquet, Nanxiu Gardens rent, gambling dens fees, Gu worm food and so on, I only have 420,000 yuan stone left. If one does not think far ahead, they will have immediate worries. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought of this. He wanted to gather a set of Gu worms. This amount of money seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. Ordinary rank 1 Gu worms had a market price of around 500 yuan stone. Rank 2 Gu worms range from 500 to 1,000 yuan stone. Rank 3 Gu worms range from 1,000 yuan stone to 10,000 yuan stone. Rank 4 Gu worms range from 10,000 to 100,000. Rank 5 Gu worms range from 100,000 to a million. Rank 6 Gu worms had never been sold before. The above prices were only for ordinary Gu worms. Some rare Gu like liquor worm, although it was a rank 1 Gu, had the price of a rank 2 Gu. And relic Gu's price was even more ridiculous. Green copper relic Gu's price was around 2,000 yuan stone. Red steel relic Gu rose to 8,000, silver relic Gu rose to 50,000, and yellow gold relic Gu neared 300,000. Fang Yuan only had 420,000 yuan stone. He could not afford 2 yellow gold relic Gu. Relic Gu were natural Gu. They could not be refined by Gu masters. Most of the time money could not buy them. I need to rest in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years. 420,000 won't even be enough for 1 year of cultivation. Gu master cultivation relies on large amounts of resources. The higher the realm, the more money they need. I will need to spend even more money in the gambling den. There is a need to find a way to earn money. Shang Clan City was bustling. The competition was intense, but there were opportunities everywhere. As long as you have the ability, earning money was easy. Without ability, you would be eliminated. This was another world of nature, filled with cruel competition. Fang Yuan combined his previous life's experience and his current life's understanding. He had already made up his mind on earning money. Chapter 284. Wei Yang felt vexed. He had been having a headache these days. Shang Yanfei wanted to recruit Fang and Bai, but under Wei Yang's indirect questioning, Fang and Bai did not show the slightest bit of interest. This was normal. Youngsters were hot-blooded and full of ideals. They did not want to depend on others and felt that in this world, as long as they worked hard, they could achieve it. Naive, so naive. Wei Yang could understand. Wasn't he like this in the past? Thus he did not directly invite Fang and Bai. To put it bluntly and be rejected by Fang and Bai, there would be no room for negotiation. Wei Yang was shrewd and ruthless. He had already formulated a plan to make Fang and Bai fall into his trap step by step. He did not think of any schemes for matters like recruitment. Both parties had to be willing. Forcefully forcing them would only ruin things. Especially after Wei Yang had interacted with Fang and Bai these days, he knew that they would not compromise. Thus, Wei Yang planned to subtly influence them and win openly. He was very confident in this. What do Gu masters rely on to cultivate? Resources. Righteous Gu masters are easy to deal with, but demonic Gu masters, Wei Yang was once a demonic Gu master. He had walked out of the battle stage. He was too clear on the hardships of demonic Gu masters. Gu masters' cultivation could not be separated from Yuan stone, Gu worms and all kinds of food. The higher the cultivation, the higher the Gu masters' needs in this aspect. At the start, Gu masters could rely on their own abilities to satisfy these needs. But as time went on, they would find that their needs would become greater, and the competition would become stronger. Sometimes they would not even be able to satisfy their own needs. Wei Yang stepped into the battle stage when he was rank 1. From rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3 he became stronger and stronger, but he also felt himself becoming weaker and weaker. It was like a scholar, the more he knew, the more he would understand his own ignorance. The stronger Wei Yang became, the more he understood his own weakness. An individual was so weak, only by relying on each other, relying on the clan could they survive. When he realized this, he accepted the olive branch that Shang Yanfei threw at him. This was how he had walked all the way. When Fang and Bai understand their own weaknesses one day, Shang clan's recruitment will be successful. But before that, I can't sit by and watch Fangjing take the wrong path. This will waste his youth and energy and waste his great aptitude. In Wei Yang's eyes, Fang Yuan's choice of strength was a complete mistake. Young and impetuous, ignorant and ignorant. Strength? In Shang Clan City's battle stage, among the demonic Gu masters that walked out, which one of them was famous for their strength? No. Strength path was a Gu master path destined to be at the bottom, destined to not be able to make it to the top. Do you want to rely on strength to stand out? There was no hope. However, things didn't go according to his wishes. These days, Wei Yang took the initiative to look for Fang Yuan and tried to persuade him several times. However, Fang Yuan refused every single time, and his attitude was unwavering. Wei Yang fully understood the stubbornness of Fang Yuan's personality. He had failed many times. After thinking about it calmly, he decided to change his method of persuasion. Today he came looking for him again. Brother Wei, you are suggesting that I enter the battle stage and participate in the battle stage? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. Yes. Brother Wei relied on the battle stage to cultivate step by step. Good experience has to be shared. Wei Yang's expression was sincere. Next, he raised 3 fingers. There are 3 benefits to participating in the battle stage. First, you can win money. Every time you participate in the battle stage, as long as you win, you can get Yuan stone. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone you can get. Second, you can get Gu worms. There is a rule in the battle stage: the winner can choose a Gu from the loser for his own use. Third, participating in the battle stage can train your battle techniques, and at the same time test the power of your Gu worms. That way you can adjust accordingly. Fang Yuan heard Wei Yang's last sentence and immediately understood. These days, Wei Yang had been trying to persuade him to give up strength path and change to another path. After failing, he decided to beat around the bush and use the battle stage to make Fang Yuan fully aware of the flaws of strength path, making Fang Yuan give up on cultivation of strength path. Strength path is a choice I made after careful consideration. It will help me greatly in the future. How can I change it? But the battle stage is also my next plan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan nodded and agreed. Wei Yang was overjoyed. Earlier you only used the battle stage to compete with me. Shang Clan City's battle stage has a complete system. If you want to participate, you have to register first. Follow me. Thus, the two came to 5th Inner City's battle stage. This place was much more lively than 3rd Inner City. People moved about, the bustling noises entered Fang Yuan's ears, and a strong atmosphere assaulted his senses. Did you hear? Li Hao won again. This is his 13th victory. It seems he will rise to 4th Inner City soon. He has rank 3 cultivation. Entering 4th Inner City is a sure thing. Did you see the battle between Wang Dehan and Ma Dequan? It was very exciting. Wang Han lost to Ma Dequan. He lost his most important raindrop Gu. He is almost crippled. Zhao Dexiong and Zhang Niu's battle is about to start. Let's go watch. These two are using strength path. It is not a good fight. I might as well go watch the battle between Xiaoda and Xiao'er. Wei Yang purposely disguised himself. He led the way for Fang Yuan as he said, "You need to obtain 30 net victories in 5th Inner City to advance to 4th Inner City. In 4th Inner City's battle stage, you need 80 net victories to advance to 3rd Inner City." What is net victories? For example, if you win 10 battles and lose 2, that would be 8 net victories. The battle stage is split into 3 levels. The lowest level is in 5th Inner City, the middle level is in 4th Inner City, and the highest level is in 3rd Inner City. Brother, you are a newbie in the battle stage. You have 0 wins or losses. According to the rules, you have to start from the 5th Inner City's low-level battle stage. Don't be anxious. With my estimation of your battle strength, you will soon rise to the middle level from the low-level battle stage. As for the high-level battle stage, you will need some time. You will need about a year to get there. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said. He admitted that Fang Yuan had battle talent, but the strength path could only be flaunted in the low to mid-grade battle stage. In the high-grade battle stage, where there were many experts, the strength path would show its weakness and be suppressed by the other paths. Under Wei Yang's lead, the two arrived at a large hall. The hall was noisy. Gu masters were applying for challenges, checking the number of battles and so on. Some were here to participate in the battle stage, some were here to watch the battles, and some were here to set up bets. Wei Yang did not squeeze with them, but pushed open a small door with familiarity. Behind the door was a long and narrow passageway, guarded by 2 Gu masters. One of them walked up and said to Wei Yang and Fang Yuan, "This is the special reception area, outsiders are not allowed to enter." Wei Yang showed his elder token, and the two quickly bowed and let him in. After passing through the passageway, there was another hall with 4 tables. 3 of them were already receiving guests. This place was much quieter than the hall outside. Fang Yuan used Guyue Fangjing's name to complete the registration. After paying 500 yuan stone, he received a vine information gu. This gu was like a vine with a wide jade green leaf growing on it. Rank 1 gu, it recorded some information about Fang Yuan. This gu was not bought by Fang Yuan, but borrowed from Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan was in charge of feeding it, but could not change the contents, only Shang Clan could. Of course, a rank 1 vine information gu was not hard to decipher. It was just that Shang Clan had a backup of the information, and with the supervision of the masses, there were very few cases of falsification. There are not many rules in the battle stage. There is a lot of freedom. If you want to participate in the battle, come here and apply. Shang Clan will arrange an opponent for you. They can be stronger or weaker than you. You can also choose a specific opponent, but you need the other party's agreement. Each person has the right to forcefully challenge for a month, and the opponent is not allowed to reject. Other than that, the battle stage has a limit on the number of battles. Each person can only fight once a day. Every 10 days you have to participate in at least 1 battle, or else your victory count will be deducted. If your net loss reaches 5, your qualification will be revoked. If you want to participate, you have to apply again. How about it? Are you interested in a battle today to test your skills? Wei Yang smiled. Fang Yuan nodded. This was the special reception area. The receptionist was very efficient, quickly arranging an opponent for Fang Yuan. The time is at 3:45 p.m., the location is at the 5th battle stage, the terrain is grassland. There was only 7 minutes left until 3:45 p.m. When Wei Yang brought Fang Yuan to the 5th battle stage, his opponent was already waiting inside. He was a young man, tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance, wearing a green robe. Seeing Fang Yuan walk in, his eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Looking at Fang Yuan's appearance, he was clearly a young man. How high could his cultivation be? On the other hand, he had recently advanced to rank 2 middle stage. This was his first battle since coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was a good sign. Fang Yuan walked in. The 5th battle stage was a mid-sized battle stage. It was more than twice the size of the stone battle stage where he fought Wei Yang. The battle stage was covered in green grass. Fang Yuan stepped on it with his leather boots, feeling the soft soil under his feet. There were only 2 to 3 spectators, including Wei Yang, who had disguised himself. Spectators needed to pay yuan stone. Fang Yuan was only a nameless junior now. His opponent, Tang Qing, had some fame, but he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. There were not many people who paid attention to him. He had already disappeared. Dang. A clear bell rang. The battle officially began. I am Tang Qing. The young man had an elegant demeanor, cupping his fists towards Fang Yuan. Jumping grass. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved, he stomped on the ground, his body darting out. You are going to fight now? Tang Qing was shocked, he did not expect this young man to be so shameless, openly sneaking an attack. This guy did not follow the rules at all. Chapter 285. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan moved like lightning, pouncing towards Tang Qing. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, Tang Qing's vision darkened, and before he could react, Fang Yuan's fist landed on his chest. At that moment, Tang Qing felt an intense pain assaulting him, almost causing him to faint on the spot. The wind blew past his ears and his vision rapidly retreated. His whole body was sent flying by Fang Yuan's attack. Next, he landed on the ground and his vision spun around. For a moment, it was the grass field, and for a moment, it was the roof of the battle stage. He rubbed against the ground, rolling all the way. The grass was scraped off and soft black soil was thrown out. His whole body was covered in grass and black soil, the smell of grass juice, soil and blood mixed together, assaulting his nostrils. He laid on the ground, his gaze unfocused. Rolling all the way had caused his whole body to fall apart, and he could feel soreness all over his body. But these feelings, compared to the sharp pain in his chest, were simply like a drizzle. He lowered his head to look at his chest, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The left side of his chest was forcefully reduced by 2 inches, his skin and flesh were split open, and his pale white ribs were exposed. It was clearly broken. Large amounts of fresh blood gushed out as if it was free. Fang Yuan had great strength, and his sneak attack succeeded, causing Tang Qing to suffer heavy injuries. Tang Qing's eyes were wide open. After the shock, rage and hatred erupted in his heart like a volcano. This little bastard, despicable and shameless, sneak attacking me. Heavily injuring me, I will kill him, I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Die. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's shout resounded in Tang Qing's ears. Fang Yuan took a few steps, arriving in front of Tang Qing, and raised his leg, ruthlessly stomping on the center of Tang Qing's legs. Tang Qing felt his vision blur and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Fang Yuan activated Canopy Gu, and his body was covered in a layer of white armor, the light causing his heart to tremble. He was actually a rank 3 Gu master. Fang Yuan had used breath concealment Gu earlier, and now that he was fighting he could no longer conceal his rank 3 aura. This caused Tang Qing to be terrified out of his wits. Such a young rank 3 Gu master? He subconsciously activated his defensive Gu, and immediately, a green wind revolved around his body. Fang Yuan's kick had been planned for a long time. He could have crushed Tang Qing's crotch. However, it was obstructed by the wind, and its strength was greatly reduced. Tang Qing opened his mouth wide, and his expression was extremely distorted as he let out an extremely shrill scream. Although he had put up some defense, it was still a heavy blow to his vitals. As if he had been electrocuted, he bounced up from the ground and subconsciously stretched out his arms to protect his crotch. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. He used all his strength in this punch. The wind howled. Bang! A fist shrouded in a layer of white light heavily struck Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing's screams came to an abrupt end. He fell backward at an even faster speed, and the back of his head smashed into the ground. He was motionless and breathless. Critical strike. His entire nose bridge was smashed into his face, and his eyeballs popped out of their sockets. His skull was shattered in that instant. Blood flowed down, staining the soil and green grass around him. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and the scene seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths of time, gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Dead. Someone is dead. Someone was beaten to death. The 2 to 3 spectating Gu masters were tongue-tied. Even Wei Yang couldn't help but have a strange expression. In the battle stage, although there were many battles, there were not many deaths. Firstly, both sides had their own methods and could admit defeat if they could not win. Secondly, the Gu master in charge of the battle stage could make a move in time. Thirdly, both sides were usually more restrained. After all, they were all in the battle stage and often met each other. Although they fought for benefits, they would not really kill anyone. There were 2 reasons why Fang Yuan could kill Tang Qing. Firstly, Tang Qing had just come out of closed cultivation, and his sensitivity towards battle was greatly reduced. Normally, if he used his defensive Gu in time, he would not have ended up like this. Secondly, Fang Yuan's appearance was young and he used the breath concealment Gu to conceal his aura, causing Tang Qing's mind to relax. Then he suddenly launched a sneak attack, heavily injuring Tang Qing with his first attack. and the next two attacks were so fast that the Gu master in charge of the battle stage did not even have time to react before Tang Qing was killed. The Gu master who was in charge of the battle stage rushed over. But when he saw Tang Qing's sunken face and the blood and brain matter oozing out from the cracks in his skull, he could only give up on the idea of saving him. "Young man, you are too ruthless." He stared at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Although the battle was short, he saw everything clearly. Fang Yuan controlled the situation. He could have held back and let Tang Qing live, but he did not do so. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "It is just a life, what is there to be surprised about? According to the rules of the battle stage, I killed him, so everything on him is my loot, right?" The Gu master in charge of the battle stage snorted unhappily. "Everything on him is yours, but we have to take back the Vine information Gu. Young man, I have to remind you, you have no respect for life. This way of thinking is very dangerous." "I'm truly sorry." Wei Yang had an apologetic expression, walking over from behind. "This brother of mine has always been roaming outside. This is the first time he has come here to participate in the battle stage." That Gu master did not recognize Wei Yang, his face showing a trace of disgust. "Humph, you demonic Gu masters are like this, aggressive and bloodthirsty. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Give me your Vine information Gu." Fang Yuan took out the Vine information Gu, and the Gu master in charge changed the records inside, returning it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mind entered, and saw that the zero win count had become 1. He searched Tang Qing's corpse and obtained 4 Gu. 3 rank 2, 1 rank 1, all ordinary Gu. The total value was about 2,000 yuan stone. Tang Qing's death was too sudden. He did not have time to self-detonate his Gu worms. But he had just come out of closed cultivation, and only had 20 to 30 yuan stone on him. Brother Fangjing, try not to kill as much as possible in the future. After leaving the battle stage, Wei Yang advised Fang Yuan. Although in the battle stage there is no need to talk about life and death, but Wei Yang shook his head. There is no need to fight to the death every time. The battle stage can be said to be big, but it can also be said to be small. You will meet stronger opponents. After all, we are all living in Shang Clan City. Let's forgive and forget. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. But even if I let them off, they might not let me off. I have met demonic Gu masters before, and they attacked without saying a word. If you don't kill, they will. My past experience tells me to kill if I can, otherwise I will not give them any chances. And because of this, I can live until now." Wei Yang was speechless. He suddenly thought, wasn't this Fang Yuan in front of him the same as him in the past? Ruthless and distrustful. It was because he had no sense of security. Demonic Gu masters had the least sense of security. Different from righteous Gu masters had clans to rely on, clansmen to help them, they had stable resources, thus they had a sense of security and could trust each other. But demonic Gu masters were lone cultivators. Without the support of clans, they had to make their own yuan stone and food. Most of the time they did not know their next meal and could not even guarantee their survival. How could they feel safe? For their own survival they could only take the risk, killing and robbing. Demonic Gu masters were weak, and did not dare to touch righteous Gu masters, thus they stretched their demonic claws towards each other. This way it was a vicious cycle. Demonic Gu masters could not trust each other, and would often attack the moment they met. They had no sense of security, thus their moves were even more ruthless. Wei Yang had turned from demonic to righteous. His rich experience gave him a deeper understanding of both the righteous and demonic paths. Why did the righteous path prosper while the demonic path was suppressed? It was because of this reason. Fang Yuan's ruthlessness was something Wei Yang could understand. Precisely because of this understanding, he felt pity towards Fang Yuan. Although his cultivation is rank 3 and he is talented in battle, he is still a child. Sigh, looking at his fierce attacks, I can tell how much suffering he has suffered. Now that I think about it, if he showed mercy, wouldn't it be strange? He is merciless, just like other demonic Gu masters. They all have this problem when they first participate in the battle stage. Wasn't I like this before? Forget it, as time passes he will slowly change. This kind of process is imperceptible and cannot be forced. Thinking of this, Wei Yang stopped persuading him and changed the topic, talking about the battle earlier. Brother Fangjing, you said earlier that you used many Gu to modify your body and increase your strength. How many Gu did you use? Since Brother Wei asked, I will tell you everything I know. I used a total of 3 Gu, black and white boar Gu, crocodile strength Gu, and I bought a brown bear innate strength Gu a few days ago. I am using it now. Fang Yuan smiled. Black and white boar Gu gave you the strength of 2 boars, and crocodile strength goo gave you the strength of one crocodile. But brother, have you thought about it? If a wild boar had charged into your opponent, what kind of injuries would it have caused? Wei Yang said in an enlightening tone. Fang Yuan already knew Wei Yang's intention and cooperated, saying, if that person did not have any defense, how could his mortal body withstand the charge of a wild boar? He would definitely have his back broken and stomach broken. It would be a tragic sight. Wei Yang's smile became wider. If that person's head was placed in the mouth of a crocodile, and it bit down, what would happen? He would definitely be bitten into a pulp like a melon with a brittle skin. Fang Yuan answered. Wei Yang immediately asked, brother, you have the strength of 2 boars, the strength of 1 crocodile, and your own strength. Your first punch could only create a hole in your opponent's chest, breaking a few ribs. Your third punch landed on his face, but it only cracked his skull. Tell me, why is that? This time, before Fang Yuan could reply, Wei Yang continued, punching and stomping can only display a portion of the human body's strength. Brother, although you have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, how much of it can you truly display? This is the greatest weakness of strength path cultivation. A person's strength is like a huge water vat filled with water, but in a real battle, the amount of water used is only a small portion. Black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, brown bear innate strength goo, these goo can permanently increase strength and are all expensive goo. You invested so much money, but the result might not even be a tenth of it. If you invested this money into other areas, it would no doubt be more effective. So Brother Wei said so much just to persuade me to give up on strength path. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as if he had just understood. I understand this. A human's body structure is different from a beast's. It is indeed hard to display their strength. But using goo depends on the heart. I have heard that many strength path goo masters can use beast phantoms and display the full strength of goo worms. There is indeed such a thing. Back then, when I was in the battle stage, I met many strength path goo masters. Many of them are skilled in using goo and can occasionally use beast phantoms in their attacks, displaying the full strength of the goo. It is very threatening. But you do not know the number of such attacks is too low. Furthermore, the attack methods are very limited. Only certain moves can produce beast phantoms, and they can be easily dodged. Wei Yang continued to persuade patiently. Fang Yuan was silent for a while, thinking that this was the reason why he needed that legendary goo. He said, Big Brother Wei, I appreciate your kindness. But strength path is my choice, I want to test it myself. Sai, then you have to test it properly. Wei Yang sighed. Fang Yuan was so stubborn, he could not continue to persuade him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already participated in the battle stage. Wei Yang felt. The following facts will move Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan was going to live in Shang Clan City for 2 to 3 years. He still had time. Wei Yang was not in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the gambling den, the shopkeeper bent his waist, standing beside Fang Yuan with a smile. Brother Wei, why don't you pick a few rocks to play with? Maybe you can gamble something good. Today is my treat. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang stood beside Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Today is the day Tang Xiong forcefully challenged you. To think that Tang Qing you killed was his brother. Brother Fang Jing, you should be cautious. Tang Xiong purposely dropped from 4th Inner City to 5th Inner City for revenge. He is quite famous, being able to burst out with the strength of 3 bears. He is coming with great momentum. Even though he said so, his expression was not worried, but filled with anticipation. These days, Fang Yuan had won another battle stage. This was already his 3rd. Wei Yang hoped that this Tang Xiong could wake up Fang Yuan and make him give up on strength path and change to a different path. Different situations call for different measures. What is there to be afraid of? If Brother Wei doesn't want to gamble, I will. I have already seen a few good rocks. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, picking a few rocks. The shopkeeper hurriedly instructed his workers, carefully taking down the rocks he picked. Fang Yuan was surprised, pointing at the foot of the counter. This rock used as a footrest, it seems to be a stellar rock? The shopkeeper was stunned, quickly smiling. Esteemed customer, your eyes are truly sharp. This rock was placed here a few years ago. At that time, the foot of the counter was kicked by a gambler, so this lowly one conveniently took a square star stone and coincidentally used it as a cushion. Fang Yuan frowned. Rocks are used to gamble, how can they be used as footrests? This is simply a treasure covered in dust. Let's choose the last one today. Yes, esteemed customer is right. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, but inwardly he did not agree. The stellar rock's appearance was very important. It was best if it was in the shape of an arrow or a meteor. This rock was obviously a bad one. It was placed on the counter and nobody cared about it, so he placed it below to balance the counter. The workers worked together, pulling out the stellar rock from the foot of the counter, and sent it to the dissection table with the other rocks. On the dissection table, a few young dissection masters were dissecting a middle-aged Gu master's rock, their movements slow and meticulous. Wei Yang did not approve of Fang Yuan's dissection. Seeing his choice of rock, he shook his head inwardly. Even if he was not a stone gambler, he knew the importance of appearance. Fang Yuan's last rock was simply a blind choice. Even he could not stand it. No wonder Fang Yuan spent these days in the stone gambling area, spending yuan stone without any gains. Even if he occasionally got some Gu, they would be rank 1 or 2 or even just corpse shells. In Wei Yang's heart, Fang Yuan's stone gambling was purely a waste of money. But he did not persuade him. The less yuan stone Fang Yuan had, the more he had to rely on Shang clan. This was something he was happy to see. Fang Yuan's heart surged, but his expression was calm, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the dissection table. These days he had been lingering around the gambling dens in the stone gambling area, purposely choosing some bad rocks to leave an impression on others. Although he had secretly restrained himself, gambling was like a bottomless abyss. In less than a month, he had spent close to 100,000 yuan stone. But thinking of the legendary Gu he was about to obtain, not to mention 100,000, even 500,000 yuan stone would be worth it. This legendary Gu worm, although only rank 3, had a unique effect and was already extinct. Very likely this was the last one in the world. Wei Yang frowned. Pay attention to the time, we have to rush to the battle stage later. Shopkeeper, can you dissect the rocks faster? Of course. The shopkeeper naturally recognized Wei Yang, this external clan elder, and quickly nodded. He ran to the dissection table and waved his hand, saying to the young dissecting masters, "Go, go, go." He chased these young dissecting masters to one side. "My rock!" That middle-aged Gu master screamed. Dissecting rocks was a meticulous job. With the shopkeeper's interference, the young masters were flustered, causing the middle-aged Gu master to break a few of his rocks. "Liran, don't scream. The yuan stone you paid, we will return it to you," the shopkeeper shouted. That middle-aged Gu master had an unkempt beard. He stared and said indignantly, "What if there is a Gu in this rock?" The shopkeeper scoffed in disdain, waving his hand at the middle-aged Gu master. "Forget it, Li Ran. You've gambled for so many years, but you've always gambled on low-grade rocks. Have you ever gotten anything good? Don't make a fuss. If you continue, there will be no compensation." A big shop bullying its customers, looking down on others. "One day Li Ran, will make a name for myself." The middle-aged Gu master mumbled, his tone furious, but he did not make a fuss. Li Ran. This name evoked a certain memory in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. It seems like this Li Ran was the one who got the legendary Gu. Of course, it could also be someone with the same name, but no matter what, Li Ran's chance to make a name for himself had been snatched away by Fang Yuan. The 5 old masters appeared one after another, and the dissection began. The young masters looked on speechlessly. These seniors were showing off their methods. There were many rocks that could be dissected with simple methods that consumed little primeval essence, but the old masters had to use their full strength, expending a lot of primeval essence. The steps were complicated, but they could only raise the success rate by a little. More than 10 rocks, mixed grade, low grade, middle grade, were quickly dissected by the old masters. "There's a Gu worm, it's Sword Shadow Gu. Rank 3 Sword Shadow Gu, this is rare. Live Gu, it's definitely a live Gu. Congratulations, esteemed customer." The old masters cupped their fists towards Fang Yuan, letting out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fang Yuan had been dissecting rocks these days, but did not have any decent gains. This caused these old masters to feel uneasy. The shopkeeper ran over with a joyful expression. "Esteemed customer, you've made a huge profit. Sword Shadow Gu can be sold for 32,000 yuan stone. Esteemed customer, you only spent 8,000 yuan stone to buy it." The surrounding people looked at Fang Yuan with envy. That Li Ran even pouted, muttering in a sour tone, "Humph, lucky bastard. Not bad, brother. Sword Shadow Gu is as famous as my Blade Light Gu. I suggest you don't sell it, keep it for your own use." Wei Yang also congratulated. This is called happiness comes after suffering. I told you my luck wouldn't be so bad." Fang Yuan laughed. "Brother Wei, after today's competition, I'll treat you to a drink. Let's celebrate." Wei Yang nodded, not being polite. He did not know that although Fang Yuan seemed to be joking on the surface, his heart was in a state of shock. Sword Shadow Gu was just an accident, it was not his target. That stellar stone used as a stepping stone after being dissected did not have any goo, it was a completely solid useless rock. How could this be? That legendary goo, where did it go? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, his emotions surging. Countless doubts filled his mind. How could this be? Wasn't the legendary goo worm hidden in this star stone? If it was not in this rock, where could it be? Maybe it was not this rock or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were wrong. Where should I go to find that legendary goo? The development of events was far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. The legendary goo worm that he thought was easily obtainable had now disappeared without a trace, and the unexpected Sword Shadow Gu simply could not make up for the primeval stones Fang Yuan had invested these days. If not for the legendary Gu, all my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how could this be? The rumors might be wrong, but to be able to spread so far, it is definitely not groundless. Especially since the details are so detailed, there is no difference in the rumors, it is very believable. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Without this legendary Gu, his strength path cultivation would be like a castle in the sky, or the moon in the water. Do I really have to change my cultivation direction? If this happens, the Three Kings' inheritance will also be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissecting, to a large extent, disrupted Fang Yuan's grand plan. But he did not know where the problem came from. The rumors that he used as evidence were now shrouded in a thick layer of mystery. It is about time we should go to the battle zone. At this time, Wei Yang reminded. Chapter 286. When Fang Yuan stood on the battle stage, he had already gotten rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He concentrated and sized up the opponent in front of him. Tang Xiong. He was 8 feet tall, his shoulders were wide and his waist was round, his arms were as thick as Fang Yuan's thighs. His chest was covered in black chest hair, emitting a valiant aura. Little bastard, you're the one who killed my brother? Today I will bury you with him. Tang Xiong stared with furious eyes, staring at Fang Yuan, his eyes burning with hatred. The surroundings were steaming hot, as if it was the afternoon of July or August, under the scorching sun. The ground was boiling hot, black and red colors intertwined. This was a lava terrain. This was a mid-sized battle stage. There were tens of people standing outside, sparsely scattered. Most of them were here to see how Tang Xiong would take revenge. As for Fang Yuan, although he had won 2 rounds, he had not made a name for himself yet. The Tang brothers depended on each other since young. Now that Tang Qing is dead, only Tang Xiong is left. I will watch how Tang Xiong tortures this kid. What is this kid's name? I think he is called Guyue Fangjing, a nameless person. This kid is too insensible, breaking the rules and killing 2 people in 2 rounds. This should be a demonic Gu master who just came from outside. He doesn't know how to behave at such a young age. If he had shown mercy, he would not be here today. The spectators discussed. Most of them did not think well of Fang Yuan. Wei Yang put on a disguise, staring at the battle stage with shining eyes. Tang Xiong also walked the strength path, ranked 2 peak stage, but he could burst out with the strength of 3 bears, and even fought his way into 4th inner city. To the current Fang Yuan, he was not a weak opponent. Clang. A clear bell rang and the battle stage officially began. Tang Xiong roared, moving his legs like a raging bull, charging towards Fang Yuan. The ground of this battle stage was made of dark red lava rocks. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing leather boots, he felt hot when he stepped on it. But Tang Xiong was barefooted, he did not care. Bang bang bang. Tang Xiong's feet stomped on the lava. Every step he took gave off a muffled sound. At the same time, the lava splattered everywhere, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Despite Tang Xiong's menacing aura, he wasn't afraid at all. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he brazenly charged towards Tang Xiong. Is he crazy? He dares to play hard with Tang Xiong? He can still live if he drags on, but he's courting death. When the onlookers saw this, they all shook their heads. Fang Yuan was still a teenager and his physique was not even half as strong as Tang Xiong's. The 2 of them approached each other rapidly, like a lamb colliding with a bull. Bang! The 2 of them collided fiercely, and the huge force sent them both flying. Tang Xiong retreated 6 steps, his face filled with shock. How could this brat be so strong? Fang Yuan, on the other hand, took 3 steps back, and the white armor covering his body shook. The result of the collision caused the spectators to be shocked. Some of them opened their mouths, while others blinked their eyes, not expecting Fang Yuan to have such strength at such a young age. My strength is actually lower than his? No wonder my brother died in his hands. Tang Xiong's expression changed, looking at Fang Yuan for the first time. Fang Yuan shook his numb arm, his expression still cold. The result of the collision was not out of his expectations. He had the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, and had been using brown bear innate strength gu recently, thus he needed to increase his strength. And Tang Xiong only had the strength of 2 bears. Grand Bear Gu. Tang Xiong suddenly roared, the muscles on his body visibly expanded, his whole body became twice as big, temporarily gaining the strength of 1 bear. Bear Paw Gu. His palms and feet were covered in a ball of light yellow light. After the light faded, his hands and feet became 3 times bigger, turning into thick bear paws. Whoosh! He pounced forward and fiercely swung his right palm towards Fang Yuan. Before the bear paw hit Fang Yuan, a strong wind blew on his face, causing his clothes to flutter backwards. Fang Yuan was not afraid, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched. The fist and palm collided, creating a muffled sound. They were evenly matched. But immediately after, Tang Xiong's arm swept horizontally, his other palm also came. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack. Bam bam bam, the fist and palm collided, causing the wind to howl. Seeing Fang Yuan fighting Tang Xiong without any disadvantage, the surrounding spectators showed strange expressions. To be able to fight with Tang Xiong like this youngster has some skill. What is his name again? This is a tough one. Tang Xiong is in trouble. Grand Bear Gu has a time limit. Once it disappears, he will be at a disadvantage. But right at this time, suddenly a bear's roar resounded. Behind Tang Xiong, a phantom image of a black bear opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Beast Phantom. Tang Xiong had a stroke of luck, using the Beast Phantom. What was originally an extremely ordinary slap actually contained the strength of a bear. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he could only raise his arms to block. Bam! With a loud sound, his whole body was sent flying. After the white armor flashed, it suddenly dissipated. His arms were numb, he could not exert any strength for a while. He tried his best to stabilize his balance in the air, twisting his waist and landing on the ground. He activated the canopy gu, and the white armor appeared again, but it was even more weak and transparent, its defense was far weaker than before. That is a bear strength phantom. Tang Xiong is going all out. Bear strength specializes in smacking. Tang Xiong has attacked so many times, it is normal for a bear strength phantom to appear. It was a deadlock, but just 1 bear strength phantom caused that kid to panic. Tang Xiong has already gained the upper hand. According to the statistics, he can use bear strength phantom 5 times in every battle. If that kid does not have a countermeasure, he will definitely be in trouble. Outside the battle stage, everyone was discussing. It was noisy. Once the Beast Phantom appeared, it opened up the situation and aroused the passion of the spectators. I have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile. Boar strength is good at charging, crocodile strength is good at biting, and bear strength is not developed yet. Using fists and palms, I cannot use the Beast Phantom. Moreover, the canopy gu is not good at defense and close combat. If I suffer another 1 or 2 attacks from the Beast Phantom, I might be destroyed. Fang Yuan's mind flashed, and he decided to change his battle tactic. Jumping grass. He chanted in his heart, and spring-like grass grew on his soles, drilling through the bottom of his boots. Tang Xiong rushed over and Fang Yuan jumped away like a frog. At the same time, his left palm aimed at Tang Xiong's direction. A bright red crescent blade suddenly flew through the air and landed on Tang Xiong's body, causing the defensive halo on his body to tremble. Although the Blood Moon Gu's attack was weak, it was still a rank 3 Gu. Tang Xiong was stunned for a moment before pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the same tactic, only shooting the Blood Moon blade from afar, changing his battle tactic and not engaging in close combat with Tang Xiong. Tang Xiong could only use his movement Gu, and started a chase with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought and retreated. It was not that Tang Xiong did not have long-range methods, but compared to close combat they were too weak and could not threaten Fang Yuan at all. Tang Xiong roared in anger, cursing and provoking Fang Yuan, and the surrounding spectators also booed. They wanted to see a passionate close combat. But how could Fang Yuan be provoked so easily? He did not have a complete set of Gu worms, his close combat was not developed yet, and his long-range combat was barely passable. As time passed, the primeval essence of both sides continued to fall. Fang Yuan's advantage was becoming more obvious, He had rank 3 initial stage light silver primeval essence, while Tang Xiong only had B grade aptitude red steel primeval essence. Even though strength path Gu masters expended little primeval essence, they could not endure using it continuously. When Fang Yuan's blood moonblade Gu caused 5 to 6 wounds on Tang Xiong's body, the latter had no choice but to admit defeat. His healing Gu was not outstanding and could not stop the blood from flowing out of his wounds. Just you wait, one day I will smash you into minced meat. Tang Xiong covered his wounds and retreated from the battle stage. He came with a fiendish expression, but when he left, his face was pale and his steps were weak. To think that 4th inner stage Tang Xiong lost. What is that Gu? It can form blood moonblades and cause wounds that bleed non-stop. Why haven't I seen it before? This kid is not an ordinary person. In no time he will rise to 4th inner city's battle stage. Winner takes all. The spectators' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained his 3rd victory, and according to the rules, he took that Grand Bear Gu from Tang Xiong. This was the most valuable Gu in Tang Xiong's possession. Once this Gu was gone, Tang Xiong would only be left with the strength of 2 bears, his battle strength would fall by 30%, and there was nothing to worry about. But Fang Yuan was not happy. If the legendary Gu was not in the stellar stone, where could it be? Could it be that it was not this stepping stone but another one? But when Fang Yuan returned to the gambling den, the counter's foot had already been repaired. Or maybe it was not this gambling den at all. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Stellar stone, counter, gambling area, these factors combined together, there could only be this gambling den. If I did not have the legendary Gu, I would not have any advantage walking the strength path. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was popular, but now, it has already declined beyond recognition. After losing the legendary Gu, if I want to walk the strength path again, I would need at least an ancient strength path inheritance. Unfortunately, I only have 3 ancient strength path inheritances, one is in Eastern Sea, one is in Central Continent. Although the 3rd one is in Southern Border, it has already been occupied by Wu clan. But now, it was already occupied by the Wu clan, and they had been mining since a few years ago. Speaking of which, Empress Wuji of Wu clan also walked the strength path. It was because of this ancient inheritance that she was able to stabilize her throne as the number 1 battle strength in Southern Border. Of course, the number 1 throne here was only referring to the mortal world. Rank 6 Gu immortals had already transcended the mortal world, they were not included. Fang Yuan spent another 7 to 8 days investigating in secret, but there was no progress. Sigh, there is only one clue left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Fang Yuan thought. He was not a person who would waste time on a problem. Chapter 287. Although Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, he could not investigate openly. But in his memories, Li Ran also participated in the battle stage. After obtaining the legendary Gu, he went on a killing spree, sweeping the battle stage. That was easy. Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully challenge others, thus he used this excuse to go to the special reception. There were 3 Li Ran who signed up for the battle stage. 2 males and 1 female. The female was excluded. The rumored Li Ran was a male. Of the remaining 2, one was an old man in his 60s. He had some fame. Rank 3 Cultivation. He had charged into 3rd inner city battle stage a few years ago, but his condition was not good these years. He dropped back to 4th inner city. This was obviously not the case. The Li Ran in his memories was not doing well. The other was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Rank 2 Cultivation. He had been in Shang Clan City for close to 10 years, but was still roaming around 5th inner city battle stage. He liked to gamble on rocks and lived a poor life. He had once married and had children in Shang Clan City, but the couple did not get along and had separated. Fang Yuan investigated secretly, and found that this person was the one he met at the gambling den when he first opened the rock. After following him for a few days, Fang Yuan found that this Li Ran lived a poor life. Sometimes he could not even eat his next meal. But this did not mean he had no ability. He was in 5th inner city battle stage, fighting to obtain yuan stones to make ends meet. Fang Yuan checked his battle record and found that he won more than he lost. Logically speaking, he should not have to worry about food and clothing. But this person liked to eat, gamble and visit prostitutes, spending money lavishly without any sense of moderation. To gamble on rocks he would use all of his yuan stone, and for the next half a month he would have to borrow money from people, and eat the lowest quality food to survive. Similarly, to have a good meal he would go to the highest class restaurants and spend most of his money. He had even dined and dashed before, and now he still owed several restaurants money for his meals. This person should be the owner of the legendary goo in my previous life. But if he does not know how to control his desires, so what if he has the legendary goo? No wonder he was like a shooting star in my previous life, shining for a while but vanishing after a while. Fang Yuan shook his head. He obtained the legendary goo in his previous life, will he get it again in this life? Following him like this is not a long-term solution. The day of discovering the legendary goo was approaching. Am I really not fated with this legendary goo? Fang Yuan frowned. Tracking Li Ran over the past few days had wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and effort. If he used this time to cultivate, he might be able to improve even more. More importantly, Fang Yuan wasn't sure if he would gain anything by following Li Ran. Moreover, if they followed him for too long, they would be discovered. Fortunately, Wei Yang had an important mission and would only come when Fang Yuan was practicing. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not be able to track Li Ran. If Wei Yang found out that he was investigating Li Ran, how would he explain it? The biggest question now was why was the legendary goo not in the Star Stone? This did not match the rumors. Fang Yuan couldn't figure it out. This was simply unimaginable. All the factors matched up, but the most crucial point was that something went wrong. Maybe it was because he was overthinking things, but Fang Yuan felt that Li Ran's actions were strange. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was just a feeling, vague, even Fang Yuan wasn't sure. More than 20 days passed like this and Fang Yuan fell into deep trouble. That strange feeling was getting stronger, but Fang Yuan didn't know where it originated from. Li Ran's actions were not inappropriate at all. He had lived in Shang Clan City for close to 10 years. If there was anything wrong with him, others would have noticed long ago. I am already in a rut, thinking too much. At this time, I need someone else's point of view to enlighten me. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. But he only trusted himself, even though Bai Ningbing swore an oath with him. Fang Yuan didn't trust Bai Ningbing at all. He was only using her to cultivate. The bone-flesh unity goo was much better than the liquor worm. With no one to help him, Fang Yuan could only rely on himself. But he was used to relying on himself and liked to do things by himself. Thus, he went to a shop. Shopkeeper, do you have a flash of inspiration goo? Fang Yuan asked several shops, but they didn't have it. Finally, one shop had it in stock, but when he asked for the price, it was 29,000 yuan stone. A flash of inspiration goo was a rank 3 consumable goo. It could be used up after one use. Who would spend so much yuan stone to buy such a thing? But the truth was, there were many people who used it. These people were recipe masters who specialized in deducing goo refinement recipes. When they met a bottleneck and were just a step away from success, they would choose to use this goo. Once this goo was used, it would give them the most crucial flash of inspiration, allowing them to break through the window and deduce a new recipe. The value of a new recipe was far more than 29,000 yuan stone. Thus, a flash of inspiration goo was priceless. If not for Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token, the shop would not sell it to him. Similar to a flash of inspiration goo, there was also immortal finger goo. But the latter was Tai Clan's exclusive grass goo. It was not available in the market. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, buying this flash of inspiration goo. This goo was like a sapphire tadpole, small and exquisite. It swung its tail and swam around. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence, and this goo immediately entered his mind, turning into a white light, and like a bolt of lightning, it cut through the dense fog for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He finally found the source of this strange feeling. Right, this Li Ran's life is decadent. He has no control. It looks like a mess, but there is a hidden pattern. He goes to a restaurant 7 times every 3 days, a gambling den twice every 7 days, and a brothel once every 5 days. Moreover, every 10 days or so, he would go to a restaurant called Fu Tai Xiang He. The messy and complicated information, under the effect of the A flash of inspiration goo, revealed the pattern within. This was the strange part. If he really had no control and did not think about the future, his life would definitely be rotten. How could there be such a pattern? 3 days later, Fu Tai Xiang He restaurant. Waiter, pay up. Li Ran retracted his gaze from the window, shouting. Coming, Lord Li Ran, this is a total of 5.5 yuan stone. Here are 6, keep the change. Li Ran threw out 6 yuan stone. Thank you, Lord, take care. Thud, thud, thud. Li Ran went down the stairs, walking out of the restaurant until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Upstairs, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. He called the waiter over, pointing at Li Ran's previous seat. The scenery here is too bad, I want to move to that table. According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came to this restaurant, he would sit near the window. This was really strange. No problem. The waiter laughed. A gentleman likes to sit here. What do you mean? Fang Yuan's brows raised slightly. Don't you want to see Qin Yen Brothel's red card, Lady in Yu? From that seat you can see Lady in Yu's room. If you are lucky you can even see her figure. Earlier that Lord Li Ran sat here every time to satisfy his craving. I reserved the seat for him every time, it only costs half a yuan stone each time. The waiter said sneakily. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan did not deny it, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window he could see Qin Yen Brothel 2 streets away. Qin Yen Brothel had 8 floors. The leading lady, Lady in Yu, was a rank 2 gu master. Her room was at the top floor. She had an extraordinary beauty, and her identity as a gu master could incite men's desire to conquer her. It was said that a single night's company would cost over 10,000 yuan stone. With Li Ran's wealth he could not afford such a huge sum, but was he really here to peep at Lady in Yu? From his experience in brothels, he was not a person who was infatuated. Fang Yuan looked outside. There were many restaurants around Qin Yen Brothel. Why did he choose this one? If he had an investigative gu that could increase his vision, it would make sense. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, he did not have such a gu. From this distance, even if Lady in Yu stood by the window, he would only be able to see a blurry face, right? This is... Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a tofu shop across the street. A mother and son were packing up the shop, preparing to close for the day. Fang Yuan recognized this mother and son. They were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me, Li Ran's true motive is to look at them? Fang Yuan could not help but think. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the topographic map of this street in his mind. To peep at Lady in Yu there were many better places than this. But to observe this mother and son, this was the only place with the best scenery. If Li Ran really wanted to observe this mother and son, why did he do it secretly? According to my investigation, he abandoned this mother and son a few years ago. Could it be that he felt guilty? Strange, if he felt guilty and wanted to care for his wife and son, he could have shown himself. Why did he need to hide? No, it could be that he felt ashamed and did not have the face to see his wife and son. But if he really felt guilty, why did he not repent? This is strange. He seems to be living a rotten life without restraint, but the truth is that his decadence is very regular. This regularity shows that he has great self-control. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an eerie light, countless thoughts flashing in his mind. He took a mouthful of food and chewed but could not taste it. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, like a person groping in a dark room, getting close to the door. All the clues, all the suspicious points, flashed through his mind in a frenzy. Such rapid thinking caused his eating speed to slow down. He slowly put down his chopsticks and slowly picked up the wine cup. The wine in the cup was clear like amber, emitting a rich fragrance. Suddenly Fang Yuan's black pupils dilated. The wine cup in his hand was raised halfway, and his entire arm was suspended in midair, motionless like a stone statue. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. So that's how it is. I understand now. He shouted excitedly in his heart, and a flash of light that was as dazzling as lightning flashed in his eyes. The fog of his past and present life disappeared, and all the suspicious points were connected. Fang Yuan found the answer. Chapter 288. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your future for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your reputation for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if the clan needs you to sacrifice your life, are you willing? I am willing. I was not wrong about you, Wu Ran. From your grandfather to your father, to you, you are all loyal servants of Wu clan. Now, the clan has a mission for you. This mission requires you to sacrifice your future, your reputation, and even your life. Lord Clan Leader, for the clan I am willing. Bright light shone in the darkness. Li Ran opened his eyes. Huff. He let out a breath of air, sitting up on the bed muttering, I dreamed again. This dream was not fake, it originated from the deepest part of his memories. Li Ran was his fake name, his real name was Wu Ran. The surname Wu had a huge meaning in Southern Border. Because it represented the #1 overlord of Southern Border, Wu clan. 11 years ago, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji personally met with Wu Ran, giving him a secret mission: enter Shang clan's higher-ups. For this, he concealed his identity, roaming outside for 3 years, before settling down in Shangclan City. He concealed himself for 8 years. 8 years, it has been 8 years. Wu Clan's clansmen must have forgotten about me already, right? Wu Ran is dead, there is only Li Ran left in this world. Li Ran sighed in his heart. He had concealed himself for too long. So much so that he almost forgot his real name. Here he wore a mask, living for 8 years, pretending to be a wastrel, an ordinary bottom-rung Gu master. Even to his wife who loved him deeply, he did not reveal anything. During this period he would go out every half a year, contacting Wu Clan once. It was always a one-way contact. He used his concealment skills to the extreme. Until a year ago the person he met told him. The clan was going to use this chess piece of theirs. The excitement he felt back then could not be expressed in words. After 8 years it is finally used, everything will be different. Li Ran sighed. He willed and took out a mischievous rock from his storage Gu. This stone was Fangjing square like a brick, and its surface was dotted with starlight. It was a star stone. If Fang Yuan were here he would definitely notice that this stone was very similar to the stepping stone in the gambling den. Li Ran gently stroked the stone with both hands. His brows furrowed slightly. As a spy he spent nearly 10 years in hiding. By creating an absolutely transparent past, he would definitely be able to win the trust of the merchants. However, just trust was not enough, he still needed extraordinary talent to dominate the battle stage of Shangclan City. That was why he was chosen by Shangclan and promoted, eventually becoming an external clan elder like Wei Yang, holding authority in Shangclan. The appearance of this talent had to be natural. It couldn't be too sudden. For this, Wu Clan leader, Empress Wu Ji, personally chose a Gu worm for him. This was a Gu that was filled with the colors of legends. Obtained from an ancient strength path inheritance in the current world, it could be said to be an extinct precious Gu. With this Gu, Li Ran would be able to stand out and dominate the battle stage. How to get this Gu? In order to not arouse suspicion, Wu Clan had already arranged it. That was rock gambling. Luck was the most inaccurate thing, and it was normal for an ancient Gu to be sealed in the stone. Demonic Gu Master Wei Xinjing. Empress Wu Ji had already secretly taken him in. Forging a low-grade stone was an easy task, he was not afraid of being seen through. Li Ran spent some effort. To make others believe that this was a stone from the gambling den, and not his own, he purposely chose a stepping stone in the gambling den. This stepping stone had been there for many years with people coming and going, no one noticed it. Li Ran first communicated with Wu Clan, and asked Wei Xinjing to forge a similar stellar stone. Next, his plan was to switch this stellar stone with the stepping stone when no one was paying attention. He was a Gu master and had been scouting for half a year, he naturally knew when he could switch without anyone noticing. When he unravels this stellar stone, everyone in the gambling den would testify for him, proving his good luck. After he obtains this Gu, he would turn over a new leaf, and act out the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He would rise up, find his wife and son, become an external elder of Shang Clan and complete his mission, bringing his wife and son back to Wu Clan. When he thought of his wife and son, Li Ran's heart surged with guilt. He loved his wife deeply, she was so kind and strong. At the same time, as a father, he wanted to give the best things in the world to his son. Originally, he was only making use of her, but as time passed, love grew, and he was unable to free himself from it. His son's birth made him even more worried. But in the end, because of the mission and his special identity, he had to leave temporarily. You must hate me now. I've done too many things to disappoint you. But no matter, soon I will be used, I will bring you happiness. Li Ran clenched his fists, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow he would go to the battle stage and have a battle. The day after he would bring this stellar stone to any gambling den and put on a good show. I had planned to use that stepping stone as a cover, but life is unpredictable. That stepping stone was actually chosen by someone else. That guy is truly an idiot choosing a stellar stone of such quality. But, the day after tomorrow I will also be an idiot. Li Ran laughed, storing the stellar stone back into his storage Gu. Although his plan had a setback, it was not a big deal. It was just a small accident. He had expected this possibility. He laid down again and in a while fell into a deep sleep. This time he did not dream. When he woke up the next day he felt great, full of energy and full of hope. He felt like he was a traveler in a dark valley. After a long journey, he finally saw the light in front of him. He saw the exit of the valley. 8 years of perseverance had finally paid off. Everything was so beautiful. Everything would become even better. With such a belief he came to the battle stage. This time he had already investigated his opponent, It was a rank 2 peak stage Gu master. He spent most of his time in 5th Inner City's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest Gu master, to be able to stay in the battle stage for so long without falling, he had his own strength. Li Ran did not have a trace of contempt in his heart. The Gu in his hands were somewhat rotten, their quality was not high. Furthermore, he had to disguise himself. He could not fight too fiercely, thus the outcome of this battle was uncertain. As expected, the battle continued as Li Ran expected. From probing to clashing, both sides were evenly matched, they were in a deadlock. The scene of the battle was very ugly, and the few spectators outside the arena were all hissing. Suddenly, Li Ran's eyes flashed with an obscure light. Chance. He acutely found a flaw in his opponent, and was about to attack. Suddenly he felt pain in his heart, his body stiffened, he was counterattacked by his opponent and was sent flying. Li Ran suffered a heavy blow and groaned in pain. His body was pushed back by more than 10 steps before he managed to stop. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the injuries on his body were completely incomparable to the shock and fear in his heart. My flower bud Gu. My flower bud Gu. Why did I lose contact with it? Inside there are stellar stones. At the same time in Li Ran's residence, the bedboard was lifted, revealing a secret compartment. Fang Yuan stood beside the secret compartment, holding a flower bud Gu. This Gu was a rank 2 Gu used to store things. It was shaped like a flower bud, light blue in color, but had a crystalline texture, sparkling and translucent. Although it was Li Ran's Gu under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, it was instantly refined. Fang Yuan's consciousness swept over it. The flower bud Gu contained many miscellaneous items. There was a bag of rice, oil, salt, vinegar, low-quality tea bricks, 30 to 40 yuan stone, and a few stubborn rocks. This is it. Fang Yuan's mind shook, he activated his primeval essence, and a black light shot out from the flower bud Gu. The black light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a stellar stone. It was of extremely poor quality, squarish like a brick, and very similar to the stepping stone. The moment the stellar stone appeared, the whole world seemed to have quietened down. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. Thump 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 thump. His heartbeat accelerated, clearly entering his ears. Everything in the surroundings, including this simple and crude hut and the bustling sounds of people outside the hut, faded away, leaving only the person below and the star stone in his hand. He held the heavy stellar stone in his hand, and felt a clear cold sensation from the surface of the stone. Fang Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a heated gaze. At the same time, the corners of his lips gradually curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. This smile widened as he opened his mouth, letting out a soundless laughter. The legendary Gu is finally in my hands. He shouted excitedly in his heart. Just as I guessed, this Li Ran is a spy sent by another clan. At Qingmao Mountain, I had once used rock gambling to conceal the origin of the liquor worm. He had the same plan. No wonder there was no Gu in that stepping stone. The rumors in my previous life were all a show he put on. Today he is going to the battle stage to fight. Regardless of whether he hid his strength or not, according to his previous battle results, his opponent's strength is about the same, thus it is hard to determine the victor. The stellar stone containing the legendary Gu is so important, it is inconvenient to fight with it on him. With his cautious nature he would not hide it in a storage Gu. Because if he lost the battle, one of his Gu worms would be taken by his opponent. Chapter 289. I admit defeat. Li Ran half knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. The opponent stopped his charge and stopped in time, not wanting to force Li Ran into a desperate situation. This was not beneficial to either side. Li Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, standing up shakily. To leave the battle as soon as possible, he purposely took a few hits from the opponent. The hosting Gu master walked onto the battle stage, announcing the result of the battle. Li Ran was already anxious. After retrieving the Vine information Gu, he pretended to signal to the host and walked out of the battle stage. He hastily took care of his injuries and hurriedly rushed back to his residence. Damn it, why did this happen? What happened? Why did I lose contact with the flower bud Gu? Li Ran's heart was shrouded in a heavy dark cloud. The flower bud Gu was refined by him. The moment it was refined by Fang Yuan, he immediately sensed it. Usually, there are only two possibilities in this situation. One is that the flower bud Gu was destroyed, the second is that it was refined by someone. Could it be that I've been discovered? No, the situation might not be that bad, it might just be that my house was robbed. Damn it, I have lived in Shang Clan City for 8 years, I know all the thieves here. To think that someone would be interested in my lousy place. Li Ran walked quickly. The stellar stone was extremely important. Even with his temperament he could not help but feel anxious. He regretted it. He should have hidden the flower bud goo in a more secretive place, and not just put it in the secret compartment under his bed. But the truth was this was not his fault. He lived alone to hide himself, he had no friends and had not seen his wife or children for several years. The brothels, gambling dens and restaurants that he frequented were filled with people. It was not a good place to hide things. He could hide it in a pawn shop or a bank, but to openly hide a trash rock, that was too strange. When Shang Clan investigates, this would be a huge problem. In Shang Clan City there were all sorts of people. There were many goo masters who were thieves. But to unravel the flower bud goo, he needed a rank 3 goo. But ordinary rank 3 goo masters would not be interested in his lousy place. Li Ran had been in hiding for half a year, and even he had almost forgotten about the past. When he had the hidden flower bud goo, he was very confident, but now his confidence had turned into self-blame. Let's hope this matter can be salvaged. Uneasily he hurried back to his room. The door was unlatched. He pushed open the door and saw that the place was in a mess. I've really been robbed. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Being robbed wasn't scary. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, there was still room for redemption. That's right. Li Ran consoled herself. Every time I contact the Wu family it's a one-way line. There was no evidence left in his hands at all. That legendary goo was also wrapped in the stellar rock. If one did not open the rock, who would understand its value? As long as I find the thief, with the connections I've built up over the past 8 years. With this in mind, he gradually steadied his emotions and eliminated the panic in his heart. Should I report it to the police? Borrow the power of the city guards to help me arrest the bandits? No, it was better to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. It would be best if he could safely retrieve the star stone. The city guards aren't reliable either. They won't do their best for a nobody like me. Maybe I should hire a Tai Clan goo master? At this time, his eyes narrowed as he discovered a goo on the bedboard that was flipped open. Heart sound goo. This goo was rank 2, greenish-black, about the size of a baby's thumb. It was like a snail, one end was big and the other small, and there were whorls on the surface. Heart sound goo is a set of 2 goo masters. It can allow 2 goo masters to communicate using their thoughts within 100 steps. Don't tell me, this was left behind by the thief for me? Li Ran's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he gritted his teeth and stuffed the heart sound goo into his ears like earplugs. Who are you? Li Ran injected his primeval essence and activated the heart sound goo, concentrating his thoughts and asking in his mind. Who am I is not important. The important thing is, this name Li Ran should be a fake name, right? Soon, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Li Ran's mind. In an instant, Li Ran's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. As if he was struck by lightning, he stood on the spot in a daze. Oh no, he found out my identity. Li Ran was inconsolable. The situation had developed into the worst possible outcome. But he was a spy who had been undercover for 8 years. Even with such a huge change, he still managed to calm his mind, concentrating his thoughts and asking Fang Yuan in his mind, fake name? What fake name? What do you mean? As he spoke, he carefully tiptoed and walked around the simple room. Next, he leaned against the wall and looked at the street outside the window. Heart sound goo's effective range is only 100 steps. This mysterious man must be near me. He quickly thought of a plan. Heart sound goo required one to concentrate their mind before they could converse. Ordinary thoughts and thoughts wouldn't be transmitted out. But Fang Yuan had already predicted his mental state. He laughed lightly. You don't need to pretend, Li Ran. I am not your enemy, I am only your partner. To express my sincerity we can meet. Meet? Li Ran was stunned. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. Walk out of the room now, turn left. Why should I listen to you? Li Ran shouted in his mind. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Don't test me, I will always know more than you can imagine. How about this, I will count to 5, you can think about it. 1. Fang Yuan counted. Li Ran thought rapidly. Even if the flower bud goo landed in the enemy's hands, he had no evidence to prove that he was a spy of Wu clan. He had been undercover for 8 years, how could he have evidence? 2. Fang Yuan's voice was calm. If he listened to Fang Yuan's threat now, it would be seen by people with ulterior motives, then it would prove his identity as a spy from another angle. But if he did not listen to him, what about the stellar stones? 5. Fang Yuan's voice continued to resound in his mind. Li Ran panicked, he cursed in his mind. Damn it, do you know how to count? Ehe, it seems you have thought it through. Fang Yuan laughed. Li Ran breathed heavily, his hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth and left the room. He walked out of the door, arriving at the busy street before turning left. After 50 steps, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind again. Turn right, go to the third fork, turn left. He can see my movements, he must be beside me. Which one is it? Li Ran's gaze was sharp, like an eagle, he looked at the people around him. I advise you not to look around, this is not your usual style. Tsk, after 8 years of undercover work, don't let it go to waste now, don't you agree? Fang Yuan's voice resounded. Damn it. Li Ran gritted his teeth, Fang Yuan's threat made him lower his head, staring ahead. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, he made many turns before Fang Yuan told him to stop. Turn around. Fang Yuan said, in your vision you can only see a restaurant. Go to the third floor of this restaurant, I'll wait for you there. Li Ran turned around and his heart skipped a beat. This restaurant was the rich, auspicious restaurant that he frequented. Could it be? He immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. The other party had so much information that he felt like he had been stripped naked and was standing in a world of ice and snow. He walked into the restaurant. A familiar waiter saw him and greeted him warmly. Lord Li Ran, you're here. Please come upstairs. Li Ran's expression was solemn as he forced a smile and walked up the stairs cautiously. He was only halfway up the stairs and had yet to reach the second floor. Wait, Fang Yuan said. Li Ran stopped and asked in his mind, what is it? Go downstairs and leave, Fang Yuan ordered. Li Ran harumphed, then turned around and went downstairs. The waiter saw him again and was puzzled, so he hurried forward. What's wrong, Lord? You don't want to eat? Li Ran waved his hand to dismiss him, then walked out of the restaurant. There's a Xiaobing vendor across from you. Go buy a few Xiaobing, Fang Yuan continued. Li Ran's eyes twitched, but he still listened to Fang Yuan's instructions and bought the Xiaobing. All right, return to the restaurant and come up to the third floor, Fang Yuan said. Veins popped up on Li Ran's forehead as he returned to the restaurant with the Xiaobing. When the waiter saw him again, he looked at him strangely. Lord Li Ran, if you want to buy Xiaobing, just let us know. We'll run errands for you. Get lost, Li Ran cursed, scaring the waiter so much that he shrunk his shoulders and hurriedly shut up. He walked to the third floor and stopped at the top of the stairs. Keep walking. Turn left after 2 or 3 steps and you'll see me, Fang Yuan transmitted. Li Ran obeyed, turning around a pillar. He finally saw Fang Yuan sitting at his usual spot. Next, he saw Fang Yuan waving his hand at him, inviting him to take a seat. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind, please. Li Ran did not speak, he walked to Fang Yuan and sat down, staring at Fang Yuan without blinking. The truth was, Fang Yuan's young face gave him quite a shock. In their conversation earlier, Fang Yuan had him completely in the palm of his hand. He subconsciously formed his impression of Fang Yuan, a cunning middle-aged man or perhaps old, wearing a hood and hiding his face in the darkness. But the truth was very different. The voice of the heart sound Gu was the same, one could not tell his age or even his gender. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Ran would not have thought that this mysterious person was so young. The fire in Fifth Inner City shone on Fang Yuan's face through the window. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were black like ink, deep and unfathomable. Li Ran engraved Fang Yuan's appearance in his mind. Although this was the first time he had seen Fang Yuan, he believed that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance. Chapter 290. On the dining table, the fragrance of food and wine permeated the air. Some of the guests were drinking, some were reciting poems, some were joking around. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Fang Yuan and Li Ran sat facing each other. They looked calm on the surface, but the truth was that they were in a state of mutual hostility. Li Ran's heart was filled with killing intent, while Fang Yuan looked relaxed, but he was on guard against him. Who are you? Li Ran used heart sound Gu and asked. I said this is not important. Give me the cake. Fang Yuan used heart sound Gu to reply the first half, but spoke the second half directly. Li Ran was stunned. He pushed the paper bag to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan opened the bag and took out the cake. He took a bite and nodded, smiling lightly. This is the taste. I have troubled you, sorry. Next, he used heart sound Gu. Do you know, I followed you a few times. I happened to be hungry outside this restaurant, so I bought a cake. It is very delicious. Why don't you try it? Li Ran did not have the mood to taste the cake. He snorted in his heart, transmitting, Are you not afraid I will poison it? On the surface he smiled. It is nothing, no trouble at all. Look at our relationship. Fang Yuan laughed, looking at Li Ran with deep meaning transmitting in his heart. Do you think I don't know what gu you have? Li Ran's smile became wider, but his heart sank. He is trying to warn me. That's right, the enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. He followed me but I did not sense it. They should have investigated me thoroughly long ago. If I fight him, I will be in trouble. Thus he is using this cake to warn me. Fang Yuan saw that Li Ran did not speak, his gaze was flickering. He knew he had succeeded and took out the stellar stone. Li Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to it, but it was immediately forcefully shifted away. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. No need to pretend, I know the all-out effort gu is sealed in here. What? Li Ran felt like he was struck by lightning, his mind shook. Even if his acting skills were profound, his face couldn't help but change at this moment, revealing panic and fear. He had been hoping that the secret of the Starstone would not be exposed. After all, it was created by Wei Xinjing, it was flawless. But to think that the situation was so dangerous, the other party actually knew that the all-out effort gu was sealed inside. Wait, only a few people know about the all-out effort gu. I also just got it from the contact not long ago. How did he know? Things are getting complicated. I am confident that there are no flaws on my side. It is highly possible that this information was leaked by the main family. If the main family can send a spy like me, then the other family can naturally send someone to the main family as well. The southern border's first-rate clans have infiltrated each other, the various sects have spies, this has long been a matter of mutual understanding. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that they know about the all-out effort gu? That's right, I've been so cautious, so how could he possibly catch hold of me and arouse suspicion? It's just that the main family has actually been infiltrated to this extent, it's truly terrifying. But maybe that's not the case. In this world there are too many peculiar gu. Fang Yuan gave Li Ran plenty of time to think. He was a smart person, the more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Subconsciously he would think of Fang Yuan as stronger, more mysterious, more terrifying, and his confidence would become weaker and weaker. Fang Yuan caressed the Starstone and waited for a while, feeling that it was about time. He transmitted, I want the all-out effort gu. Li Ran was stunned, not understanding Fang Yuan's deep meaning. But I know if I take away this gu, I will be attacked and retaliated by your family. Thus, I need your cooperation. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. To be able to scheme against Shang clan, it was definitely a large clan of the same level. If Fang Yuan forcefully took away the all-out effort gu, he would become enemies with this force. This starstone was like the bait on the hook. Fang Yuan wanted to eat this bait, but at the same time he had to prevent the hook from hooking his mouth. Li Ran could not help but show a mocking smile. You want me to cooperate with you? What a joke, on what basis? On the basis that I do not want to be enemies with you, on the basis that I have the purple thorn token, but do not want to expose you, on the basis that I am the same as you, I have people I want to protect. Fang Yuan said to Li Ran in his mind as he looked out of the window. At the same time he said, I heard that shop's tofu tastes good. Li Ran squinted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, he shouted in his mind, Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan shook his head, his eyes were like drifting clouds, revealing a trace of complex emotions. Li Ran immediately captured the sadness, sorrow, helplessness, and nostalgia in this emotion. Are you still not clear of your situation? Fang Yuan said in his mind, People like us, sandwiched between two forces, our lives are like walking on a tightrope, suppressing our true emotions in the deepest part of our hearts, we might lose our heads at any moment. Since we chose this path we have to walk it. For the sake of our family we have no regrets. However, some people are clearly innocent, so why should they bear the risk and be implicated because of us? Li Ran's heart trembled and he looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Are you also a spy? Fang Yuan smiled helplessly, his smile bitter. What do you think? Seeing this smile, Li Ran's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not show the slightest hint of unnaturalness. He turned his head to look out the window. Li Ran knew that he was looking at his wife and son. Fang Yuan's gaze was so gentle, so absent-minded, as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. Li Ran did not think that Fang Yuan's emotions were fake, because this young man's age was limited. How could such emotions be faked? Even if he had lived for so long he would not be able to fake it. This was his true feelings. He could not help but feel a subtle sense of recognition for Fang Yuan. They were all in the same boat, there was no need to know each other. Fang Yuan blinked, retracting his gaze as he said, Li Ran, you have been hiding in Shang Clan City for 8 years. If your identity is exposed, your mission will be a complete failure. Your failure may endanger your life. But more importantly, it will be a loss to the clan. You will fail to live up to the clan's expectations. Li Ran clenched his fists. Fang Yuan's words struck a chord in his heart. He was extremely loyal to the clan, it had already reached the level of faith. Otherwise the clan would not have chosen him to be a spy. Fang Yuan continued, if you fail, your wife will have no husband. Your son is only 5 years old, he will have no father. If your identity is exposed, they will most likely die because of you. You can only succeed step by step, climb to the position of external elder, that is your goal, right? But do you think it will be your final destination? No, you will remain hidden forever. As long as Shang Clan does not fall, the clan will need you as a spy. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head again. How could he not have considered these things before? But as he thought about it, he did not dare to think about it anymore. The future was too long. If he thought too much, the pressure would be too great, he would lose the courage to continue. That is why you need allies, brother Li Ran. Fang Yuan continued, you will not betray the clan, I will not betray the clan either. You have people you want to protect, so do I. We can work together. We need external help to ensure the safety of our friends and family. Only by living can we better contribute to the clan. And Shang Clan is our common goal. Of course, this cooperation is limited to personal matters. If the clans behind us start a war, you will be the first enemy I will eliminate. After a short pause, Fang Yuan added. Li Ran snorted coldly. Fang Yuan said it so straightforwardly, it showed the truth of his words. To him, loyalty to the clan was the most important, followed by love for his family and finally his own life. Fang Yuan's suggestion satisfied all 3 of his needs. But can this person in front of me be trusted? Cooperation between spies from different forces? It is simply wishful thinking. Perhaps, it was because of his youth, his intelligence, and his boldness that he could make such a request? If I was as young as him, I might do the same. The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt Fang Yuan's sincerity. The most important thing was that he had no way out. In front of Fang Yuan he had already been exposed. If Fang Yuan exposed him, his mission would fail, and his 10 years of hard work would be for naught. How could he be willing to accept that? Human nature was complicated, one of them was called luck. Li Ran was like a person who was forced to the edge of a cliff. With enemies approaching, he could only jump. Even if he did not know what was below the cliff, he would still pray, hoping that there was a deep pool below, or that he would be saved by the trees growing in the cracks of the rocks. He fell into a long silence. After a while, he used heart sound gu. How can I trust you? Fang Yuan smiled, taking out a poison vow gu. 3 days later, Fang Yuan took out the all-out effort gu in the gambling den, causing an uproar in the gambling area. Did you hear? Someone took out the all-out effort gu in Lan Chao gambling den. It really is the all-out effort gu? That is an extinct ancient gu. It can summon beast phantoms with a 100% success rate. You only found out now? I know much more than you. This lucky bastard is called Guyue Fangjing. I don't know where he came from, but he actually has a purple thorn token. Actually, the all-out effort gu did not belong to him. A gu master called Li Ran chose it, but he bumped into Guyue Fangjing while walking. Guyue Fangjing made things difficult for him, and took 3 rocks as compensation. And that all-out effort gu was among them. Sigh, this Li Ran is really unlucky, the all-out effort gu should have been his. This is fate. Lan Chao gambling den. No, I have to go take a look. Chapter 291. This is the all-out effort gu? In the secret room, Wei Yang looked at the gu in his hand, sighing as his eyes shined with a strange light. All-out effort gu shaped like a horned beetle. Right now, it was quietly coiled around Wei Yang's palm, occupying his entire palm with a heavy weight. It was oval in shape with an armored shell, its spine arched. On its head was a majestic and powerful horn, appearing heavy and mighty. It had 3 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful. Its body was dark brown, emitting a shiny metallic luster. One look and one could tell that this gu was not an ordinary object. That's right, this is the rank 3 all-out effort gu. Use it to activate the beast phantom and you will be able to move as you wish. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite Wei Yang, replying. Wei Yang sighed deeply, returning the all-out effort gu to Fang Yuan. Time is right, fate is right. Brother Fangjing, are you really going to choose the strength path? He still wanted to persuade him. Fang Yuan nodded, not speaking, but his resolute gaze said it all. Wei Yang sighed again. If it was before, he would still have some confidence. But now, Fang Yuan obtained this all-out effort gu. He knew that Fang Yuan's decision to walk the strength path could not be changed. Fate is truly mysterious, brother. You obtained the all-out effort gu, it will be of great help to you. All-out effort gu is undoubtedly the core of a set of gu worms. Since you are so insistent, I will not persuade you anymore. But I still have some things to remind you. Just treat it as me nagging. Fang Yuan said seriously, I don't dare, please advise me, brother Wei. Although you obtained the all-out effort gu, times are different now. If this all-out effort gu is the core, you need to ensure its safety. It is a rank 3 gu now, in the future you need to fuse it to rank 4 or 5. But it is not your vital gu, the fusion is dangerous. If the all-out effort gu is destroyed during the fusion, your entire set of gu worms will face the danger of collapsing. So, my first suggestion for you is to change your vital gu. Shang Clan can help you in this aspect. To match gu worms, just one core is far from enough, we need several main fulcrums. In this aspect you have to choose carefully and think it through maturely. If the choice was wrong, the all-out effort gu's value would not be displayed. Actually, during the olden antiquity era, strength path was prevalent and there were many gu worms that matched the all-out effort gu. But now, most of them have gone extinct. If you want to set up your gu worms, you cannot copy them from the olden antiquity era, you have to figure it out yourself. There is another extremely important matter that you must pay attention to. Although you have the all-out effort gu, you don't have the relevant refinement recipe. Fortunately, most of the ancient recipes had been passed down. Some secret recipe masters should have them. You need to collect them carefully. At this point, Wei Yang hesitated. You can try searching for the strength Dao inheritance from the ancient era. The Wu clan had been developing such an inheritance a few years ago. If you are able to encounter such an inheritance, your future will surely be bright. I also hope to see the path of strength revitalized and flourish in you, my old brother. With that, Wei Yang took the initiative to leave. Fang Yuan sent him to the door, and watched as Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan stood at the door of the secret room, his gaze solemn. He had already thought of Wei Yang's suggestions and had a strategy in mind. He already had a copy of the all-out effort gu's refinement recipe. He had gotten it from Li Ran. Wu clan provided Li Ran with the all-out effort gu, and naturally gave him the recipe as well. But this recipe could only fuse the rank 3 all-out effort gu into rank 4. Beyond rank 4, Fang Yuan had to solve it himself. However, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 initial stage now. For the time being, he did not need to worry about the rank 5 fusion recipe. As for what gu worm to pair with the all-out effort gu as the fulcrum, Fang Yuan had his own plans. He had always planned for every step he took and had a plan in mind. The strength path combination should use the all-out effort gu as the core, with self-reliance gu and bitter strength gu as the fulcrum. Together with all the other gu, this gu set would be its small success. But to reach large success, I will need the 3 kings' inheritance. 2 to 3 years in Shang Clan City, he would gather a set of gu worms and reach small success. When the 3 kings' inheritance opens, he would use his rebirth advantage to replenish his gu worms, and reach large success in this gu set. This was Fang Yuan's next plan. This plan needs to be completed well because after the 3 kings' inheritance, there will be a great battle between righteous and demonic on Tian Mountain. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one reap great benefits from the fire. Time is really tight. As for the first, vital gu. Fang Yuan's vital gu was the spring-autumn cicada. This could not be changed. But the fusion of the all-out effort gu would be difficult. Using gu was risky and refining it required caution. If Fang Yuan's luck was bad, and he killed the all-out effort gu during the refinement, his set of gu worms would lose its most basic support like a person losing their soul. If that happened, the consequences would be terrible, and it would be like Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation failing on the verge of success. However, in the situation where the all-out effort gu was not his vital gu, there was a way to ensure that it would not die during the fusion. Wei Yang did not know because his level was too low. Fang Yuan, however, knew 3 ways. The first was to go to the land of invincibility. This was the inheritance of invincibility, far away in central continent, the sacred land that refinement masters yearned for. The second was undefeated 100 battles gu, used during gu refinement, it had 100% chance of success. The third was also a gu called remaining green mountain. As long as there is life there is hope. Only by keeping a useful body, can one hope to reverse the situation? Using this goo could protect the core goo. Even if the fusion failed and the other goo were destroyed, the all-out effort goo would still be there. The land of invincibility was too far away, impossible. Undefeated 100 battles goo was an extremely precious rank 5 goo in the olden antiquity era, and now it was extinct. Remaining Green Mountain was in the hands of some famous refinement masters. This was a rank 4 goo, it was hard to obtain, but there was a trace of hope. In the Three Kings Inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles goo. If I take it, the all-out effort goo can advance to rank 4. Next, I will think of other methods. Now it is time to change the blood. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not have the all-out effort goo earlier, and although he had hundreds of thousands of yuan stones, he did not make a move. Now that the all-out effort goo was in his hands, he finally made his move. He did not need to leave Nanqiu Garden. He went to the study room and took out a large stack of visiting cards. Ever since he gambled the all-out effort goo, rumors flew everywhere in Shang Clan City. Everyone was like a cat that smelled fish, rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to protect him, and had participated in Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. His identity was special, no one dared to use force against him. They all sent their visiting cards, but Fang Yuan had been living in seclusion these days, not meeting any guests. At this moment, Fang Yuan took out the visiting cards. A portion of them were from recipe masters, hoping to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan, and borrow the all-out effort goo for research. The goo worms that originated from ancient times were of great help to them in deducing recipes. Another portion were famous goo masters. There were all kinds of names, hoping to fight with Fang Yuan or exchange goo with Fang Yuan and so on. The largest portion were goo masters representing various shops and clans, wanting to buy the all-out effort goo from Fang Yuan at a high price. Fang Yuan picked out a small portion of them. He called his servants and gave some instructions. Not long after, a group of goo masters ran over eagerly. Fang Yuan met them in the hall. I am not selling the all-out effort goo, I am meeting everyone today because I want to make some other transactions. These words made everyone disappointed. Some were still unwilling to give up, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. They could only give up. After an hour and a half, a few business deals were settled and the crowd dispersed. 2 days later, the goo worms were in place. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, but he paid a huge price for it. Goo worms were too expensive. After spending hundreds of thousands of primeval stones, the white-browed old man formed by the clouds and mist in the primeval elder goo was already hunching his back, his face full of worry and sorrow, looking very miserable. Another day later, Fang Yuan stepped into the battle stage again. This time it caused a commotion. Outside the battle stage there was a huge crowd, almost rubbing shoulders with each other. The person he was fighting was none other than Li Ran. He looked at Fang Yuan, his expression distorted, his eyes spewing fire as he shouted, "Guo Fangjing, you stole my opportunity, you are despicable. Today I will take back what is rightfully mine." Who asked you to bump into me? I asked you for compensation, but you can't pay me yuan stone. You are willing to use that stubborn stone to repay your debt. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, replying. The spectators outside the stage started to discuss. It was extremely noisy. Fang Yuan and Li Ran's conversation confirmed the rumors that had been going around for the past few days. Li Ran grabbed his hair, shouting, "Fangjing, you evil tyrant, I was forced by you. I only bumped into you by accident, but you grabbed onto me and did not let go. Today I will seek justice." Saying so, Li Ran pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, waiting for him to get close. He willed. Vertical crash goo. Whoosh. The sound of the wind suddenly rose. He took a step forward, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward a distance of 50 steps. Li Ran only felt his vision blur before Fang Yuan appeared in front of him. All-out effort goo. Fang Yuan willed again, and with a burst of light, the phantom of a wild boar appeared in the air behind him. The wild boar was dark, it had sharp fangs, the strong wind blew, it looked fierce. "Oh no!" Li Ran shouted, quickly dodging. Fang Yuan passed by him. Although Li Ran was not hit directly, his arm was grazed. With a loud crack, the bones in Li Ran's arm were fractured, and the defensive light around him dissipated. He fell to the side and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Just one attack. Did he use all-out effort goo earlier? That Li Ran is too weak, he is not Fangjing's match. The spectators gasped, exclaiming, Chapter 292. Fang Yuan rushed out for 50 steps before he stopped his momentum. He turned around, facing Li Ran, and was about to continue attacking. But Li Ran had already raised his hand, shouting, "Wait, I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat." Once he said that, the crowd went silent before clamoring. "What is going on? He is not fighting anymore? We spent Yuan stone to come here to see the all-out effort Gu. You coward, are you a man? Stand up and fight again." The crowd was furious. Many people were so angry that they began to pant heavily. They felt that they had wasted their primeval stones and began to curse and swear. But a portion of them understood Li Ran. There is no way to fight. Li Ran was wise to admit defeat. That attack earlier was enough to show the difference. If this goes on, Li Ran's life will be in danger. This Li Ran is an old fox in the battle stage. With his experience, I'm not surprised that he did this. Clang. A clear bell rang, announcing the end of the battle stage. At the side of the battle stage, everyone started to leave, including Fang Yuan. "Fangjing, don't leave." Li Ran suddenly spoke, stopping him. Fang Yuan frowned, turning around to look at him. "What are you trying to do?" Everyone's footsteps slowed down. "Fangjing, I am indebted to you, but you injured me. You are repaying kindness with enmity. You have to compensate me." Li Ran shouted. These words were shameless. You were the one who overestimated yourself and wanted to challenge him, but got injured. How could you accuse him of repaying kindness with enmity? Many people heard this and scoffed, feeling even more disdain towards Li Ran. Challenging Fang Yuan forcefully, that was because he was angry, it was normal. Now he was still pestering Fang Yuan, that was unreasonable. Fang Yuan shook his head, turning around to leave. "I injured your head too, right?" Many people laughed loudly. But Li Ran struggled to stand up, shouting at Fang Yuan, "Fangjing, I know you. You clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. It is said that a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring, and a single spark of hatred will burn the prairie. Shang Xinci gave you some small benefits, but you risked your life to save her and protected her to Shang Clan City. Shang Clan leader wanted to give you rewards, but you rejected all of them, saying that they were even. It was Shang Clan leader who forced the purple thorn token on you. Fangjing, you are also indebted to me. Tell me, if I did not choose that stellar stone, would you have obtained the all-out effort Gu? No. I don't care about other people, but I know you. I know you. Although you're a bit overbearing, you'll definitely repay kindness. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sleep well. Am I right? Think about it, you owe me a favor. Can you sleep well in the future? Humph, that's because you haven't seen Fang Yuan's true colors. Bai Ning Bing sneered in her heart when she heard Li Ran's words. Fang Yuan obtained the all-out effort Gu, arousing her curiosity. After all, Fang Yuan had always been her imaginary enemy. But Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Under everyone's gazes, he turned around and faced Li Ran, his expression solemn. "Hearing you say that, it sounds like I do owe you a favor. But first of all, you were the one who offended me first. Secondly, I cannot give the all-out effort Gu to others. What do you think I should do?" Fang Yuan's words caused the people who were leaving to stop in their tracks and look at him. Bai Ning Bing gasped in her heart, feeling surprised. All-out effort Gu might be a rank 3 Gu, but it originated from the olden antiquity era. It is one of a kind now. Its true value is hard to estimate. Just give me 100,000 yuan stone, and you won't owe me a favor. Li Ran thought about it and said. Is this Li Ran an idiot? Asking for such an exorbitant price, such an idiot sigh. How can you make such a request? How shameless. Everyone shook their heads, feeling disdain towards Li Ran. Fang Yuan thought about it and shook his head. 100,000 yuan stone cannot repay this favor. I will only be at ease if I give you 200,000 yuan stone. Saying so, he waved his hand and summoned the primeval Elder Gu, taking out all the yuan stones inside. On the battle stage, a pile of yuan stones appeared. This is 80,000 yuan stone, I only have this much now. When I have more money in the future, I will compensate you. What? Fang Yuan's words shocked everyone. He actually gave it to me? He even raised the price to 200,000. Many people were tongue-tied. Did I see wrongly? Although this Li Ran did not get the all-out effort Gu with so many yuan stones as compensation, it is not bad. Many people blinked, looking at the pile of yuan stones, almost drooling. This Fangjing is really... Many people looked at Fang Yuan's back as he left, showing a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Although they did not get to see the power of the all-out effort Gu, the interesting conversation between Li Ran and Fang Yuan was very beneficial to them. This battle quickly spread through the mouths of the crowd, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, the news spread rapidly in Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token was widely known, dispelling the ill intentions of many people. Many people started to envy Li Ran, while many were suspicious of Fang Yuan's promise of 200,000 yuan stone. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's reputation of distinguishing kindness and grudges was spread. Back at Nanqiu Garden. You really intend to give that Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. This was not Fang Yuan's style. Of course. Fang Yuan replied simply. He would not tell Bai Ningbing that this was a secret agreement between him and Li Ran. Li Ran helped Fang Yuan put on a show and told Fang Yuan the refinement recipe, while Fang Yuan compensated Li Ran with 200,000 yuan stone. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, not believing it. She sneered, spending 200,000 yuan stone to buy a reputation, is it worth it? Fang Yuan chuckled, haven't you heard of the story of Reputation Gu? Bai Ningbing's gaze was hesitant. What are you trying to say? Reputation is a bridge, it can allow people to cross the abyss. Reputation is a token of passage, it is even more valuable than the purple thorn token, allowing people to move freely. 200,000 is not even enough to buy a purple thorn token. I spent 200,000 to buy reputation, this is the cheapest deal in the world, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted, thinking of his foresight. Gu, she believed him for the time being. The story of Reputation Gu originated from Ren Zhu's legends. Verdant Great Sun once drank too much, and when he woke up, his head hurt, forgetting everything that happened when he was drunk. He did not know why, but he was trapped on a lone peak. Around the lone peak, there was an abyss that was thousands of feet wide. The abyss was filled with whirlpool-like winds, lumps of wind were pale green, this was ordinary wind. The wind blew the dust, it was dark yellow mortal dust. Verdant Great Sun's heart sank. Because he recognized that this was an ordinary abyss, no living being had ever been able to fly past it. He was trapped on this lone peak, unable to leave, he would starve to death sooner or later. Fortunately, there was a dense forest on the lone peak. Verdant Great Sun was hungry, so he came to this forest to find wild fruits to appease his hunger. But this forest was very strange, the black soil was like a swamp, giving off an aura of death. Every tree did not have any leaves, and their thin branches were like strange claws. But when the wind blew, there was the sound of rustling leaves. Verdant Great Sun could not find food, and fell into despair, knowing that he did not have long to live. A few days passed, his limbs were weak from hunger, and he could only lean on a tree lying on the ground. He gradually fainted. In his stupor, he heard many voices talking. Hey, look, this person finally fainted. Just as I expected, he's done for. Actually, ordinary abyss can be left, we just need to get Reputation Gu. Reputation Gu is at the center of Whisper Forest, suppressed by a rock. Unfortunately, he does not know, ha ha ha. Shoo, let's talk softly, it would be bad if he hears us. It's fine. He has already fainted, not long later, he will be buried by the black soil, turning into nutrients to nourish our trees. Hearing this, Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. It turned out that this forest was the Whispering Forest. The rustling of leaves he had heard before was the sound of whispers in the forest. According to the information he had heard, Verdant Great Sun walked to the center of the forest, moved the rock and obtained Reputation Gu. Reputation Gu was like a chrysanthemum, its petals were golden and dazzling, emitting a smell that was both fragrant and smelly. Reputation Gu said to Verdant Great Sun, Young man, thank you for moving the rock and saving me. To repay you, I have decided to help you cross ordinary abyss. Reputation Gu told Verdant Great Sun how to use himself. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed, he went to ordinary abyss and stuffed Reputation Gu into his mouth, and shouted with all his strength. What was strange was that no matter how hard he shouted, there was no sound. However, the ordinary abyss was shaken to the point where it continuously shook, the disturbance simply as if mountains were collapsing and earth splitting. The air was filled with a wonderful fragrance. Verdant Great Sun was not suspicious because he knew from Reputation Gu. Reputation itself was silent, but it could spread far and wide, causing a huge commotion. Following his shout, a golden bridge appeared in the air. But the golden bridge had a limit, there was still a long distance to the other side. Verdant Great Sun was too hungry, he was too tired, he tried several times, but the effect kept decreasing, there was no hope of saving himself. The Reputation Gu heaved a sigh. Sigh, you have not eaten for a long time, although you have qi in your stomach, the quantity is small. From your stomach it has to pass through your stomach, chest, throat and finally exit. The journey is too long. We need to reduce the distance, this way you can press me between your two butts. Verdant Great Sun did as he was told. Reputation Gu landed near his lower body, turning into a chrysanthemum hole. Alright, you can adjust your chi now and shout again. Reputation Gu said. Verdant Great Sun then transferred a gust of chi and expelled it from his body through this hole. Puff. In a daze, Verdant Great Sun seemed to hear a muffled sound. The air was filled with an unbearable stench, but that golden bridge became majestic, spanning over 1,000 feet, reaching the other side of the shore. A bad reputation was always easier and more stable than a good one. Verdant Great Sun quickly stepped on the bridge, crossing ordinary abyss and successfully saving himself. Chapter 293. 8 days later. Nanshio Garden. In the small square, the starstone tiles were laid out, the view was clear and the stars were shining brightly. Fang Yuan stood at one end of the square with his hands behind his back, his legs slightly apart and his eyes closed, breathing deeply and slowly. In front of him there were more than 10 stone pillars. Each stone pillar had a diameter of 6 meters, and they were black and hard. The stone pillars were spaced apart, almost covering the whole square. Huff, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly opening his eyes. Immediately, it was as if lightning flashed in the air. Charge. He took large strides and after a few steps he arrived in front of a stone pillar. His footsteps stopped, he twisted his waist and swung his arm, punching horizontally. Bam! With a muffled sound, the stone pillar shook, and a spherical crater was formed, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere. Again. Fang Yuan held his breath, attacking with fists and palms. At the same time, flying kicks, elbows, knees, shoulders, every part of his body was turned into a sharp weapon. Bam, bam, bam. Muffled sounds continued, the stone pillar shook continuously, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Fang Yuan did not stop in one breath, his attacks were like a torrential storm, endless and unending. In a moment, this stone pillar had shrunk to half its original size, like a small tree in a storm. Crack. Fang Yuan fiercely kicked horizontally, and with a crisp sound, the stone pillar that was already in danger finally could not endure anymore, breaking into two and falling to the ground. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his leg, breathing slightly hurried, a thin layer of sweat seeping out of his forehead. He looked at the ground. These two broken stone pillars were already beyond recognition. The surface was full of potholes, the traces of Fang Yuan's punches and kicks. This is because I did not use all-out effort Gu, normal attacks can't bring out the beast phantom. Swoosh. He let out a soft shout, took 2 large strides and suddenly rushed in front of the nearest stone pillar. His right hand turned into a palm, and heavily slammed towards the stone pillar. Ow! A shadow of a brown bear suddenly appeared in the air behind Fang Yuan. It had a plump body and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp white teeth. At the same time he raised his right palm and slapped, which was very similar to Fang Yuan's movements. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of power in his right palm. Boom! Fang Yuan slammed into the stone pillar, causing a loud sound. The thick stone pillar, which even 2 people would not be able to wrap their arms around, was instantly broken. With a loud boom it fell to the ground. A shallow pit appeared on the floor. A rebounding force immediately transmitted towards Fang Yuan, shaking Fang Yuan's right palm to the point of numbness. After Fang Yuan bought the brown bear innate strength Gu, he had been using it. Now that he had succeeded, he gained the strength of a bear. I had to strike that stone pillar dozens of times before I managed to destroy it. After using the all-out effort Gu, he only needed 1 strike to break the stone pillar. Fang Yuan sensed the gap between them. All-out effort Gu was not an attack-type Gu, but a support-type Gu. But once it was used, it had a miraculous effect. The difference between Fang Yuan's strength before and after was like heaven and earth. It was rare to use a support Gu as the core. Most Gu masters use support Gu in their Gu set, and were only the main support. For example, Wei Yang. Wei Yang used the movement Gu Rainbow Light Gu as the core, the offensive Blade Light Gu as one support, and the support Light Source Gu as the second support. The Light Source Gu could greatly reduce the primeval essence expenditure of Light-type Gu. All-out effort Gu could be used as a support Gu, but it could be used as the core. From this aspect one could see its value. But, although the Canopy Gu's defense is impressive, it lacks rigidity. If it were golden shield goo, the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan thought. During the entire attack he had been using the canopy goo. Otherwise, his hands and legs would have been destroyed. The effect of force was mutual. Although Fang Yuan's bones were like steel, his skin, flesh, tendons and blood were all mortal. If not for the canopy goo's protection, his bones would have been fine, but his flesh would have been mangled. However, golden shield goo was not in stock yet. Fang Yuan was out of money. Initially he had over 900,000 yuan stone, but Bai Ningbing took half of it. Then for the all-out effort goo he spent a lot of money in the gambling den. Furthermore, his food, lodging and feeding his goo worms were all very expensive in Shang clan's third inner city. After that, he changed his resources and invested a large amount of yuan stone. 8 days ago, he had handed over the remaining 80,000 primeval stones to Li Ran in front of everyone on the practice field. Right now not only was Fang Yuan clean, he was also in debt. Because according to the poison vow, he still needed to give Li Ran 120,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan knew this was a necessary investment. Reputation was secondary, the most important thing was to stabilize Li Ran, and show him a sincere cooperation. Even though Fang Yuan had used the going back on his words goo to get rid of the poison vow goo a few days ago, Li Ran was an unexpected gain for Fang Yuan. Killing Li Ran would leave behind evidence and arouse Shang clan's suspicions. It was a bad move. Thus Fang Yuan did not kill him. To Fang Yuan, Li Ran was a chess piece. Even though he was not useful, he was very useful. In the future, Fang Yuan might even be able to get the rank 5 all-out effort goo's refinement recipe from Wu clan through Li Ran. Right now the most important thing was to stabilize Wu clan through Li Ran. 3 days ago, Li Ran had used the emergency method to contact the person in charge. He expressed that Fang Yuan could be used. This way Wu clan's chances of revenge would be very low. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to begin with. If they touched Fang Yuan, they would attract Shang clan's attention. Fang Yuan also had rank 3 cultivation. With the all-out effort goo, his battle strength rose sharply. If they really wanted revenge, they would have to send a rank 3 or 4 goo master. Mobilizing such a clan elder level strength had already broken the tacit agreement between the top clans. This was the benefit of keeping Li Ran alive. Again. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and shouted. He lowered his body, holding his arm as he willed, pouring 5% of his light silver primeval essence into vertical crash goo. Vertical crash. The goo worm's mystical strength made his legs fly forward uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. In a straight line he moved for more than 10 steps, knocking down 3 stone pillars. When it reached the 4th stone pillar, it kept shaking, but in the end it did not collapse. This was under the situation where Fang Yuan did not use the all-out effort goo. Vertical crash goo was a movement goo that Fang Yuan bought. Its effect was to forcefully break through. If there were no obstructions, he charged forward for 50 steps before coming to a halt. If there was an obstruction, it would be less than 50 steps. This goo was more suitable for Fang Yuan than jumping grass. The jumping ability of jumping grass came from the goo worm itself. And vertical crash goo's strength came from Fang Yuan himself. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength, the better the vertical crash goo's ability to forcefully break through. During the battle with Li Ran, Fang Yuan activated Boar Phantom at the same time. It was a perfect combination, heavily injuring Li Ran at once. Horizontal charge. Fang Yuan activated another goo, and his whole body charged horizontally like a tyrannical crab, crashing into the stone pillar. This was horizontal charge goo, similar to vertical crash goo, but it charged horizontally. Fang Yuan sold the jumping grass, and bought horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo as his movement goo. No doubt, these 2 goo could exert strength while moving, and were very suitable for strength path goo masters, making movement itself a method of attack. When I reach rank 4, I can fuse these 2 goo into charging crash goo and use it. This was a long-term investment, it could save him money. Next, Fang Yuan used these 2 goo worms alternately, turning into a raging bull charging around the square. This time he was multitasking. Not only was he using horizontal charge goo or vertical crash goo, he was also using all-out effort goo. The stone pillars were sent flying and smashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Using Boar Phantom I can send 5 stone pillars flying and knock down 8. Using Bear Phantom I can send 7 stone pillars flying and knock down 5. Using Crocodile Phantom I can send 3 stone pillars flying and knock down 4. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the intricacies of this. Evidently, Boar Strength was suitable for charging, it had a long range and the effect was good. Brown Bear Strength was strong in the first half, but weak in the second half. As for crocodile strength, it was not suitable for charging attacks. Currently, all-out effort Gu can only activate one Gu's strength. I cannot use Boar Phantom and Bear Phantom at the same time. That is to say, my strength of 2 boars is a waste. If I use other beast strengths, I can increase my offensive abilities in other areas. Right now, I have the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear and 1 crocodile and have reached the limits of my body. It is time to use Steel Tendon Gu. Fang Yuan had already bought the Steel Tendon Gu. Steel Tendon and Iron Bone complementing each other. But Steel Tendon Gu was different from Iron Bone Gu. The latter was an expendable Gu, while the former needed to be used continuously for a period of time before the quantity would reach a qualitative change, forming a steel tendon effect on Fang Yuan's body. After calling the servants to clean up the plaza, Fang Yuan returned to his secret room. He did not want to waste a single second, and started to use Steel Tendon Gu to modify his body. 3 days later, 5th Inner City Battle Stage. A blue-clothed man stood in front of Fang Yuan, gasping for breath with lingering fear. I only fought with this kid for 5 to 6 rounds and I suffered heavy injuries. All-out effort Gu is really something. Every move can create Beast Phantom. It is too terrifying. This blue-clothed man stared at Fang Yuan, trying to raise his spirits. I cannot lose. As long as I defeat him according to the battle stage's rules, I can obtain the all-out effort Gu. With this Gu, I can also cultivate the strength path. The blue-clothed man thought of this and shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Water Prison Gu. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue water ball. The water ball quickly expanded and enveloped Fang Yuan's whole body. Fang Yuan snorted and waved his fist in the water, casually punching. Boar Phantom. The water ball shook 3 times, deforming intensely but did not break. It's useless to deal with me. I borrowed money from loan sharks to buy this rank 3 water prison Gu. The blue-clothed man laughed proudly. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, and without any panic he sent out another palm. Bear Phantom. The water ball shook fiercely, deforming intensely, almost breaking, but eventually returned to its original shape. Beast strength is fierce, water is soft. Using softness to overcome hardness, you cannot break it. The blue-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief. But at this time, Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked sideways. Crocodile Phantom. Crocodiles were different from boars and brown bears. They were amphibious creatures and were familiar with water. Crack. The water ball suddenly broke and the effect was immediate. What? The blue-clothed man turned pale with fright. Vertical crash Gu. Bam. The blue-clothed man was sent flying by Fang Yuan, spurting out large amounts of blood, and only landed on the ground after flying for 20 steps. He struggled to get up but fell down again halfway. Motionless. Chapter 294. Even Wang Han lost, dying in the battle stage. This lad is too ruthless. He doesn't know how to show mercy. All-out effort Gu is truly powerful. Outside the battle stage, everyone discussed. Fang Yuan kicked out the water prison and charged over, directly killing the blue-shirt man. The battle ended abruptly. The blue-shirt man's chest caved in, his white ribs were exposed, and soon blood dyed the battle stage red. The hosting Gu master walked up the stage and announced Fang Yuan's victory. The blue-shirt man's corpse, however, was left untouched. After retrieving the Vine information Gu from the hosting Gu master, Fang Yuan checked with his mind. He had 17 victories and 0 losses. After all, this was only 5th Inner City's battle stage. Rank 2 Gu masters were the majority, and Fang Yuan had the advantage with his cultivation. With the all-out effort Gu, other than the first few matches, the rest were decided in a few rounds. These victories gave Fang Yuan a large amount of Yuan stone. Winning a match in the battle stage, not only could he take away the opponent's Gu worm, he could also obtain Yuan stone from the battle stage as a reward. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone the reward would be. Li Ran, here is 50,000 Yuan stone. I will give it to you in front of everyone in case you go back on your word. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out a pile of Yuan stones. Li Ran walked out of the crowd and under countless envious gazes, he smiled and kept these Yuan stones. Fang Jing, you are a trustworthy person indeed. You gave 80,000 earlier, now it is 50,000, it is 130,000 already. He cupped his fists and left after saying that. The crowd went into an uproar again. This Fang Jing, he gave 80,000 earlier, now he is giving 50,000, where did he get so much money? Someone did not understand. It is not strange. In this half a month he has won repeatedly in the battle stage, and the fame of the all-out effort Gu has attracted many spectators. Every match he earns at least a few thousand yuan stone. After a few matches he earns tens of thousands of yuan stone. Someone said with a sour tone. Not just that. This kid was vicious and merciless, killing his opponents in almost every match. Very few could escape unscathed. That's why he can get 2 or 3 Gu in every round. Once he sells these Gu he can earn another sum of money. Someone coldly snorted, exposing Fang Yuan's atrocities. This Fang Jing has gone too far. He is stepping on our corpses to advance. Someone was furious. Someone sighed, we are all demonic Gu masters, why must we kill each other? Someone else lamented, but then again Fang Jing has his merits. When he said that he would give Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone he really did so. To be honest, if it were me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Very quickly someone retorted, 200,000 yuan stone, didn't you not give them all? You can say that again after you've given me everything. Looking at Fang Yuan's back as he left, someone in the crowd sneered, this kid's good days are coming to an end. 5 days from now, Li Hao will forcefully challenge him. Li Hao. Didn't he go up to the 4th inner field? Just a little bit more, I'm waiting to see this show. Hee, this kid is too arrogant, let Li Hao teach him a lesson. Swish swish swish. In the aperture the tides rose and fell, the light silver primeval sea created waves. The steel tendon Gu swam in the sea, absorbing the light silver primeval essence and emitting a black eerie glow. The steel tendon Gu was shaped like an earthworm, its whole body was black, but its surface was not as soft as an earthworm, instead it had a layer of tough and glossy carapace. The eerie glow it emitted passed through the aperture and shone on every corner of Fang Yuan's body. Under the effect of the eerie glow, Fang Yuan's muscles and tendons were dyed with a layer of faint black, becoming tougher and stronger. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally stopped using the steel tendon Gu. He was sweating profusely, his breathing was rough and his head was slightly dizzy. The feeling of using the steel tendon Gu was not pleasant. All sorts of numbness, pain and itchiness attacked his nerves, testing a Gu master's endurance. Ordinary Gu masters would need at least half a year to use the steel tendon Gu. But in Fang Yuan's plan he condensed the time to 1 month. This meant that he would need to use the steel tendon Gu 6 times more than ordinary people. It was a severe test of his willpower and endurance. I must cherish every minute and every second of my time and carry on with my cultivation. I need to increase my strength as fast as possible. I need yuan stone. The battle stage is the fastest way to earn money. But as long as I lose, the all-out effort Gu will be taken away. I might be able to use the purple thorn token to stop it, but I will have to pay a huge price in other aspects. I cannot lose. I am like a galloping war horse, my strength is rising rapidly. But as long as I lose, I will suffer a huge setback. My rising momentum will be met with a head-on blow. Shang Clan City is just another starting point. How can I fall here? In this life, I want to become a Gu immortal, I want to charge to rank 7, rank 8, rank 9, I want to reach the peak and see the scenery I could not see in my previous life. It is rumored that above rank 9 is the highest realm of eternal life. It is easy to live long, but no one can achieve eternal life. A life, the highest realm is eternal life, their greatest desire is eternal life. What wealth, it is just a hobby of collecting. What men and women, it is just primitive. What reputation, it is just bullshit from others, it is filled with the smell of corruption. Wealth, beauty, reputation, status, those who pursue these are simply short-sighted. On earth there is no choice. Everyone will die, they can only pursue these things, otherwise life would be boring. But in this world, primeval energy is abundant, there is the possibility of eternal life, why not pursue it? For eternal life, wealth, beauty, reputation, status, they can all be used, they can also be abandoned. For eternal life, fear cannot stop me, I will move forward bravely. For eternal life, laziness cannot stop me, I will not slack off for even a moment. For eternal life, pain cannot stop me, gods and demons cannot stop me, heaven and earth cannot stop me. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan's pitch-black eyes seemed to be burning with dark red demonic flames. After resting time, he activated the steel tendon Gu again without hesitation. The black eerie light shone on every part of his body, even penetrating his skin. In the silent secret room, his expression was extremely cold, like a steel statue, showing a stubborn and unyielding toughness. All sorts of aches and pains, they were just ripples in the lake of his heart. Others could not endure it, but that did not mean Fang Yuan could not. If stubbornness was a demon, then Fang Yuan was a demon among demons. No matter how many times he died, it would not change his determination. No matter how many setbacks he suffered, they could only be used as firewood to fuel the demonic flames of ambition in his heart. Bam! A huge explosion reverberated in the battle stage. Rocks flew, air waves swept. Although the opponent escaped a fatal blow, he was still pushed back more than 10 steps by the air waves. As the dust settled, the culprit behind this attack was revealed. It was a giant toad. It was even bigger than a mammoth, its bulging eyes were like millstones. Its whole body was ash green, it had a huge belly, strong and powerful limbs, its skin was covered in green moss, and there were even rocks embedded on it. The most eye-catching part was its back. Its back bulged up as if it was carrying a small mountain on its back. This mountain peak was genuine, it was made of solid mountain rocks about 15 meters tall. The rocks were stacked on top of each other as if they were chopped by knives and axes. The mountain rocks were also covered in moss, grass and even 2 to 3 small trees. This was a rank 3 goo called mountain back toad. It was thick and sturdy, and its most proficient move was to jump up high and then smash down with the force of MT Tai. Just now, it had displayed its best move. The whole battle stage was like an earthquake, causing the surrounding spectators to lose their footing, swaying left and right. Such an attack is too strong. The momentum was grand, even the spectators felt their hearts palpitating. Mountain back toad is like a fortress, able to attack and defend at the same time. Its biggest weakness is its speed. But its owner perfectly filled in this weakness. Everyone discussed among themselves, their gazes first focused on the mountain back toad, and then shifted to another goo master at the same time. This goo master wore a flowery robe, he was thin and had a delicate appearance. Although he was a man, he wore foundation and rouge, standing on the other side of the battle stage, picking at his long and clean fingernails. His name was Li Hao, rank 3 cultivation. He had rich battle experience, especially against strength path goo cultivators. You want to fight me with just you? Admit defeat, don't waste my time. Li Hao stared at his fingernails, not even looking at his opponent. Damn you looking down on me like this. I'll fight you to the death. The opponent was also someone who worked in the battle stage, but was humiliated like this in front of everyone. His expression twisted in anger, he gritted his teeth and pounced towards Li Hao. Li Hao looked at him quietly as he charged towards him, his lips curled into a cold smile. You still haven't learned your lesson, haven't you learned your lesson? Then I'll let you have a taste of this special feeling. Position swap goo. Li Hao's eyes shone with a strange light, looking at his mountain back toad. After a breath of time, he disappeared and appeared at the mountain back toad's position. At the same time, the mountain back toad appeared at his original position. Using position swap goo, he swapped places with the mountain back toad. His opponent was charging towards Li Hao, but in an instant, the mountain back toad appeared in front of him. Bam! The mountain back toad jumped like a flying mountain, easily sending the opponent flying. The battle ended within everyone's expectations. Mountain back toad and position swap goo, such a battle tactic is simply unbeatable. That's right. Position swap goo can not only swap places with the mountain back toad, it can also swap with the opponent. This completely makes up for the mountain back toad's lack of mobility. After this battle, Li Hao will have 29 net victories, one more battle and he will be promoted to 4th inner city. Hurry up and go up, no one can stop him here. Chapter 295. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fang Yuan faced another battle. Your opponent today has some background. Wei Yan walked beside Fang Yuan, instructing Fang Yuan to be careful. Fang Yuan nodded. He never fought unprepared. Ever since he became Li Ran's underground ally, he had obtained a lot of information from him. Li Ran was a spy, he had been undercover for 8 years, his job was to gather intelligence. His knowledge of the battle stage was even more detailed than Wei Yang's. Li Hao was once a strength cultivator, he got to 4th inner city. He was once high-spirited but met a bottleneck. Strength path cultivators are strong in the early stages, but weak in the middle and later stages. They are hard to overcome. Li Hao suffered a huge setback, he gave up on strength path and changed to a support path. It was also because of his fortuitous encounter, he won a good rock in the gambling den, and obtained the rare position swap goo. He is very experienced, he immediately sold almost all the goo on him, and spent a huge amount of money to buy a mountain back toad. After that, he relied on the combination of these two gu and won every battle. Relying on the primeval stones and gu he obtained from his victories, he slowly accumulated and gradually completed a set of gu worms. He challenged you forcefully, evidently because of the all-out effort gu in your hands. Be careful. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and returned to the crowd. Fang Yuan looked at Wei Yang deeply before walking to the battle stage. Every time there was an important battle, Wei Yang would come to watch. Fang Yuan understood he was here to watch the battle. One reason was because Shang clan wanted to recruit him, the other reason, it was because he truly treated Fang Yuan as a brother. The relationship between people was so strange. Some people lived together for decades but did not open their hearts. Some people only had a single conversation and became close friends. Fang Yuan understood Wei Yang's emotions. In Fang Yuan he saw the shadow of his past self. This strong sense of identity as well as Fang Yuan's straightforward personality made him treat Fang Yuan as one of his own. Wei Yang. Fang Yuan muttered to himself as he walked to the center of the arena. The terrain of this training field was in the shape of a large swamp. The black mud gave off a faint stench. There were even puddles on the ground. Li Hao hadn't arrived yet. Outside the battle stage, a large number of spectating gu masters gathered. This was the largest number of spectators since Fang Yuan's martial arts exhibition. Standing on the field and looking around, there were heads everywhere. Everyone whispered to each other, causing the entire martial arts practice grounds to buzz with noise. That punk Fang Jing is going to be in trouble today. He has been too arrogant these days. I should teach him a lesson. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They really think they are invincible just because they have an all-out effort gu. Li Hao is here, someone shouted. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then the sound of discussion suddenly heated up. The clamor was so loud that it almost broke through the roof of the martial arena. Li Hao appeared at the entrance. Sir Li Hao, it's all up to you today. Here's to your 30th victory and your promotion to 4th Inner City. In the crowd many people were shouting and cheering. Compared to Fang Yuan, they acknowledged Li Hao more from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Yuan had just arrived and was extremely arrogant, killing many opponents without mercy. He had a purple thorn token, causing everyone to be jealous of his good luck. In contrast, Li Hao was a veteran in the battle stage. His original strength path was defeated in 4th Inner City, but he rose up after suffering, symbolizing the battle stage's standard spirit of fighting without rest, resonating with the surrounding people. Li Hao smiled as he slowly walked onto the stage. He was skinny, wearing a flowery robe and makeup, walking leisurely towards Fang Yuan. But when he was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan, he stopped and did not move forward. In Fang Yuan's previous battles he had used vertical crash gu to launch a sneak attack, sending his opponents flying and succeeding in one move. Li Hao had been in the battle stage for many years, it was impossible for him not to make preparations before the battle. Vertical crash gu could only charge up to 50 steps, 60 steps was safe. Strength cultivator, he. He lightly glanced at Fang Yuan, disdain flashing in his eyes. Young man, I'm sorry, your winning streak ends here. Do you know, looking at you now, it is like looking at me in the past. Strength cultivators have no future even if you have all-out effort gu, so what? Thank me, I defeated you today for your own good, to let you know your weakness in strength cultivation. He lectured Fang Yuan in front of everyone with his identity as a senior. You really have a lot of nonsense, do you dare to shut up? Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. You. Anger flashed on Li Hao's face, his laughter filled with coldness. Young man, you are disrespecting your seniors, you will suffer. At this time, with a clang, the hosting gu master announced the start of the battle. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan moved his legs and charged forward. Swoosh. The soil under his feet was like a black wave, splashing high into the air from his left and right. Oh, what a fierce aura. Li Hao covered his mouth and laughed lightly. He was clear in his heart, vertical crash gu could only charge up to 50 steps, and every time he used it he had to wait for 5 breaths before he could use it again. He was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan, it looked dangerous but it was actually very safe. This terrain was advantageous to him. The muddy terrain was not like the dry and firm ground, it was not good for charging. As expected, Fang Yuan charged for 45 steps before his momentum stopped. But immediately after, Fang Yuan turned his body, using the side of his body to face Li Hao. Horizontal charge gu. The black soil split apart like a wave, and a boar phantom appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the charge suddenly rose by a large margin, it was incomparably fierce. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was in front of Li Hao. If he was hit, he would definitely vomit blood and have his bones broken. Li Hao turned pale with fright. At the moment of danger, he quickly activated his vital goo. In an instant he switched positions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was originally facing Li Hao, crashing into him. But the next moment his back was against Li Hao's and he was far away from him. I was careless. In a short moment, Li Hao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not think that Fang Yuan would pose much of a threat to him. After knowing that Fang Yuan had horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, he did not think much of it. He was almost heavily injured by Fang Yuan. At the moment of danger, his many years of battle experience saved him. Rather than defending, it was better to dodge. With a shift, Fang Yuan's attack missed. No matter how strong the attack was, if it missed, it would be useless if it did not cause any damage. This kid has all-out effort goo, every move is powerful. I have already sold my strength goo and my beast strength is also gone, I cannot fight him head-on. Li Hao calmed his mind and immediately retreated. He used his movement goo, and his body became as light as a willow as he flew backwards, quickly pulling apart the distance between him and Fang Yuan. At the same time he pointed towards the sky and a green light shot out of his aperture, tearing through the sky. The jade-like green light suddenly stopped in midair and then suddenly exploded. In the dazzling light, the mountain-backed toad's huge body appeared, and it started to fall. On the ground, a black shadow quickly shrouded Fang Yuan, and was getting bigger and bigger. 5 breaths of time had passed. Fang Yuan targeted Li Hao, and activated vertical crash goo, charging towards him. His speed increased and he quickly left the area shrouded by the shadow. Just as he rushed out, the mountain-backed toad crashed down. Bam! Amidst the loud noise, the entire martial arts practice field shook violently. Black mud splashed everywhere like a monstrous wave. The waves even splashed to the edge of the stage, causing the spectators to dodge subconsciously, but they were all blocked by a huge dark red barrier. The battle stage naturally had its own defensive goo. It's here, Lord Li Hao's mountain-backed toad. Seeing this, the crowd shouted excitedly. Even if Fang Jing gets in front of Li Hao, it's useless. Li Hao only needs to use the position swap goo and switch places with the mountain-backed toad. But Fang Yuan did not charge towards Li Hao. He suddenly stopped his charging footsteps. The black mud was like a huge wave crashing onto his body, but was blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy goo. Horizontal charge goo. When the black wave landed on the ground, he turned his body towards the mountain-backed toad and charged towards it. Roar. A bear's roar exploded like thunder, and at the same time, a brown bear phantom suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky in a wild and unrestrained manner. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely crashed into the mountain-backed toad's body, causing it to tilt to the side. But that was all. The mountain-backed toad had a special mountain peak on its body. It was made of mountain rock essence. It was extremely heavy, one of the top rank 3 goo. When its 4 legs touched the ground, it was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all, causing people to sigh in admiration. But Fang Yuan did not care. He raised his arms like a warhammer and smashed. Roar, roar, roar. Above his head, strength path phantoms of boar, brown bear, and crocodile appeared crazily. Every punch brought along the sound of the wind, fierce and unrestrained. When the punches landed on the mountain-backed toad's body, there was an unceasing thunderous sound, like a torrential storm. Such a ferocious attack caused the spectators' hearts to tremble in fear, feeling a chill in their hearts. If I was attacked like this, I would have been smashed to pieces already. The all-out effort goo is really too strong, too strong. But Fang Jing's brain is muddled. He did not attack Li Hao, but chose to attack a tough opponent instead. The mountain-backed toad's defense was outstanding, but under Fang Yuan's wild attacks, it did not move at all, causing people to feel discouraged. But Fang Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. The more he attacked, the crazier he became, persevering without giving up, as if this mountain-backed toad was his mortal enemy. Li Hao's expression gradually changed. No matter how strong the mountain-backed toad was, it had its limits. It could not endure such continuous attacks. Croak, croak, croak. The mountain-backed toad cried out loudly. It could no longer hold in the pain. I can't let this go on. Li Hao's heart thumped. He quickly willed and controlled the mountain-backed toad. The mountain-backed toad started its counterattack, its hind legs stomping on the ground, and its body pounced towards Fang Yuan. This move was extremely heavy. If Fang Yuan was hit by it, he would definitely be sent flying. Horizontal charge goo. His eyes shined brightly and he charged in time, dodging the mountain-backed toad's attack. Chapter 296. Howl howl howl. Beast phantoms flashed crazily with earth-shattering momentum. Mountain-backed toad cried out in pain and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and dodged in time. Mountain-backed toad carried a mountain on its back. It was too heavy and its speed was very slow. Fang Yuan dodged easily. Horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu were used consecutively. Mountain-backed toad attacked many times but did not even manage to touch Fang Yuan's skin. Everyone was dumbstruck. Mountain-backed toad's unshakable image in everyone's hearts was swept away as it cried out in pain from Fang Yuan's beating. This kid is actually so fierce. Li Hao was also shocked. He gritted his teeth and urged mountain-backed toad to jump high. "Brat, I will smash you into meat paste." Li Hao grinned and let out a cold laugh, his killing intent surging in his heart. However, mountain-backed toad's shadow did not move towards Fang Yuan. Instead it landed on Li Hao. Mountain-backed toad's huge body started to descend, crashing towards Li Hao. Seeing this scene, most people were stunned for a moment, unable to react. Only a few people, including Wei Yang, saw through Li Hao's battle tactic. Simply using the mountain-backed toad to smash at Fang Yuan, the attack would easily miss. Fang Yuan had horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he could dodge. But if mountain-backed toad smashed towards Li Hao could use position swap Gu to swap positions with Fang Yuan. As long as he grasped the timing well, Fang Yuan could not react in time and be smashed to death by mountain-backed toad. With mountain-backed toad's weight, even if it did not kill him, it would definitely heavily injure him. However, the moment mountain-backed toad flew into the air, Fang Yuan immediately charged towards Li Hao. Using horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he quickly reached Li Hao's side. Damn, this guy, he actually saw through me. At this moment, Li Hao was extremely furious. Fang Yuan was still a distance away from him, but now that he used the position swap Gu, Fang Yuan had enough time to dodge the mountain-backed toad's attack. But if he didn't use it now, once Fang Yuan got close to him, even if he used the position swap Gu to change his position, he wouldn't be able to escape in time and would be crushed to death by the mountain-backed toad along with Fang Yuan. Without a choice, Li Hao could only use position swap Gu and swap places with Fang Yuan. Boom. The mountain-backed toad fell to the ground. As expected, Fang Yuan dodged it with a horizontal dash. He had been paying attention to the alternating usage of horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu. Usually there would be a gap of 3 breaths. Including the time needed to charge for 50 steps, he would always have a movement Gu to use. Small details often determine success or failure. Fang Yuan's rich battle experience from his previous life made him flawless. He charged at the mountain-backed toad once more, throwing punches and kicks at it. His attacks were ferocious and he struck it head-on. Phantoms made of beast power flickered one after another, extremely ferocious. The mountain-backed toad was once again engulfed in a torrential storm of attacks. It croaked as it was beaten and crushed rocks flew everywhere. The spectators who were clamoring earlier fell into silence. Many people opened their mouths wide looking at this scene in shock. All-out effort Gu was being used by Fang Yuan in such a domineering manner, even the mountain-backed toad became a punching bag, falling into a disadvantageous position. The battle was in full swing and the scene was intense. Li Hao, on the other hand, was calm. Li Hao had never expected Fang Yuan to attack the mountain-backed toad so relentlessly. In the past, when Li Hao fought with his opponents, they all gave up on the mountain-backed toad and tried to attack him. Once Li Hao lost, the mountain-backed toad was no longer a concern. This was the choice of a smart person. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan chose the most foolish target. He focused all his attacks on the mountain-backed toad, ignoring the main target, Li Hao. Li Hao was left to the side as if he was an unrelated spectator. His situation was awkward. Beast phantoms flickered and converged in the air. Fang Yuan circled around the mountain-backed toad, beating it fiercely. The mountain-backed toad's huge and mighty body was now so clumsy. Oh no, the mountain-backed toad is vomiting blood. Li Hao, who was far away, felt his limbs turn cold when he saw this. Position swap Gu. His eyes shone with a strange light, attracting Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed, and when he looked again, Li Hao had already moved him far away. In contrast, Li Hao had replaced Fang Yuan's position, standing beside the mountain-backed toad. He stretched out his palms and placed them on the mountain-backed toad, healing it. The mountain-backed toad's injuries shocked him. He had fought so many battles in the battle stage, but had never seen such serious injuries. Am I going to lose this battle? Lose to such a young junior? No, impossible. The strong feeling of failure appeared in Li Hao's heart for the first time. Fang Yuan sneered and charged forward. How could he allow Li Hao to heal the mountain-back toad in front of his eyes? Seeing Fang Yuan charging towards him, Li Hao gritted his teeth and gave up on healing, running in the opposite direction. When Fang Yuan arrived in front of the mountain-back toad, he used the position swap gu. This way he was standing beside the mountain-back toad again while Fang Yuan was far away. But Fang Yuan did not care, continuing to charge forward. Li Hao's healing was interrupted repeatedly, and Fang Yuan's attacks were fruitless. But even so he continued to charge, not giving up. After a few times, it was Li Hao who stopped healing, his expression uncertain. Many of the spectators were puzzled by this scene. But there were smart people after all. Every time Fang Jing charges it seems useless, but Li Hao's primeval essence is being expended intensely. That's right. Position swap gu might have mystical effects, but it has its drawbacks. The huge primeval essence expenditure is one of them. The further the distance, the stronger the opponent, the more primeval essence Li Ran needs to expend to activate position swap gu. Fang Yuan has the strength of 2 boars, a crocodile and a bear. Every time Li Ran uses position swap gu, he will expend a lot of primeval essence. Moreover, he still needs to heal the mountain-back toad. Even a rank 3 primeval essence cannot endure this. Li Hao also realized this, thus he had no choice but to stop healing. He did not have much primeval essence left. If it were his previous opponents he would still have rank 3 white-silver primeval essence. But now, Fang Yuan's cultivation was also rank 3. After these rounds, Fang Yuan had firmly established a primeval essence advantage. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over again, Li Hao's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he had no choice but to charge forward. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, immediately giving up on the mountain-back toad and attacking Li Hao. Bam bam bam. His fists exploded the air with impressive might and were incomparably ferocious, like a tide slapping against a reef. After a few rounds, Li Hao could not hold on anymore. Although his gu worms were replenished, the true core was still the mountain-back toad and position swap gu. To reduce the primeval essence expenditure of position swap gu, he also got rid of the beast phantoms that were hiding in his body. Fang Yuan's attacks were extremely fierce, like a torrential storm, making it hard for him to breathe. Li Hao relied on his previous foundation as a strength cultivator to barely resist, but he had no choice but to use position swap gu again to exchange for the mountain-back toad. Fang Yuan did not chase after Li Hao, instead attacking the mountain-back toad. Boar, brown bear and crocodile phantoms appeared one after another. At once, mountain rocks were sent flying, the mountain-back toad spat out mouthfuls of blood, frantically retaliating. But Fang Yuan used horizontal charge and vertical crash gu alternately. The mountain-back toad's retaliation was extremely clumsy. How did it become like this? Even Lord Li Hao has no choice but to join the battle and share the burden for the mountain-back toad. Fang Jing's attacks are terrifying. He is suppressing both Li Hao and the mountain-back toad. The battle had progressed to this point, out of everyone's expectations. Ever since Li Hao gave up the strength path and switched to the support path, they had never seen Li Hao in such a predicament. Li Hao's battle tactic was quite good. Using position swap gu and coordinating with the mountain-back toad, the effect was extremely good. Even Fang Yuan could not break this battle tactic. But, Fang Yuan did not need to break it. He did not even think of breaking it. He instinctively raised his fists and dealt with the situation by remaining unchanged. No matter which of them appears in front of me, I will just beat them up. This move seems stupid, but great wisdom could be seen. A fierce and domineering aura was immediately displayed. This is a good method. Someone's eyes brightened. In the future when I fight Li Hao, I will also learn from Fang Jing and attack the mountain-back toad fiercely. Once he said this, he was immediately denied and ridiculed by the people around him. Bullshit. You want to learn from him, are you muddle-headed? Fang Jing can do this because he is a strength cultivator and his primeval essence consumption is low. You, a fire cultivator, daring to waste your attacks on the mountain-back toad is exactly what Li Hao wants to see. Without primeval essence, a gu master's battle strength would fall sharply, and they would be like mortals. In a battle, the side with more primeval essence would have the advantage. The greater the difference in primeval essence, the greater the advantage. Some gu masters who wanted to imitate Fang Yuan choked upon hearing this, unable to retort. Someone patted his head and said in enlightenment, I suddenly realized that strength cultivators also have their own advantages. That's right. Someone immediately added, strength cultivators use their bodies to attack, Thus strength goo has a general advantage, it consumes less primeval essence. Every goo path has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is not without reason that strength path was famous in the olden antiquity era. Everyone's gaze once again fell on the battlefield. Li Hao and his mountain-backed toad were retreating under Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. All-out effort goo's primeval essence consumption was very small. Fang Yuan's true attack power came from the beast phantoms. But these beast phantoms did not need to expend primeval essence. This was the most perverse part. If it were any other goo master in Fang Yuan's position, they would have been exhausted after dozens of rounds. But Fang Yuan's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, lasting for an extremely long time. His aura continued to rise, and his punches carried the sound of the wind, overbearing and fierce, like the roar of a tiger or the roar of a giant bear. On him, everyone seemed to see the arrogant demeanor of the olden antiquity era's strength cultivators. Their hearts were beating rapidly and their blood was boiling. Fang Yuan was getting more and more satisfied as he fought. Since his rebirth, he had been treading on thin ice, and all the pent-up anger in his heart was vented out as he punched and kicked. All the gloominess in his heart was swept away. No doubt, obtaining the all-out effort goo was a turning point in Fang Yuan's life. Before this, he had been running around everywhere, living in a precarious situation with little food to eat. When he encountered a slightly bigger problem, he would need to rack his brains to think of a solution. But after obtaining the all-out effort goo, he finally had the capital to be proud of, and could use his fists to solve many problems. Like now, he did not need to break Li Hao's exquisite battle tactics, and could directly sweep his fists. Demons were crafty, but they were even more overbearing. Sweeping heaven and earth, sweeping mountains and rivers, splattering blood in the world, one's strength subdues all. If you are fierce, I am fiercer than you. If you are unreasonable, I am even more unreasonable than you. Demon. 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 Kill. 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 Fang Yuan fought to his heart's content, and a surge of emotions surged in his heart. Finally, he could not suppress it anymore and let out a long howl. Because difficulties give rise to great aspirations, and the mortal world does not tempt my heart. Today I will temporarily rest on the grass, and someday I will roar and tread on mountains and rivers. From today onwards I will walk on the road to greatness. Sweeping away the dust, smiling at the vicissitudes of life. Stepping on the green mountain, treading the blue sea, binding the blue dragon, striking the sky. Bathing in the wind and rain, tempering the demonic soul, raising the flag and singing valiantly, defying heaven, defying fate, defying the universe. Bam! With a ruthless punch, the mountain-backed toad could no longer hold on, and the mountain peak collapsed. Blood spurted out and it was beaten to death by Fang Yuan. Rampage. Li Hao flew high, and after flying for more than 10 steps he landed heavily. With a plop, he landed in the mud and did not move. The black muddy water mixed with the dark red blood, and soon his flowery robe was stained. He paid the price with his life for looking down on Fang Yuan. The battle stopped abruptly. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the spot, and his fierce and masculine aura suppressed the entire area. The battle stage seemed to still be echoing with his howl. Chapter 297. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His light silver primeval essence was continuously activated, pouring into the self-reliance goo. Self-reliance goo was in Fang Yuan's aperture, swimming in the sea. It was shaped like a cockroach, flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. This was a rank 3 healing goo, bought by Fang Yuan during his blood exchange. Self-reliance goo could be said to be the perfect goo for strength cultivation goo masters. The stronger the goo master, the better the healing effect of the self-reliance goo. Conversely, the weaker the strength, the worse the healing effect. Self-reliance, was to obtain the effect of renewal and growth from one's strength. Fang Yuan already had the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear and 1 crocodile. Now that he activated the self-reliance goo, the healing effect was already on par with fleshbone. This was still not its limit. When Fang Yuan continues to add new strength in the future, its healing effect would surpass fleshbone bone, and continue to rise even higher. But the self-reliance goo had its drawbacks. It could not be used to heal others and could only be used by the goo master themselves. This greatly restricted its use. In addition, it was a rare goo that cost 45,000 primeval stones. It was even more expensive than sword shadow goo. Thus, although there were many Strength Path Gu masters, few could afford it. Different from the olden times, Strength Path Gu masters were mostly at the bottom, doing manual labor. There were many low-rank ones, few high-rank ones, and even fewer outstanding ones. Those who stood proudly at the peak were extremely rare. In the entire southern border, there was only Empress Wuxia. She was relying on the ancient Strength Path inheritance. This was an era where Strength Path declined. Right now, Fang Yuan was using the Self-Reliance Gu to heal himself. In the battle with Li Hao, he was injured. The main culprit was not Li Hao, nor was it the mountain-back toad, but Fang Yuan himself. In the intense battle, his attacks were wild and ferocious, lasting for a long time. This caused his muscles to strain and his tendons to rupture. Even the Canopy Gu was dispirited and needed to recuperate. Fortunately, he used the Iron Bone Gu. His bones were firm and sturdy, so he was fine. Otherwise, even his bones would be broken. If an ordinary person exerted too much strength, they would strain their muscles. The more shells fired, the easier it was for the muzzle to explode. Any kind of power needed a cornerstone to carry it. This was especially true for Strength Path Gu cultivators. Although Fang Yuan had the Sky Canopy Gu and Iron Bones, his strength was too strong and his moves were endless. His muscles could not handle it, and the burden on his organs and blood was huge. After the battle, his entire body was filled with internal injuries. Even his sweat was stained with blood. It has already been 10 hours since I used the Self-Reliance Gu to heal my injuries. The main reason is the effect of the Steel Tendon Gu, causing the treatment to be difficult. Fang Yuan had a sense of propriety. Before this, he had been using the Steel Tendon Gu to modify his body and train his body. As a result, the large tendons in his muscles were dyed a faint black color. They gave off a metallic luster and became even tougher. Now these large tendons were either pulled or directly ruptured. It was much more difficult for them to grow back and recover than it was for ordinary people. Ordinary people might not be able to explain it clearly, but they knew that there was such a phenomenon. But Fang Yuan was clear. He was a Gu immortal in his previous life. He knew that this involved the laws of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu worms of all sizes contained law fragments of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The effect of the Steel Tendon Gu was to train the tendons in the Gu master's body until they were as tough as steel. This caused Fang Yuan's large tendons to be permanently attached with the power of the law, the traces of the great Tao. The Self-Reliance Gu's treatment was not only to restore the body's tendons, it also had to overcome and cover this layer of law power. Fortunately, this law did not conflict with the healing law. Otherwise, it would not be healing Fang Yuan but harming Fang Yuan. Similarly, the Brown Bear Innate Strength Gu, Black and White Boar Gu, and Crocodile Strength Gu were the same. They contained fragments of the great Tao related to Qi strength, and when they were attached to Fang Yuan's body, they became beast phantoms and hid. Only when they used their full strength would they be visible to the naked eye. What were beast phantoms? In essence, they were the Tao marks of strength, the traces of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Another example, Poison Vow Gu. It was the law of restriction, placed in the Gu master's body to restrict the other party. This Tao mark could not be seen normally, but under the effect of the going back on one's words Gu, it could be exposed and then destroyed. The law contained in the going back on one's words Gu was the opposite of the Poison Vow Gu. It was just that the former was stronger so it could restrain the Poison Vow Gu. Furthermore, why did Rainbow Light Gu and Position Swap Gu need the Gu master's body to be clean? This was also the reason. The law of strength would interfere with the law of light and the law of space. If the Tao mark of strength was too strong, it would cause the use of the latter two to fail. When Gu masters use Gu, they actually use the fragments of the great Tao. Gu is the carrier of the fragments, a natural tool. When Gu masters refine Gu, they fuse the laws and condense them. Nurturing Gu, using Gu, refining Gu. Gu cultivation is not a small path, it is the true great Tao. In cultivation, Gu masters follow the natural laws and understand heaven and earth. That is why there is the method of longevity, and the hope of achieving immortality. Fang Yuan had already understood this in his heart. Because difficulties give rise to lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs, firm my heart. Today I perch on the grass and someday I will roam the mountains and rivers. In the study room, Shang Yanfei muttered to himself, thinking about Fang Yuan's poem with an expression of interest. Because difficulties give rise to lofty aspirations. Worldly affairs cannot restrain one's heart. What a great spirit, especially the last sentence. Is he treating my Shang clan city as a grass? Lord Clan Leader, in my opinion, Fang Jing should be referring to his opponent, Li Hao, as a weakling. Wei Yang cupped his fists and said. Shang Yanfei shook his head. No matter, I am not so narrow-minded. It is just a pity I missed a good show. Although I did not see it personally, I can imagine the scene of Fang Jing displaying his invincible might. Shang Yanfei was in a high position, his vision was broad and his heart was open. Towards Fang Yuan's aspirations he was magnanimous and accepted it, and even appreciated it. Being reminded by Shang Yanfei, Wei Yang's mind immediately recalled the scene. He sighed. Indeed. At that time Fang Jing's aura was extremely fierce, suppressing the entire place, intimidating everyone. No one dared to make a sound. Shang Yanfei clapped. Standing up from his seat, he slowly walked to the window. It is easy to raise 1,000 troops but hard to find a general. Unfortunately, this general is arrogant. He did not even put our Shang clan city in his eyes. That's right, although he faced many difficulties he made it through and gained many rewards. His cultivation improved even more fiercely. This has trained his character to be like this. Lord Clan Leader, your analysis is correct. Young people always have such aggressiveness and lawlessness. Wei Yang lowered his head, agreeing. Shang Yanfei looked outside the window, slowly squinting his eyes. Fang Yuan compared Shang clan city to a grass. Such ambitions were shocking. It was definitely lofty aspirations. But Shang Yanfei himself did not mind. He was a man who stood at the peak, looking down on southern border. He had his own ambitions. And Shang clan city was not really a grass just because others compared it to a grass. What he cared about was the first sentence. Because difficulties bring lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs. In this world, there were many people with great ambitions but little talent. There were very few people with ambition and talent. It was practically 1 in a million. Not only ambition and talent but also a strong will. It was rare. Having ambition and talent wasn't scary, but adding an unyielding will of steel to it was worrying. Such people in history were often called heroes, ambitious or treacherous. Such people could often change history, create history. How could such a person be willing to submit to others? How could they be used by Shang clan? If they could not be used, the demonic path would have such a person. They would definitely stir up chaos in the world, creating a bloodbath. This was far from a blessing for the righteous path. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei suddenly spoke. I heard that Fang Jing stole that Li Ran's opportunity, and in order to be at ease, he took the initiative to repay 200,000 yuan stone. How much has he returned now? Wei Yang answered. He has already returned 130,000, he still lacks 70,000. But from what I see it should be soon. Hearing this answer, Shang Yanfei's worry was alleviated. He nodded. That's true. As long as one's ambition is grand, they will not bother with trifles. What is a mere 200,000 yuan stone? Thinking of how Fang Jing saved Shang Xnci, Shang Yanfei could not help but laugh. This person's personality was somewhat cute. He had principles in his actions, repaying kindness and taking revenge for enmity. But he was not a person with no morals, a dangerous personality with no qualms. With this, there was hope of recruiting him. But he was currently in the limelight. There was not much hope of recruiting him. He had to slowly think of a plan. Once he was dealt a heavy blow by reality, he would be moved by his emotions and recruit Shang Xnci. With such a helper, Shang Yanfei could be at ease. Never mind. Fang Jing, let me see how far you can go. Shang Yanfei pondered. His gaze was sharp, he could see the whole situation clearly. Fang Yuan killed Li Hao. It caused a huge commotion in the battle zone. All-out effort Gu's strength was eye-catching. Many people started to realize that Fang Yuan was a tough nut to crack. But on the other hand, it attracted the attention and greed of other experts. Fang Yuan would have a peaceful period of time, but soon, his days would not be good. With his personality, he would definitely be badly injured. At that time, he would realize how weak he was. He would first use the battle zone's power to suppress and grind him down. Just like Shang Yanfei expected, Fang Yuan welcomed the easy days of winning without a fight. Who was Li Hao? In 5th Inner City's battle zone, he was the undisputed number 1, and was about to rise to 4th Inner City. Even he died under Fang Yuan's iron fists, who could restrain Fang Yuan. But the forced challenge could not be cancelled. The demonic Gu masters who wanted to take advantage of the situation could only pinch their noses and force their way in. At the start, there were still people who wanted to save face and tried to fight Fang Yuan a few times. But after Fang Yuan heavily injured several people and killed one, they no longer dared to be careless, and admitted defeat at the start of the battle. 19 wins, 20 wins, 21 wins, Fang Yuan's appearance was no longer a battle, but a mere formality to collect Yuan stone. It could be said that he was flushed with success. Under such circumstances, a Bai clan hunting team arrived at the foot of Shang clan city. Chapter 298. We finally reached Shang clan city. Looking at the buildings on the mountain by Feng's side. He was a clan elder of Bai clan. When he was young he roamed the southern border and came to Shang clan city. Now that he came again his youth was gone, and he came with the mission of pursuing demonic Gu masters. Do you think those two demonic scoundrels really took this path? Bai Lian's tone was worried. It should be this path. We used the place where the footless bird fell and split up. We didn't find anything in other directions. Only this path has some suspicious traces. Tai Dao Ku said from the side. He was not too sure in his heart. Although Tai clan was number one in the southern border in terms of tracking, he was an offensive Gu master, and the southern border had many forests and complicated environments. It was easy to hide and difficult to track. Maybe they died on the way, buried in the mouths of beasts. A companion said optimistically. This was very likely. They found many remains along the way as well as traces left behind by the beast tide's attack. I hope they are still alive. Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth. His grandfather was killed by Feng and Bai. He wanted to kill them with his own hands, only then would he be able to resolve the monstrous hatred in his heart. Alright, let's enter the city first. If we don't find anything we will spend some yuan stone to send a letter to the clan and see what Lord Clan Leader will do. Bai Feng took the lead. The group arrived at the city gate, travel-worn. Coincidentally, this city gate was the checkpoint that Feng and Bai had entered previously. To enter the city, each person has to pay 10 yuan stone. The city guard stopped them. Bai Feng took out a yellow pair token and waved it. The guard looked at it and after confirming it said, the yellow pair token can exempt 3 people from the city entrance fee. Bai Feng's group of 6 paid 30 yuan stone. Brother, have you seen these two enter the city? Bai Zhanlai pointed at a wanted poster on the city wall and asked. This was the wanted poster for Feng and Bai. However, the surface of the wanted notice had been covered by a new wanted notice. This was normal. Every once in a while there would be a new wanted poster. The city guard's expression changed, shouting at Bai Zhanlai, "What are you saying? With me guarding the city gate, how could a demonic Gu master enter? Do you think I'm blind? You are slandering me, slandering a righteous youth of Shang clan." Bai Zhanlai's expression became sluggish. Elder Bai Feng hurriedly apologized. In Shang clan city, even if he was an elder of Bai clan, he still had to put on airs. The city guard saw that Bai Feng was after all a rank 3 Gu master and did not dare to pursue the matter, only cursing and swearing. Until Tai Dao Ku showed an unhappy expression and revealed his identity. Alright, shut up. Do you think my Tai clan doesn't know what Shang clan is like? Only then did the city gate guard stop talking. The people of the Bai clan had suffered this initial show of strength and walked into the outer city dejectedly. Let's eat some food first. We've been running around for the past few days and are exhausted. A good rest wouldn't delay the pursuit. I happen to know a good restaurant in the 5th inner city. It's in the martial arts area. Back then, I also participated in the martial arts practice and fought my way to the 4th inner city. Elder Bai Feng suggested. This suggestion was very good and won everyone's approval. The group entered the 5th inner city and arrived at the martial arts area. Bai Zhanlai, Bai Lian and the other juniors were immediately infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere of the martial arts area. On the way they could hear the excited chatter of passers-by. Tan Jing finally got revenge this time and beat Shi Nanxing to the ground. Shi Nanxing threatened to take revenge. The grudge between these two is getting deeper. Yuan Kong has the sickness cloud moth and his battle strength has risen again. He can almost dominate the 5th inner city's martial arts area. Dominate? Wait until Guyue Fangjing rises to the 4th inner city. Guyue Fangjing. The pupils of the Bai clan group expanded as if they were struck by lightning. Their footsteps suddenly stopped and their gazes shot towards the passerby. The passerby was truly shocked. 15 minutes later. In the martial arts area, Fang Yuan slowly walked onto the stage. His opponent this time was a middle-aged man. He was tall and muscular with a round waist and a steel-like beard, looking like a fiend. Clang. A crisp sound signified the start of the battle. I admit defeat. The middle-aged man shouted immediately. His shout was direct and clean, causing the surrounding spectators to be dissatisfied. Why is it like this again? Isn't this embarrassing, admitting defeat before even fighting? Losing face is better than losing your life. Right now in 5th Inner City, who dares to fight with Fangjing? All-out effort Gu is too fierce. Everyone sighed. The battle had just started, but it ended in an instant. The hosting Gu master walked up and took the Vine information Gu from both sides, changing the content before returning it to the opponent. The middle-aged man turned around and left. Admitting defeat was a form of humiliation, but the situation was stronger than the person who asked Fang Yuan to be so vicious and merciless, not holding back. He did not dare to fight for face. Fang Yuan did not leave immediately, but took out 40,000 yuan stone and gave it to Li Ran. This scene once again caused a discussion among the crowd. Another 40,000 yuan stone, he really gave it again. This Gue Fangjing might be ruthless, but he does what he says. 200,000 yuan stone, he has already given out almost all of it. Only 30,000 yuan stone is left. Li Ran used these yuan stone to buy Gu worms. He is starting to show his prowess in the battle zone. I am so envious. Kindness must be repaid, hatred must be repaid. From this point I really admire Gue Fangjing. If he wins this round he will have 29 net wins, just one more round and he will rise to 4th Inner City. Let's leave quickly. Who dares to fight him here? Even Li Hao died in his hands. Gue Fangjing, after so much effort we finally found you. In the crowd, Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with hatred. His companions also had ugly expressions. They had chased him for so long, they were tired and had suffered so much along the way. But in the end they found out that the person they wanted to capture was doing very well in Shangclan City. Before this they had been guessing that Fang Yuan might have already died in the mouths of wild beasts, being digested into feces and excreted. The scene before them was in stark contrast to what they had expected. Not only was Fang Yuan not tired, he was living well. He even changed his Gu worms and his battle strength and cultivation rose sharply. How could they endure this? Heaven is blind. How can this evil scoundrel be so successful? Bai Feng sighed at the sky. His luck is too good. He saved Shang clan leader's illegitimate daughter and obtained a purple thorn token. In Shang clan city we can't touch him. He is protected by Shang clan. Bai Lian gritted her teeth. She had learned a lot from the passers-by. The enemy who killed the 2 young clan leaders was right in front of them, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Not only him, that Bai Ningbing also has a purple thorn token. Now that she is participating in the battle stage, her results are quite good. A companion beside her sighed. What kind of world is this? Bad people prosper while good people die miserably. Sigh. Actually, it is not like there is no way to deal with them. They can participate in the battle stage, so can we. Tai Dao Ku's voice was hoarse, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had learned from Bai clan leader that Fang Yuan had charred Thunderbeam Mother Gu. Right now, he was sure that Fang and Bai were the murderers of his young master. Since it was impossible to capture Fang and Bai, then he would just have to kill them. Only then could he take revenge for his young master, and Tai Dao Ku would have the face to return to Tai clan. Good. This is a good method. Bai Feng's eyes brightened, his spirits roused. With the battle stage's rules, even if Fang Yuan had a purple thorn token, he would not be able to protect him. Even if he could not be killed, taking away his all-out effort Gu would stop his growth. Honestly speaking, his growth speed was too terrifying. It was shocking. He could not be allowed to grow like this. Wait, where did Bai Zhanlai go? Bai Lian suddenly asked. As Fang Yuan walked out of the battle stage, the passers-by gave way to him. Countless gazes gathered on him, some were respectful, some were cold, some were hostile, and so on. Although I have killed many Gu masters, my reputation is not bad. Every time I give Li Ran yuan stone in public, it is to build up my reputation. 200,000 yuan stone, I still lack 30,000. Fang Yuan pondered as he walked. In the battle with Li Hao, he obtained 3 Gu, but there was no mountain back toad or position swap Gu. Mountain back toad was killed by him, and position swap Gu was Li Hao's vital Gu. After Li Hao died, it also died. But in that battle, there were many spectators and Fang Yuan still obtained over 6,000 yuan stone. Over this month, after winning continuously, besides keeping a small amount of yuan stone for himself, the remaining 40,000 yuan stones were given to Li Ran. Because of this action and Li Ran's reply, Wu clan did not make a move against Fang Yuan for the time being. This earned him precious time to develop. Right now, I have 29 wins. If I win one more, I will be promoted to 4th Inner City. The competition in 4th Inner City is very intense. There are many experts, but if I win, my gains will be even greater. Now that I have used up the steel tendon goo, I can add more beast phantoms. But adding beast phantoms was a painstaking process. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to see results. After Fang Yuan got promoted to 4th Inner City, he faced huge pressure. He needed to add more strength to deal with the situation. Recently, in a large-scale auction there was an instant success goo. If I can get it, I can obtain new beast phantoms in one night. Unfortunately, I have 2 little yuan stone. I don't even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. When money is needed, one will regret it. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about who to borrow money from, a young man suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Gua Fangjing, do you still recognize me? Bai Zhanlai shouted. Zhanlai. Zhanlai, don't be rash. Bai Clan's people quickly arrived, forming a semicircle around Fang Yuan. Chapter 299. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He had an impression of Bai Zhanlai, the #1 descendant of Bai Clan. They had drank together before. He was even more familiar with Bai Lian. She had once accompanied him for a period of time and used a honey trap on him. Unfortunately, how could mere beauty sway Fang Yuan's heart? In the end, Fang Yuan beat her at her own game. As for the others like Bai Feng and Tai Dao Ku, Fang Yuan did not know them. But even so, Fang Yuan knew the origin and motive of these people. The victim's family came looking for him. Heaven's Net has a long way to go. Gua Fangjing, you killed 2 of my Bai Clan's young clan leaders. Even if you escape to Shang Clan City, you will not be forgiven. Bai Feng shouted. Fangjing, you buried a trap and killed my Tai Clan young master and his clansmen. This enmity is irreconcilable. Tai Dao Ku will take your head. Tai Dao Ku had an agitated expression as he pointed at Fang Yuan's nose, shouting. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. It was human nature to watch a show. Countless gazes gathered here. Oh, you are from Tai Clan? Strange. How come I don't know that I killed your clansmen? Fang Yuan sneered. Don't try to deny it. You have charred Thunder Bean Mother Gu, you dug a huge trap, your intentions are extremely sinister. My Tai Clan stepped on your trap and was blown to smithereens without even a corpse left. We chased you all the way, who else could it be other than you? Tai Dao Ku's eyes were almost spewing fire. He wanted to cut Fang Yuan into pieces. Hee. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing. So that's it, it seems I dug the right trap. Thank you for telling me this good news, it makes me feel better. Tai Dao Ku's eyes were wide open, he was furious. You admitted it. You actually admitted it. Good, very good, Fangjing, you are dead for sure. You dared to kill my Tai Clan young master. You are making an enemy out of my Tai Clan. So what if we become enemies? Fang Yuan shrugged and sneered, what a joke. I dug a hole to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. In the end you stepped on it. You can only blame your Tai family for not having eyes. Moreover, what crime did I commit? What right does your Tai Clan have to track me? Seeking death, it's good that you died, it's a wonderful death. These words made the surrounding people dumbfounded. He actually dared to provoke the Tai Clan? Is Fangjing crazy? Tai Clan is one of the overlords of southern border that is not weaker than Shang Clan. Tai Clan is capturing demonic goo masters everywhere. The famous demon suppression tower is the nemesis of the demonic path. He actually killed the Tai family's young master. He has the Redbud token in his hand, so he has nothing to fear. As long as you stay in Shang Clan City, you are Shang Clan's esteemed guest. Even if the Tai family head came, Sir Shang Yanfei would still protect him. If they didn't protect him, once the news spread, Shang Clan would think that Shang Clan was afraid of Tai Clan. The discussions of the surrounding people caused the furious Tai Dao Ku to calm down slightly. Fang Yuan had the Redbud token, and now that he was rank 3, dealing with him would not be as easy as before. Fangjing, don't think you are safe hiding here. You want to use the battle stage to become Shang Clan's external elder? Wishful thinking. Let me tell you, as long as I, Bai Feng, am here, you will not be able to dominate the battle stage. Elder Bai Feng said sinisterly. Tai Dao Ku followed. Fangjing, I will finish you off in the battle stage. You cannot escape, you have committed a great crime, you must be punished severely. Oh, you want to obstruct me in the battle stage? A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He was not afraid of these people, even if Bai Feng, Tai Dao Ku, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian were rank 3 Gu masters. If they wanted to use the battle stage to deal with him, they would not be able to display their advantage in numbers. It is just that my current situation, Fang Yuan pondered in his heart and suddenly laughed lightly, saying to Bai Feng, "Your Bai clan obtained Baigu inheritance, but you are still not satisfied and want to deal with me? Without me, how would you have found Baigu inheritance? It seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the two young clan leaders." Once he said this, Bai clan's people immediately showed astonished expressions. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed the two young clan leaders were not dead. "Fang Jing, what do you mean?" Bai Feng immediately asked, his expression uncertain. "Fang Jing, don't try to deceive us with flowery words. We have searched almost the entire Baigu inheritance, but we can't even find the two young clan leaders." Bai Lian shouted coldly. "Baigu inheritance was discovered by me. Does your Bai clan think you have a better understanding than me? Ridiculous." Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, continuing, "Why would I bring those two burdens to retreat? You don't need to use your brains to think." "Deceive you? I'm not even afraid of Tai clan. Why would I be afraid of a mere Bai clan?" "Fang Jing, if the two young clan leaders are still alive, I think this is a misunderstanding. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Our Bai family is not an unreasonable family." Bai Feng considered his words, trying to calm Fang Yuan and get the whereabouts of the two young clan leaders from him. "You want to know? Fine. I'm hungry, treat me to a meal. Let's go to the most luxurious lion restaurant in Third Inner City," Fang Yuan said indifferently. Bai clan's people looked at each other. The whereabouts of the two young clan leaders was not a small matter, it concerned the future of Bai clan. Although Bai clan hated Fang Yuan to the core, Elder Bai Feng gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, let's go to Lion Restaurant." Lion Restaurant was not a simple restaurant, it was a luxurious brothel. This restaurant specialized in bringing in foreign women from northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert. All of them were voluptuous and charming. There was also a special dish called lion meatball. It was a human feast. It used lion meat, tiger meat, and all kinds of precious ingredients to make meatballs, and placed them on the bodies of women with graceful figures and big breasts. The name lion meatball had a deep meaning. Not only did it eat food, it also ate people. But Fang Yuan did not come here because he was interested in the dish, lion meatball. But this restaurant had a huge background, it had many secret rooms. Many Shang clansmen often chose secret rooms to conduct their affairs in order to conceal their reputation, to prevent the news from being leaked. Fang Yuan chose a secret room and sat down with everyone. The table was filled with a feast, and the fragrance of the dishes assailed their nostrils. But he did not order the signature dish, lion meatball. "Tell me, where are the two patriarchs of our clan?" Bai Feng asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. "If you want to know, I would like to ask this Tai Clan Gu master to leave." Fang Yuan gave Tai Dao Ku a deep look. "Why?" Tai Dao Ku's gaze was like a blade, ruthlessly looking at Fang Yuan. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Because this is a private matter between me and Bai clan." Fang Yuan's tone was unyielding. "I want to guarantee that besides me, everyone here is a Bai clan member. Otherwise I won't say it." Bai Feng hesitated. This matter concerned the two young clan leaders, he had to be cautious, thus he turned to look at Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku snorted coldly, unhappily walking out of the secret room and closing the door. The inside and outside of the secret room were isolated. "Speak, don't try to deceive us about the whereabouts of our clan's young clan leaders. This is Shang Clan City, there are many Gu worms here that can prove your words," Bai Feng said sternly. Fang Yuan slowly raised his wine cup and drank a mouthful. "Whereabouts? Of course they are dead, you are too naive. Since I am your Bai clan's enemy, of course I have to eliminate you." "What? You dare to trick us? Fang Jing, you are courting death." Bai clan's people were enraged, they stood up and rushed towards Fang Yuan in anger. But the thunder was loud, the rain was small. This was not Bai clan village. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, and his strength was not ordinary. To kill Fang Yuan they would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, killing him like this was going against Shang clan. "Your Bai clan killed my clan's esteemed guest in Shang Clan City, hee. Bai clan was facing the crisis of their spirit spring drying up, they were in a precarious situation. They also obtained Baigu inheritance, everyone was eyeing them covetously. If they provoked a colossus like Shang clan, the consequences would be unthinkable." Fang Yuan sat calmly on his seat, he raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd, saying indifferently, "I actually quite admire you. Your Bai clan's spirit spring is about to dry up, you can't even protect yourselves, but you still have the mood to deal with me. Truly amazing. These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly bombarding Clan Elder Bai Feng's heart. He was extremely shocked, blurting out, "How did you know about this?" This news was sealed by the higher-ups of Bai Clan. Even Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian did not know about it. But Fang Yuan exposed it. How could he not be shocked by Bai Feng's words? "Of course I heard it from the two young clan leaders of your clan. Before I killed them, they knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to use this news to gain my trust in exchange for a chance to live." Fang Yuan lied through his teeth. Since there was no evidence, he could fabricate whatever he wanted. Impossible. This news is only known by clan leader and a few elders. The two young clan leaders are young and ignorant. How could they know about this? Bai Feng immediately retorted. Fang Yuan curled his lips. Maybe they overheard it when they were playing? After all, their mother is your clan leader. This is only a minor detail. Lord Clan Elder, is what he said true about the spirit spring drying up? There's actually such a thing once the clan spirit spring dries up? Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others all asked with anxious expressions. The spirit spring was the foundation of a clan. Its importance was self-evident. Once the spirit spring was lost, no matter how strong a clan was, it would be rootless duckweed. Bai Feng was instantly woken up by their questions, cursing in his heart. Maybe Fang Yuan was only guessing. The two young clan leaders were still children. Their credibility was not high. But he lost his composure this time, lost his sense of propriety, and undoubtedly proved this matter. Bai Feng was extremely regretful. He wanted to slap his own mouth. His nature was impatient. He could not hide things. Otherwise, when he was young, he would not have been chased out of the clan by his father, forcing him to wander and polish his character. These years he had cultivated some shrewdness, but in the end, a leopard cannot change its spots. Chapter 300. His face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. He was about to deny it, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his plan. Don't try to cover it up, it's useless. The spirit spring is drying up, and the production of yuan stone will definitely decrease. You Bai clan covered it up well, and used your treasury or trade to make up for this shortcoming. But there are definitely traces of this, and as long as someone keeps investigating, they will be able to find out, Fang Yuan said calmly. Bai Feng clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan, wishing he could skin him alive. Seeing his elder's expression, even the stupidest person would know the truth. Spirit spring, our clan's spirit spring is drying up? Bai Lian was scared out of her wits and fell on the chair. Bai Zhanlai pursed his lips and fell into silence. The others also did not speak and were both shocked and terrified. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely oppressive. He. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Your Bai clan is really in danger. The spirit spring is drying up, and if you can't find a new spirit spring, even the strongest clan will fall apart. Now that you obtained the White Bones inheritance, the surrounding forces are all jealous. Say, if I spread this secret information, what will happen? No. Bai Lian's face paled and she hurriedly said. The others also thought of the severity of the situation, and their expressions became extremely serious. Now that Bai clan obtained the White Bones inheritance, their strength increased, and they gained this advantage. The surrounding great clans were all watching covetously, and with hidden fear. If the news of the spirit spring was leaked, Bai clan would be exposed, and become a paper tiger, and the surrounding forces would definitely make a move. They definitely did not want to see Bai clan survive this crisis, obtain the White Bones inheritance and increase their strength, surpassing them. Therefore they must keep this information secret. Everyone from Bai clan was awakened by Fang Yuan, and they all understood. Bai Zhanlai and the others stared at Fang Yuan with even more ferocity, and their killing intent boiled. Want to kill me? Fang Yuan laughed coldly and shook his finger. Since I met you alone, I naturally made full preparations. To be honest, if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. These words were not without reason. Everyone had no choice but to suppress their killing intent and retract the ominous glint in their eyes. All right, let's get down to business. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he adjusted his sitting posture. He pressed his hand down and said, Sit down, let's talk. Talk about what? What's there to talk about with you? Bai Feng's face was as gloomy as water, but even though he said that, he still sat down. The others hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. The tense scene of swords drawn and bows drawn suddenly eased a little. Of course it's about the hush money. Was it easy for me to lead you here? Wasting my time and energy, of course you have to compensate me. Yuan stone, I want yuan stone. Give me 3 million yuan stone, and I promise you that I won't tell anyone about this. Fang Yuan's words made everyone jump again. How dare you threaten us? You killed 2 of our young clan leaders. How dare you ask for the yuan stone? Fangjing, don't go too far. If worst comes to worst, I'll risk my life and die with you. Everyone roared in unison. Ah! Fang Yuan threw his head back and laughed. He stood up and stared at everyone with his fierce eyes. That's right, I'm threatening you. If you don't agree, I'll leak this news. What, you want to die with me? Humph, believe it or not, even if I die, this news will still be leaked. At that time, you'll be the sinners of the clan. Because you didn't agree to my request, the clan will be attacked by other forces. You. Elder Bai Feng was so angry that he pointed at Fang Yuan but couldn't say a word. The others glared angrily and gritted their teeth, but they didn't make a move. You? Fang Yuan sneered at Bai Feng, his tone full of disdain. What can you do to me? Kill me? I have the Redbud token, try and touch me. I know you're all good men and not afraid of death. But the clan is the most important. If your family, your friends die, it's all because of you. Everyone from Bai clan clenched their fists and froze in place. Ah! Bai Zhanlai suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his fist and punched down. Under his angry punch, the entire table was smashed and the dishes scattered all over the floor. He hated it. His grandfather Bai Zhanwen died because of Fang and Bai. This enmity was irreconcilable. Because of this, he joined the pursuit team, ran around, and finally found the murderer. But the enemy was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Fang Yuan was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. Not only could he not take revenge, he had to be threatened by Fang Yuan. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, forming a sea of fire that burned his heart and lungs. But he couldn't make a move. If he did, the consequences would be unthinkable. His own life was a small matter, but the entire clan would suffer because of this. Don't be angry. Actually, I am also a victim in this entire matter. Fang Yuan's tone softened as he sighed. Think about it, Bai Gu inheritance was originally mine, but it was snatched away by your Bai clan. Your Bai clan chased after me and Bai Ningbing, we were forced to kill Bai Hua and Bai Sheng in order to escape. Afterwards, I was heavily injured and fell on Ziyu Mountain, narrowly escaping death. Do you think it's easy for me? Your Bai clan is powerful, I can't afford to offend you. I could only hide in Shang Clan City, but you still didn't let me go. Tell me, what can I do? I am not an unreasonable person, 3 million yuan stone, no less. I am very sincere, this secret is only known by a few people, it has not been leaked. For the sake of your Bai clan, I even sent the Tai clan's people away. Fang Yuan's expression was sincere. 3 million yuan stone, you really know how to extort. Fang Jing, in all honesty, how has our Bai clan treated you? We treated you well, but what's the result? You repaid our kindness with enmity. My clan's 2 young clan leaders died in your hands, my clan's elder Bai Zhanwen died because of you. And many of our clansmen, in order to protect you on Bai Gu Mountain, we lost many experts and many are heavily injured. Bai clan's people all had different expressions. Some were furious, some were sneering, some were crying, but they all had one similarity, that was deep hatred towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he sneered. It seems you still don't understand the situation. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Very good. Fang Yuan stood up and was about to leave. Bai clan panicked. Wait a moment. Bai Feng anxiously took a step forward and blocked Fang Yuan. I will tell you the truth, I am going to sell this information now. I believe that Shang Clan City's Wind Rain Manor will have a good price. What kind of price do you think they will give me? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. Fang Jing, don't go too far. Bai Zhanlai roared as he quickly walked in front of Fang Yuan, glaring fiercely. Fang Yuan said lightly, you want to fight? You want to put your clan in danger? Bai Zhanlai's aura was greatly affected, his gaze dazed. Slap. Fang Yuan used this chance to slap him. He used a lot of strength, with just a little bit of force he made the hot-blooded Bai Zhanlai retreat 6 steps. What do you want? Bai clan's people were enraged, surrounding him. You want to become the sinners of your clans? Fang Yuan snorted, his words were like ice, extinguishing most of the Bai clan's impulses. You don't know what's good for you. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Zhanlai. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will really think you are the king. Fang Yuan mercilessly scolded Bai Zhanlai in front of the Bai clan's people. Then he looked at the crowd. You are all idiots. I want your Bai clan to suffer with just a few words from me. A wise man submits to circumstances. Can't you see the current situation clearly? If you want to fight, then fight. Come, even if I die here, having your Bai clan accompany me in death is already good enough. Fang Yuan was heavily surrounded, but his attitude was still very arrogant. Instead, the Bai clan's people who had the advantage in numbers gave up, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists helplessly. Bai Zhanlai covered his swollen face, his eyes red and bloodshot. This humiliation made the anger in his heart burn to the 9 heavens. He tried his best to maintain the last bit of reason in his mind, the veins on his head popping. The clan was their Achilles' heel. Fang Yuan grasped this point, and displayed an imposing manner that was not afraid of death, causing the Bai clan to be at a loss, allowing Fang Yuan to do as he pleased. I will give you 30 breaths of time to consider. Fang Yuan said again. The Bai clan's people instantly fell into a dilemma. They really did not want to lower their heads to the murderer, Fang Yuan. However, if they did not lower their heads, the clan would be in danger. Everyone was confused and could not help but focus their gaze on Elder Bai Feng's body. Bai Feng's fists were tightly clenched, then slowly loosened, then immediately tightened again, then loosened his 5 fingers after a moment. This repeated cycle revealed the conflict in his heart. 30 breaths of time had long passed, but Fang Yuan seemed to have forgotten about it. Bai Feng's temperament was impatient. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally opened his mouth and broke the long silence. 3 million is too much. We cannot agree to this condition of yours. What's more, we do not have that much money on us. His voice was extremely hoarse, like an unlucky person dying of thirst in the desert. After saying this, his fists loosened, no longer having the strength to clench them. For the clan, he had no choice but to prioritize the overall situation. Even if he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 8 pieces, he still chose to temporarily lower his head. When the others heard Bai Feng's words, they all relaxed, and their boiling killing intent towards Fang Yuan settled down, becoming even deeper and thicker. Fang Yuan smiled. 3 million, I'm not asking you to pay it all in one go. Take your time, pay 500,000 this time. 500,000? How can we carry so many yuan stone with us? Bai Feng shouted. Chapter 301. What are these people doing inside? It has already been over an hour. Outside the secret room, Tai Dao Ku stood with his arms crossed, his suspicions getting deeper. The secret room isolated sound, but it was not secure. Once the fight started, he would be able to sense it immediately. But the problem was, from start to finish, it had been quiet. Tai Dao Ku could not figure it out. Creak. Right at this time, the door opened from the inside. Brother Dao Ku, please come in, we have finished our discussion. A Bai Clangu master said. Tai Dao Ku walked into the secret room and saw the wine table smashed by Bai Zhanlai's fist. All kinds of delicacies were mixed together and scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Tai Dao Ku could not help but raise his brows. Evidently, this banquet could no longer be enjoyed. Even if it could be eaten, the Bai clansmen had no appetite. Their faces were ashen and their expressions were lifeless, as if they had suffered great injuries. Only Fang Yuan's expression was normal, and even had some rosy luster. He had already reached an agreement with the Bai clansmen, and even used the poison Vao Gu on the spot. Everything was set in stone. What happened? Tai Dao Ku was bewildered. I'm leaving first, I hope you guys behave yourselves. Fang Yuan said this and walked out of the secret room. Fang Jing, wait for me in the battle stage. Tai Dao Ku growled. Fang Yuan ignored him, his figure turning around and disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone, what happened? Tai Dao Ku was extremely puzzled, turning around and asking. Why did the Bai clansmen's expressions change after talking for a while? There was no trace of vengeance in them. Sigh. Bai Feng heaved a deep sigh. He raised his head and looked at Tai Dao Ku with a complicated gaze. Brother Tai, this happened too suddenly, it is not convenient to tell you. Our Bai clan will withdraw, we will not deal with Fang and Bai anymore. What? Tai Dao Ku was speechless, showing an expression of disbelief. Our Bai clan is small, we cannot afford to be troubled. Goodbye. Bai Feng stood up and walked out of the secret room. Everyone, don't worry, he sided with Shang clan, but does that mean our Tai clan is not the overlord of southern border? Tai Dao Ku hurriedly persuaded. To deal with Fang and Bai, the more the better. If Bai clan retreated, he would be alone. But how would he know the secret? He was unable to persuade them, and the Bai clans were determined to separate. In the end he couldn't stop them. Looking at the departing figures of the Bai clans, Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely cold as he mumbled, "Subduing the enemy without fighting, Fangjing, you played a good trick. But don't think that I, Tai Dao Ku, will give up." He was determined. Others had given up, but he still chose to persevere. He decided to go to the martial arts practice area to register now. He wanted to snipe Fang Yuan on the martial arts practice field. "Sir, please wait a moment." The shop assistant rushed over and politely blocked his way with a smile on his face. "You haven't paid the bill yet." "Ah. 500,000 yuan stone, such a large sum of money, and they're only giving us 1 day. How are we going to collect it?" Bai Lian said worriedly as they walked on the wide street. "With my status as an elder of the Bai clan, I can go to the bank to borrow 300,000. As for the remaining 200,000, I can only pawn it off as a small tornado." Bai Feng had already come to a realization. Bai clan's people were moved. Bai Zhanlai cried out involuntarily, "Lord Elder, your small tornado gu is your core gu, are you really going to pawn it off?" Bai Feng showed a bitter smile. "Even if Elder pawns off the small tornado gu, you won't be able to gather 200,000. Pawn my lotus coat gu as well." Bai Lian pursed her lips. With that said, the other members of the Bai clan came to a realization. "Pawn my thoughts like a spring gu as well. And my small wind drill gu as well. My three-pronged bone spear as well?" Bai Feng slowly nodded. "Everyone is willing to sacrifice yourselves for the sake of the clan. Why would my Bai clan worry about not prospering? Today's humiliation will be repaid 1,000 times in the future. But now the clan is still the most important. I am in charge of this matter. When we return to the clan, I will take responsibility for it." "Lord Elder." Everyone was shocked. Not only did they fail in their revenge, they even signed such a humiliating treaty. Although it was the most correct choice, they would definitely face heavy pressure and be criticized when they returned to the clan. Political struggles were everywhere. But Bai Feng taking responsibility for the whole matter was no doubt protecting the political future of Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai and the others. Bai Feng showed a benevolent smile and sighed, "Don't say any more, I am already old. The clan's future is on you. Without effort and sacrifice, how can there be any gains? It is because of the sacrifices of countless people, the humiliation of countless people. Only then can the clan prosper, only then can we see the smiles of our loved ones." "Yes." Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai nodded, understanding something. Their ashen faces gradually disappeared, and their eyes shone brighter and brighter. 3 days later at the large-scale auction. "Everyone, what you are seeing is a frost breath gu. Rank 3 gu worm, able to spit out frost air, having the effect of freezing and slowing down the opponent. The greatest advantage of frost breath gu is that it only consumes 5% of light silver primeval essence each time. The starting price is 23,000 yuan stone. On a round stage, the hosting gu master activated a sound amplification gu. 25,000. 28,000. 30,000. After a round of intense bidding, the frost breath gu was sold for 38,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan looked down at the round stage, quietly sitting on his seat. His seat was in a private room high up, making others unable to discern his identity. This was the benefit of a purple thorn token owner. For small-scale auctions, he could rely on the purple thorn token to purchase items in advance. But for large-scale auctions he could not. "Please take a look, this is a flame heart gu shaped like a miniature volcano. After the gu master refines it, it will be stored in the heart. As everyone knows, it has the effect of strengthening fire-type gu worms. Rank 3 flame heart gu, starting price is 30,000 yuan stone." On the stage, the gu master shouted loudly. He had just finished speaking when someone immediately called out, 35,000. At once, the high price of 5,000 yuan stone showed an imposing manner. But this could not stop the enthusiasm of the interested parties. 36,000. 38,000. 40,000. The price finally stopped at 42,000. It seems these people are still rational when bidding for items. This price is very reasonable. Fang Yuan sat in the private room watching for a while, gradually coming to an understanding in his heart. Shang Clan City had many trades, and such large-scale auctions would be held once in a while. The gu masters living in Shang Clan City were already used to it, and had learned to be smart when bidding. No one was a fool. Of course, there would occasionally be people who would throw a huge sum of money. However, Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and there seemed to be no such people in today's auction. This was his fortune and also the fortune of others. If there really was such a person, Fang Yuan would raise the price and empty this person's capital in advance. This kind of battle of wits and strength was child's play to Fang Yuan. In large-scale auctions there were all rare gu. They were at least rank 3 or above, there were almost no gu below rank 3. Other than gu worms, there were also rare gu food, rare and precious refinement materials, gu refinement recipes, information about certain inheritances, excellent quality rocks as well as female slaves, male slaves, live captured beast kings and so on. Frost breath gu, flame heart gu, these could only be sold for 30 to 40,000. Compared to other auction items, they could only be considered low prices. Soon, Fang Yuan saw a rank 4 plant army gu, sold for 250,000 yuan stone. Plant army gu, it could turn all the plants and trees in a certain range around the gu master into offensive methods. In a place like southern border, it was definitely a killing weapon. Ordinary rank 4 gu only sold for 100,000. Plant army gu's price was already at the price of ordinary rank 5 gu. Although Fang Yuan had 500,000 in his hands in this auction house, it was truly not much. It was only the matter of 2 grass tree soldier gu. Instant success gu was a rare rank 4 gu. After winning the bid, Fang Yuan spent more than 180,000 yuan stone. Next, he spent a total of 83,000 yuan stone, buying a white silver relic gu and a golden shield gu. After that, he did not make any more bids. Yuan stone could not be spent carelessly, it had to be spent on useful things. Currently, with the all-out effort gu as the core and self-reliance gu, he was still lacking a bitter strength gu. This item was not cheap and was extremely rare, even in Shang Clan City it was rare. There were few people who used it and the success rate of refinement was extremely low. The sale of gu worms was also in line with the market demand. Low demand, high cost, and the goods were naturally low. If I cannot buy bitter strength gu, I can only refine it myself. But the success rate is a headache. White silver relic gu is in my hands but there is no rush to use it. If I were to cultivate alone, the earlier I use it the better, but now I am relying on Bai Ning Bing. This white silver relic gu should be left for later. Today I used 270,000 yuan stone, there is still over 22 left. I can slowly save it up. Every 2 years there is a super auction in Shang Clan City. Li Ran told me that Bai Clan's group has indeed left Shang Clan City. Although I extorted 3 million, I cannot look down on this clan. Enduring humiliation and having a sacrificial spirit, no wonder Bai Clan rose up in my previous life. Bai Clan is using the excuse of opening Bai Gu inheritance to search for Bai Gu Mountain Spirit Spring. Their progress is much faster than in my previous life, I have to be on guard. Bai Clan has already chased me here, can Tai Clan be far? Tai Clan, Demon Suppression Tower? As for that Tai Dao Ku, there is no need to worry about him for now. Just as Fang Yuan was planning for the future, at the entrance of Shi building, 18 foreign girls stood in 2 rows, chatting and laughing without any restraint. They were all wearing revealing clothes, their fragrances assailed the nostrils, their breasts and buttocks were plentiful and alluring. If they did not take the initiative to attract customers just by standing there, they would be the best signboard, attracting countless male gu masters. Tai Dao Ku stood at the side with a cold expression, acting as guards with several other gu masters. Shameful. He was extremely embarrassed in his heart. To think that Shi Building's banquet was so expensive, he had no money to pay the bill and could only work for them. To think that I, a Grand Tai Clan gu master, would actually do such a thing. The other party has a background, not caring that I am from Tai Clan. So, don't look at me, please don't let any acquaintances see me. Tai Dao Ku prayed in his heart. Isn't this brother Tai Dao Ku? Why are you here? A voice said. Tai Dao Ku was stunned. Acquaintance, acquaintance, acquaintance. Chapter 302. Dark Cloud Gu. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, muttering as he pointed with his finger. Immediately, a gu flew out from his aperture and turned into a black cloud. The moment it flew out, it exploded and turned into an inky black cloud. This cloud quickly sank and rumbled in the blink of an eye. It was close to the ground and supported Fang Yuan on top of the cloud. Fang Yuan sat on the black cloud. It was much softer than the cushion, but there was a layer of cold air. However, he wasn't surprised. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the air. Yang Cloud Goo. A white light broke through the air and with a soft sound, it exploded into a lump of pure white cloud. The white cloud had just appeared and was about to rise, but it sensed the black cloud below Fang Yuan. There was a formless attraction between the two clouds, causing the white and black cloud to rumble and interact with each other. One was being sat on by Fang Yuan, while the other was hovering above Fang Yuan's head. The dark cloud was as black as ink, the yang cloud was white, yin and yang corresponded with each other. Lightning flashed. Streaks of blue lightning flashed between the two clouds. At first there were only one or two traces, but soon they multiplied and increased in number. After a few breaths of time they formed into one. Fang Yuan had already activated the sky canopy goo, his body was covered in a layer of white armor. At the same time he activated the all-out effort goo and casually waved his arm. Immediately, a boar phantom rose from his body and turned into a giant boar phantom in the air. Crack crack crack. As soon as the pig shadow appeared, countless electric threads shot out like sharks that had smelled fish. In an instant, the boar phantom was forcefully suppressed and shrunk to the size of a stone mill. Lightning gathered on its body like dark blue chains, trapping it. The remaining lightning bolts struck Fang Yuan's body, but were blocked by the white armor. Fang Yuan cancelled the all-out effort goo, but this boar phantom did not disappear, it was like a bird in a cage firmly trapped. Under the whipping and roasting of the blue lightning cage, the boar phantom was gradually worn down. Lightning was a combination of destruction and purification. After the thunderstorm, everything would be renewed. Thunder's power was most proficient in destruction and destruction of law fragments. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using the yin-yang twin cloud goo to summon lightning to get rid of the boar's strength. 3 days had passed since the auction. Although the yin-yang twin clouds goo was rank 3, it was an ordinary goo, so Fang Yuan bought it from the shop. Other than that, he also bought several sets of materials, and after failing once he refined a breaking words goo to get rid of the poison vow goo in his body. Fang Yuan had used the black boar goo and white boar goo on Qingmao Mountain, possessing the strength of 2 boars. The rank 3 all-out effort goo could only activate 1 beast phantom at a time. At rank 4 there were even stronger beast phantoms. Therefore the power of 2 boars seemed redundant. Now that Fang Yuan had extra money, he naturally planned to optimize himself. It would take at least 19 days to wear down this boar-powered phantom. The combination of the yin-yang cloud goo and the power of lightning were the most common and practical methods. Beast force phantoms were law fragments hidden in the human body. To get rid of them, a lot of effort was needed. Fang Yuan carefully controlled the yin cloud goo and yang cloud goo. The 2 clouds rumbled like 2 thick carpets, filling the whole secret room. A white cloud covered the top of the wall. A black cloud blocked the tiles on the floor. Lightning flashed in the middle, blue lightning connected the yin-yang cloud goo and trapped the boar phantom, continuously wearing it down. Light crackling sounds and the muffled rumbling of thunder could be heard. It would take a long time to get rid of this boar phantom, but Fang Yuan summoned another goo. This goo was like a dragonfly with 3 pairs of wings and the size of a palm. Jade green, sapphire blue, golden yellow, bright red, 4 colors intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. This was an instant success goo with light markings hidden on its body. As the name implied, it could increase the speed of time, a rank 4 consumable goo. Fang Yuan split his attention into 3, controlling the yin-yang twin cloud goo on one hand, and pouring his light silver primeval essence into the instant success goo on the other. His primeval sea level continued to fall, 80%, 70%, 60%. Instant success goo was a rank 4 goo, and with Fang Yuan's rank 3 initial stage cultivation, it was quite strenuous for him to activate it. His light silver primeval essence fell to less than 30%, and Fang Yuan slowed down his primeval essence transfer. The heavenly essence treasure lotus in his aperture started to bloom, as a natural spirit spring gushed out and was instantly infected by Fang Yuan's aura, turning into his light silver primeval essence. His primeval sea level started to rise again 40%, 50%, 60%. Like this, the primeval sea level rose and fell several times before the instant success goo was filled, and was about to be activated, giving off a dazzling and colorful light. This colorful light shone on the yin-yang twin cloud goo and the beast phantom, dyeing the secret room in a colorful light. The boar phantom's speed of wearing down increased rapidly. Originally, it was just a tiny amount, almost undetectable by the naked eye. But now it was like snow melting in boiling water, extremely fast. After a dozen or so breaths, the boar phantom was completely worn down. After Fang Yuan confirmed that there was no mistake, he quickly stopped the instant success goo, and stored the yin-yang twin cloud goo. The yin-yang twin cloud goo could be sold to shops, and with the purple thorn token, as long as Fang Yuan bought it at the original price within 3 days, he could return it at the original price. It was much safer than borrowing goo from others, and he did not lose anything. If he borrowed goo, the initiative was in the hands of others. If others wanted to recall their goo at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not do anything. As for the instant success goo, after the colorful light faded, only 2 of its 3 pairs of wings were left, and its entire body was disappearing. Once this goo was activated, it could not be stopped, and continued to shine with colorful light, speeding up the time. Fang Yuan stopped the colorful light, but he was only trying his best to prolong its time. Again. Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately activating the galloping horse strength goo in his aperture. This goo was a rank 3 goo, and could modify the goo master's body, adding a horse strength phantom out of thin air. Under the effect of the galloping horse strength goo, Fang Yuan's body was numb and itchy, as the fragments of the law of strength settled down in his body. This process usually lasted for 2 to 3 months. It was a painstaking effort. But right now Fang Yuan still had the instant success goo. He breathed in deeply and released the restriction on the instant success goo. Immediately, a colorful light shone on his body. The numb and itchy feeling suddenly intensified. The 2 to 3 months of torture turned into an indescribable pain at this moment. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and after several minutes, his whole body was drenched in sweat. But the horse strength phantom had successfully taken root in his body. After removing the strength of a boar, he added the strength of a horse. The instant success goo's light faded again, and at this moment, it had lost another pair of wings, leaving behind a complete pair of wings, and a small portion of a wing fragment. But the price Fang Yuan paid was far from this. Using the instant success goo had an extremely huge side effect. That was, in this short period of time, he had lost 2 to 3 months of his lifespan. Again? Fang Yuan wiped his sweat, ignoring the intense pain that was still lingering in his body. He used another goo. He had to make the best use of the instant success goo before it was used up. Green Bull Labor Goo. Colorful light shone on his whole body. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his brows knitted into a knot. The intense pain seemed to be even more intense than before, like a huge wave attacking the shore. It was the same 5 minutes, but it was even more torturous than the previous time. Finally, under Fang Yuan's perseverance, he endured through this period of time. In his body, another bull's strength had been added. Looking at the instant success goo, it still had 2 wings left, and they were both extremely damaged. The dragonfly-like body was also somewhat illusory, like an ink shadow floating in the air. Fang Yuan felt waves of headache, his ears were buzzing and his heart was pounding. Time is of the essence. He sucked in a breath of cold air, rousing his mind and activating the stone turtle strength goo in his aperture. But this time halfway through, the colorful light became dimmer and dimmer, until it disappeared. The instant success goo had been completely used up. In the secret room, the light disappeared and darkness descended once again. There was less than 30% of the primeval sea left in the aperture, but under the effect of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the low sea level continued to rise. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was a rank 3 item, and had an extremely powerful supplementary effect on Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. An intense feeling of fatigue assaulted him, almost emptying his body. Although he was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, his body was swaying, and even sitting was very strenuous. To activate this instant success goo, he had used up half a year of his lifespan. The price was expensive, but in exchange he got rid of the boar strength phantom and gained the strength of a bull, horse and half a turtle. Thankfully he was still young and could afford this little bit of lifespan. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose greatly. A day later, on the battle stage, Fang Yuan welcomed his 30th battle. Clang. A bell rang and the battle began. I admit defeat. The opponent shouted and the battle ended. Thereupon, Fang Yuan obtained his 30th victory. In 5th Inner City he fought 30 battles in a row, winning 30 battles and advanced to 4th Inner City. Towards this result, no one was surprised. The Goo Masters in 5th Inner City battle stage watched as Fang Yuan left, and finally let out a sigh of relief. I will return this money to you. Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely solemn and his tone was firm. It is just a small matter, no need to worry about it. Brother Tai, what do you plan to do next? An acquaintance smiled. Tai Dao Ku's expression turned resolute. Guiyue Fangjing is my target, I will not rest until I catch him. I also want to participate in Shang Clan's battle stage. After saying goodbye to his acquaintance, Tai Dao Ku went to the battle stage alone, but heard a grievous news. What? Fangjing went to 4th Inner City. Damn it. Tai Dao Ku clenched his fists, feeling unresigned. Fangjing, do you think you can escape? You went to 4th Inner City, then I will fight my way there. Forget about the 3rd Inner City, can a mere 5th Inner City stop me? Time is of the essence, today is the first battle. I have refined ice crystal goo and turned it into my vital goo. I have also used vitality goo to prevent the backlash of the ice crystal's power. This way the core has been successfully created. I have chosen the ice edge goo for close combat, then should I use snowball goo or icicle goo for long-range combat? Bai Ning Bing pondered as he walked onto the battle stage. Oh, it's you? Tai Dao Ku saw Bai Ning Bing and was dazed before becoming overjoyed. This is great. Heaven has eyes, to actually let me meet you in the first battle. Chapter 303. Honestly speaking, Bai Ning Bing did not know who Tai Dao Ku was. When Fang and Bai left Qing Mao Mountain, Tai Dao Ku's group was eating their dust. Even in the Baigu Mountain inheritance during the final battle, Fang and Bai did not meet Tai Dao Ku. Not long ago, when Tai Dao Ku and Bai Clan's group arrived at Shang Clan City, they met with Fang Yuan. Then, Fang Yuan lured them to Shi Lu, and after a few words, Bai Clan's group left behind 500,000 and fled. Tai Dao Ku was left alone. He was captured by the lion Zilu to be a guard outside the gate. Bai Ning Bing naturally did not know about this. But Tai Dao Ku knew about Bai Ning Bing. From Bai Clan's arrest warrant, he had already memorized Fang and Bai's faces in the deepest part of his heart. Now that he saw Bai Ning Bing, he was overjoyed. The heavens have been kind to me. The heavens have eyes and have given me the chance to take revenge so quickly. But after his joy he was furious. Bai Ning Bing's light, who are you? Caused all of Tai Dao Ku's grievances, anger, hatred and humiliation to erupt, forming into a raging flame of revenge that gushed out like lava. You murderer, you killed my young master, you almost killed me, you forced me to be a guard in a brothel, you caused my reputation to be ruined when I was seen by my acquaintances. All of this is because of you, you are the main culprit. You actually don't know who I am. Ah! Tai Dao Ku roared towards the sky, his face turning red as his intense killing intent burst out without concealing it. Clang. The battle started. Tai Dao Ku charged towards Bai Ning Bing without hesitation. Feeling the opponent's sharp killing intent, Bai Ning Bing squinted and snorted, charging towards him. The two approached each other quickly, reaching each other in an instant. Iron Hand Gu. Hand Blade Gu. In an instant, Tai Dao Ku's hands turned into steel, and at the same time, his palms turned into sharp blades. Ice Blade Gu. Bai Ning Bing clasped his hands together and pulled, instantly forming an ice crystal blade. Clang. With a light sound, the iron hand was like a blade, the cold ice blade collided. The two of them crossed each other and ran 5 to 6 steps away from each other. Bai Ning Bing twisted her waist and swung her hand. Chi chi chi, 3 icicles shot towards Tai Dao Ku's back. Tai Dao Ku grunted and turned around forcefully. He waved his arms, swoosh swoosh swoosh, shattering all the icicles before fiercely charging at Bai Ning Bing again. Bai Ning Bing's eyes narrowed. In the short exchange just now, she already understood that this person was a formidable opponent. Very good. I can use him to test my combination of goo worms. Bai Ning Bing's battle intent surged. She was not a freak like Fang Yuan. Without rich experience she could only try one by one. Participating in the battle stage was firstly for the Yuan Stone, and secondly to hone his set of goo worms in battle. Swift Shadow Goo. At this moment, Tai Dao Ku's speed increased drastically, leaving a trail behind him like a tail. He suddenly sped up and in a few blinks of an eye he was in front of Bai Ning Bing. So fast. Bai Ning Bing's pupils shrank. Tai Dao Ku had already stretched out his arms and raised them up high, chopping down towards Bai Ning Bing with the momentum of an axe. Before he even hit, the sharp wind blew, causing Bai Ning Bing's silver hair to flutter behind her head, and her face felt a slight chill. His arms were like 2 sharp blades, expanding rapidly in Bai Ning Bing's eyes. Tai Dao Ku first used Iron Hand Goo, then Hand Blade Goo, causing the edges of his palms to become as sharp as blades. Not only that, the inside and outside of his forearms had also turned into flat and sharp blades. Tai Dao Ku's attack was powerful and unstoppable, even a giant rock could be cut, not to mention a fragile human body. Even with Bai Ningbing's ice skin protection, she did not dare to take the attack head-on, and could only retreat. Bai Ningbing retreated as she waved the ice blades in her hands to block. Tai Daoku raised his arms and danced like a windmill, chopping rapidly with his hand blades. Clang clang clang. The sound of ice blades and hand blades colliding could be heard continuously. Bai Ningbing condensed another ice blade, and with both blades in her hands she retreated and blocked Tai Daoku's fierce attacks. Ice Blade Gu was the advanced Gu of Rank 2 Ice Blade Gu. The blade was harder and sharper. But Tai Daoku was also using Rank 3 Gu. He was using Iron Hand Gu and Hand Blade Gu together, and Hand Blade Gu was the core of his set of Gu worms. At once, ice shards flew, and the ice blades were covered in slash marks. Tai Daoku created a steel blade gale. He was older than Bai Ningbing and more experienced than her. Adding on his anger and aura, he did not stop and forced Bai Ningbing to retreat a few hundred steps. Tai Daoku was chosen by the Tai clan young master, and became his right-hand man. He naturally had his own outstanding points. If the Tai clan young master became the clan leader in the future, then Tai Daoku would be an important elder like Wei Yang. Bai Ningbing was fiercely suppressed, and after defending for a long time she was bound to lose. Several wounds appeared on her body, and blood splattered everywhere. This won't do, Frost Spit Gu. Bai Ningbing mobilized her primeval essence and poured it into her tongue. On her tongue, there was a hexagonal ice flower mark. It was the symbol of Frost Spit Gu. Her cheeks puffed up and she let out a breath of cold air. The light blue cold air immediately enveloped Tai Daoku, causing his arms and most of his chest to be covered in a layer of frost. A wave of cold air assaulted him, and Tai Daoku's body shuddered, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his head in a hot summer day, and his attacks immediately slowed down. Bai Ningbing quickly jumped back, pulling apart the distance between her and Tai Daoku. Tai Daoku wanted to attack again, but why would Bai Ningbing give him the chance? Icicle Gu. Snowball Gu. Sharp icicles and condensed snowballs flew towards Tai Daoku one after another. They formed a dense rain-like attack wave, forcibly stopping Tai Daoku's charge. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of turbid air. Tai Daoku's attacks were fierce and swift, and only now did she catch her breath. This person is clearly not good at long-range battles and specializes in close combat. But in terms of blade skills, how can I lose to you? Ice Crystal Gu. Bai Ningbing was arrogant. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her pair of gem-like blue eyes shot out a sharp cold light. Her earlier wounds had already stopped bleeding. This was the ability of ice muscles to stop bleeding. Ice Crystal Gu was Bai Ningbing's vital Gu. Once it was activated, there was a cracking sound of ice forming, echoing all over Bai Ningbing's body. Her flesh and blood disappeared, turning into diamond-like ice cubes. At first glance, Bai Ningbing seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. Her expression disappeared, and her originally indifferent face became even more callous. Her eyelids could not even blink, and a thick layer of transparent frost had condensed on the surface of her blue eyes. Her body slightly swelled up, and her height increased by 2 to 3 inches, giving her a cold and domineering aura. Earlier, when she was attacked by Tai Daoku, she did not even have the strength to activate the Ice Crystal Gu. Now she could finally use it. When Gu masters used Gu, they had to split their attention. Be it in battle or Gu refinement, it was the same. Even someone as strong as Fang Yuan could only do 3 things at once. He could not do 4 things at once for too long, or he would make a mistake. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had resisted Tai Daoku's attacks with all her might. Her mind was highly concentrated, and she could not be careless. If she had used the Ice Crystal Gu at such a crucial moment, there would have been a flaw. If it was caught by Tai Daoku, the consequences would be dire. Any change would expend her mind. On the contrary, she only needed a thought to maintain the same change. Now it is my turn. She lightly shouted, taking large strides and charging towards Tai Daoku with cold killing intent. Clang clang clang, both sides fiercely collided, unleashing fierce attacks. Attack against attack. Bai Ningbing brandished her blades in both hands. Tai Daoku used his hands as blades, becoming more agile and crafty. In just a few breaths of time, both sides had attacked over 100 times. White ice blades and black iron-like hands collided at lightning speed, forming a hazy black and white silhouette. There were not many spectators around, and seeing this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, overwhelmed with shock. They were evenly matched. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal. Her whole body was like solid ice. Tai Daoku could only leave behind ice marks when he slashed at her. In contrast, Tai Daoku's defensive Gu was very outstanding. He turned into a black iron man, and when the ice blades slashed at him they left behind ice marks. But gradually Tai Dao Ku started to feel pressure. Bai Ning Bing put down her defense and focused more on attacking. Soon her attacks became sharper and sharper. This fellow actually raised her level at the last moment. Such outstanding battle talent, she is using me as a whetstone to temper her blade techniques. Tai Dao Ku was inwardly shocked. He could clearly feel that Bai Ning Bing's attacks were becoming more concise and threatening under the pressure. His mind was agitated, and his hands slowed down, allowing Bai Ning Bing to find a flaw. Good chance. Bai Ning Bing's eyes shined, and her right hand slashed at Tai Dao Ku's head. Tai Dao Ku could not dodge in time and could only take it head-on. He was very confident in his defense. Every close combat Gu Master's defense was not weak. As long as his eyes were not hit, there would be no problem. But right at this moment Bai Ning Bing activated a Gu worm in her aperture. Ice explosion Gu. Bam. The ice blade in Bai Ning Bing's right hand immediately exploded. This change caught Tai Dao Ku off guard, and the explosive force tore apart his defense. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and intense pain assaulted him. Oh no, I was tricked by her. Tai Dao Ku's heart sank. He had rich battle experience, and was daring but meticulous. He did not panic at this sudden change and quickly activated Swift Shadow Gu to retreat. Bai Ning Bing naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and also activated her movement Gu, chasing after him and slashing madly. Tai Dao Ku listened to the sounds, and using his rich experience and sharp intuition, he actually blocked Bai Ning Bing's unyielding attacks. But Bai Ning Bing had the upper hand, it was a fact, and Tai Dao Ku had little hope of turning the tables. While retreating, he barely opened his eyes and found that his left eye was blind, and his right eye was also heavily injured. His vision was filled with blood. I admit defeat. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Victory has been decided, both sides stop. The hosting Gu master immediately announced. Bai Ning Bing sneered and attacked even more urgently. But suddenly, a huge formless force separated her from Tai Dao Ku. Shang Clan City had its own arrangement in the battle stage. As long as the hosting Gu master reacted and attacked, there would be few situations where they could kill. Bai Ning Bing's face was filled with displeasure, and she found that this force was surrounding her from all directions, making her unable to move. She could only stop. Tai Dao Ku breathed roughly, dispelling his defense and quickly healing himself. He also had a healing Gu, but it could not heal his left eye. He could only stabilize his right eye's injury and try his best to protect it. Chapter 304. This battle has ended. 70% of my primeval essence has been expended, only 20% is left. After obtaining victory, Bai Ning Bing left the battle stage. As she walked, she summarized. After every battle she would make a summary. Today's battle with Tai Dao Ku, although it was a pity that she did not kill him, Bai Ning Bing's gains were huge. That battle, although intense, was short. But I expended so much primeval essence. Think about it, I have a great aptitude's primeval essence recovery speed. When the battle is intense, the primeval essence consumption of this set of Gu worms would be much higher. Many Gu masters found it difficult to combine Gu worms at this point. Who did not like a powerful Gu worm? But usually the more powerful the Gu worm, the more primeval essence it would expend. There were those with great power and little primeval essence consumption. Those were rare Gu worms and their prices were high. Although Bai Ning Bing still had money on hand, it was not as much as before. She was a smart person and quickly realized her situation and started to save money. In the past, she spent money extravagantly and did not have a clear idea of the value of yuan stone. That was because the clan was fully nurturing her. Now she was managing the clan's finances, and after a period of time, she had already completed an important change in her mindset. Fang Yuan was improving and Bai Ning Bing was also improving rapidly. If only I had Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, that would be great. At least in rank 3 I would not have to worry about primeval essence consumption. Bai Ning Bing thought of this and could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan walked the strength path. Strength path Gu worms consumed the least primeval essence, and with his great aptitude, his primeval essence was abundant. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could not display its true value in his hands, it was like casting pearls before swine. What if I can buy the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from Fang Yuan? Bai Ning Bing shook her head, and quickly dispelled this unrealistic thought from her mind. She was very clear what kind of person Fang Yuan was. She had never seen him suffer a loss, and if one day she really took the heavenly essence treasure lotus from him, she would have to pay an even greater price. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, I can only reduce my goo worms. After careful consideration, Bai Ningbing decided to give up on the snowball goo. Snowball goo, a high-tier rank 3 goo, she had originally planned to use it as a long-range attack method. But this goo really expended primeval essence. A snowball was still fine. But in the middle of a fierce battle, how could there only be one snowball? After 5 or 6 snowballs, the consumption of true essence was great. Give up the snowball goo and keep the icicle goo. Although the icicle goo was only rank 2, it could restrain the enemy to a certain degree. If it is used with the ice explosion goo, it can also pose a threat. Ice explosion goo was a rank 3 goo, it could detonate ice cubes and form an instant killing force. The bigger the ice, the longer it was, and the colder it was, the more powerful the explosion. In the battle with Tai Dao Ku earlier, it was the ice explosion goo that contributed. Of course, if Bai Ningbing was affected by the explosion, she would also be injured. However, if he transformed into ice crystals, his damage would drop by a level. Thinking about the exciting battle, Bai Ningbing licked her lips in excitement. Ordinary ice path goo masters pursued defense or the ability to trap enemies. Only fire path goo masters and lightning path goo masters pursued explosive strength. But Bai Ningbing did the exact opposite. The ice explosion goo was an inspiration for her, but she had not expected the effect to be so good, surpassing her original expectations. The ice explosion goo is very effective in battles, it is very exciting, I need to continue developing it in the future. Bai Ningbing inwardly planned. She originally advocated for fierce attacks, using sharp icy winds to cut through everything. But after interacting with Fang Yuan day and night, she was influenced and slowly became interested in some sinister moves. She was very interested in all the exciting things in the world. Ice crystal goo, ice blade goo, icicle goo, ice explosion goo. Can this combination defeat Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing had always treated Fang Yuan as her number 1 imaginary enemy. Fang Yuan walks the strength path and has all-out effort goo. In close combat he is even fiercer and more domineering than that guy. With my current methods, it will not be easy to win against him. Unless I can use my killer move again. Bai Ningbing's killer move was her self-created Ice Blade Storm. Originally she used Whirlwind Goo and Ice Blade Goo to form an ice tornado. But now that Bai Ningbing had broadened her horizons, this combination was already outdated. Ice Tornado could bully a rank 2, but it was barely effective against a rank 3. These days Bai Ningbing had been pondering on how to improve her killer move, but she had no clue. She suddenly thought of something and quickened her pace. Right, today is Fang Yuan's first battle after he ascended to 4th Inner City. If I go and watch now, I can still make it. Kill him. Zhu Ba, quickly move, hurry up and smash this kid to death. In my opinion, Zhu Ba doesn't even need to do it himself, Fang Jing won't be able to take it. This kid is in trouble. He met Zhu Ba the moment he came up, which counters his strength path fighting style. At the side of the battle stage there were many people discussing and moving. It seems Fang Yuan's battle attracted many spectators. That's right, the battle stage does not restrict the cultivation of the spectators. As long as a goo master has money they can come here to watch. Bai Ningbing came to the side of the battle stage and looked around before placing her gaze on the stage. This was a mid-sized battle stage, the terrain was made of ordinary stone bricks. Fang Yuan was in an intense battle with a huge goo master. According to the spectators' discussion, Fang Yuan's opponent should be that Zhu Ba. Zhu Ba's body was huge, he was 3 meters tall and his body was full of fat, making his head and limbs seem smaller. It was like a sumo wrestler on Earth, but magnified several times. In this world, be it goo masters or mortals, their height would not exceed 2 meters. Zhu Ba's height was obviously a result of using a goo worm's power. In fact, this was normal. Many flying path goo masters would make their bones hollow to reduce their weight. Some earth-burrowing goo masters would use bone-shrinking goo to turn themselves into a dwarf. This way, when digging underground they would consume much less energy. Bai Ningbing did not understand Zhu Ba, but listening to the intermittent discussions of the people around her, she understood Zhu Ba's fighting style. Zhu Ba was a goo master who specialized in defense. The fat on his body gave him quite a bit of protection. Fang Yuan circled around Zhu Ba, his fists and legs flying as they landed on his body. When Zhu Ba's body received heavy blows, his fat swayed like water, distributing Fang Yuan's strength to all parts of his body. Next, he used a goo worm to gather this strength and return it to Fang Yuan through a rebound method. The goo on Zhu Ba's body was said to be from a demonic inheritance. As for how many goo he had and what their names were, he had never exposed them. But his fighting style made people feel helpless, especially against strength path goo masters. Fang Jing, take a break, it's no use. I can rebound 80% of the strength of each of your punches back to you. After a round of punches and kicks I will be fine, but you will be injured instead. Can't you feel it now? Zhu Ba said in a muffled voice. He directly sat on the battle stage, letting Fang Yuan attack him from all sides, showing an unmoving bearing. Boar phantoms, brown bear phantoms and crocodile phantoms continuously flashed above Fang Yuan's head. This scene was like a reenactment of him beating up the mountain-back toad, but Zhu Ba was indifferent. You used all your strength, but the other party looked like nothing happened. How could this not make you discouraged? But Fang Yuan persevered, not saying a word as he circled around Zhu Ba and beat him. It had been like this since the start of the battle. It had already lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly retracting his attacks and taking a step back. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The rebound force from Zhu Ba had shaken his internal organs, causing him to suffer internal injuries. He had iron bones, steel tendons, canopy goo and even golden shield goo. But this vibration force passed through these defenses and attacked his internal organs. His internal organs had not been strengthened, and even if he used self-reliance goo to recover, his injuries were getting worse. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks and the rebound force also disappeared. After a few breaths of time, his internal injuries were completely healed. Continue attacking. He took a step forward and pounced again, his fists smashing like meteors, each punch creating a whistling sound of the wind. The fat on 8th Zhu's body began to sway again. He endured the punches and another wave of punches bounced back. Fang Jing, you have healing goo, I also have healing goo. You will receive 80% of the attacks, while I will only receive 20%. You can't outlast me, you might as well admit defeat. Zhu Ba continued to persuade. Fang Yuan only attacked without saying a word. When blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, he stopped his attacks and used self-reliance goo to heal himself. Although he had lost the strength of a boar, he gained the strength of a bull, horse and half a tortoise. Self-reliance goo's effect had already surpassed flesh-bone goo. As this situation continued, the spectators were starting to feel a little unwilling. Some of them even started to yawn. So boring. I really don't know why Fang Jing is fighting so hard. Zhu Ba is also acting strangely today. Why hasn't he taken the initiative to attack? Isn't this his usual style? First defend and waste the opponent's primeval essence and fighting spirit, then attack and beat the opponent to the ground. This is where the problem lies. Fang Jing is too passionate. He hasn't shown any signs of being discouraged even after fighting for so long. He is a strength cultivator, and his primeval essence consumption is also low. If this stalemate continues, when will it end? Can't you see this situation? Zhu Ba is teasing the newcomer. These words caused the surrounding people to laugh. Fang Yuan was indeed an inexperienced newcomer in the eyes of these goo masters who spent most of their time in the battle zone. Fang Jing, there is really no meaning in fighting like this. I have no interest in your all-out effort goo. As a senior, I don't want to bully a newcomer like you. You should take the initiative to retreat. I promise I won't choose your goo. Zhu Ba chuckled. He endured Fang Yuan's attacks, each punch containing the strength of a boar's charge, a crocodile's bite and a brown bear's slap, but he could still laugh. What kind of strength is this? As expected of our 4th Inner City's number 8 character. This aura is not fake. The spectators were all moved. Shut up, you fat pig! Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Chapter 305. He actually dared to scold Senior 8th Zhu? This newcomer is too arrogant. Lord 8th Zhu, teach him a good lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After a short silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Young man, you should learn how to conduct yourself. I advised you out of goodwill because I care about you. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even scolded me. How can you conduct yourself with such a character? In the end, you will definitely hit a wall and no one will help you. 8th Zhu sighed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Are you concerned about me or are you afraid to attack? Under my attacks you can only defend passively. You are really amazing to be able to injure me with the rebound force while defending. How many Gu did you manipulate to maintain this defense? At least 3, right? Defending and attacking at the same time, your mind is not enough, right? I have already seen through your tricks. Do you think I am an idiot like these spectators? Once these words were said, the spectators immediately became enraged and started shouting. What nonsense are you spouting? Daring to call us idiots? My vision is much higher than yours. This kid is too arrogant, Senior 8th Zhu, he is treating your goodwill as ill intent, quickly deal with him. 8th Zhu's expression also changed and said in a solemn tone, Young man, since you are so ignorant, then I will teach you a lesson and let you recognize reality. This is also a good thing for you. Saying so he moved. This movement was no small matter. His whole body shrunk into a huge meatball and rolled towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, a light black blade chi wrapped around the huge ball. Wherever the huge ball rolled, the stone slabs cracked and stone fragments flew everywhere. It was originally a suppressive force, but with the addition of the sharp blade chi, its power increased and made people want to avoid it. It appeared Lord 8th Zhu's signature killer move, rolling blade meat. The Gu masters outside shouted excitedly. Bai Ningbing's gaze also focused, movement type rolling meat Gu with blade chi Gu? Ordinary people do not have such power, but 8th Zhu's huge body immediately multiplies the power. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Facing his opponent's ferocious attacks, Fang Yuan wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted, and the corners of his mouth curved into a trace of madness. Vertical crash Gu. Boar shadow. He brazenly charged towards the giant ball, pressing forward with indomitable will. Is this kid crazy? You dare to face him head-on? Do you want to die? Someone is going to die. The spectators were all astonished. The two sides collided with each other. The meatball's momentum was halted for a moment, while Fang Yuan was sent flying. With a bang he fell to the ground. Look, this is what happens when you overestimate yourself. Huh. This brat is not dead yet. Fang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped up. The giant ball began to roll again, rolling towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he charged forward again. Bang. With a muffled thunder-like sound, Fang Yuan was once again sent flying. Bang. He was sent flying again. Bang. He was sent flying again. The outcome of this match is already decided. Although Fang Jing has all-out effort Gu, he encountered an opponent who counters him. How unfortunate. Someone rejoiced in his misfortune. Zhu Ba's killer move is very hard to break. The faster he rolls, the stronger the impact. Actually, Fang Jing's method was very correct. He restrained Zhu Ba's momentum at the start. But the method he chose was too forceful. Someone shook his head and sighed. I have never seen such a foolish guy. He crashed into Zhu Ba like this, and most of the force is reflected back onto himself. Someone sneered in disdain. This brat shouldn't be able to get up. He actually stood up again. Fang Yuan was sent flying again and again, but he stood up again and again. His injuries were not light, but the self-reliance Gu was a huge help to him. You are so stubborn, then die. Zhu Ba let out a furious roar as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Vertical crash Gu. Fang Yuan did not change his battle tactic. The boar shadow flashed above his head. The two sides collided like two meteors. But this time Fang Yuan was not sent flying. His fist was deeply embedded in the meatball. Instead, the meatball shook violently. The blade aura was like a black waterfall, crashing onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying again, the blade aura dissipating completely. The canopy Gu was heavily injured. The white light armor flashed weakly and disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. There were long wounds all over his body, as if he was slashed by countless blades. He was not like Bai Ningbing, who had ice muscles to defend. But his muscles were mostly intact and his bones were not broken. Self-reliance Gu. Fang Yuan willed and the bleeding stopped, the wounds started to heal and new flesh grew out quickly. As for the recovery of the damaged tendons, it was slower. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered, thinking, Fang Yuan does not have the canopy Gu, he can only rely on the self-reliance Gu's recovery. This battle will be difficult. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's body shone with a golden light. The light condensed, forming a light armor. Golden shield Gu. This kid has quite a lot of defensive Gu. First is the canopy Gu, then the golden shield Gu, both are rank 3 defensive Gu. This kid is really rich. Golden Shield Gu and the Canopy Gu could not be used at the same time. It had been hidden by Fang Yuan. This was the first time it showed itself. Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned but soon reacted. She had added many new Gu worms, so Fang Yuan was definitely adding more as well. To Fang Yuan, the Golden Shield Gu was slightly better than the Canopy Gu. It was more suitable for his strength path fighting style. Even if you have the Golden Shield Gu, the result will not change. Zhu Ba's muffled voice came from the meatball. The meatball crushed him. Fang Yuan charged and he was sent flying again. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? You can't beat me. If you continue, you will only humiliate yourself. Zhu Ba sighed. Alright, when are you going to stop pretending? Fang Yuan stood up, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. There was no hope in the eyes of others, but he saw victory waving its hand at him. It was time. Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, concealing the sharp light shining in his pupils. Charge. He charged again. You don't know what's good for you, then I will let you deeply understand the true difference between us. Zhu Ba charged at him. Horizontal charge Gu. Fang Yuan suddenly took a step forward and dodged the attack. Vertical crash Gu. 50 steps away, he quickly turned around and charged back. The moment he collided, he activated all-out effort Gu, and a brown bear phantom appeared. The meatball was hit, its skin and flesh churned like water, and was repelled back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated a few steps and charged again. He attacked crazily around the meatball, punching it and attacking a different area each time. This greatly increased the difficulty of Zhu Ba's defense. This time, Fang Yuan's attacks were unprecedentedly violent. Zhu Ba controlled his Gu worms but could not cope with it. The meatball was hit until it shook violently, but not a trace of repelling force was sent back. Zhu Ba was furious. He removed the meatball and turned back to human form. Blade energy was generated again and he charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not shocked, but happy. The more Gu worms Zhu Ba used, the harder it was for him to focus. His mind was in chaos. In the past, his opponents would admit defeat after a few words from him. Even if they persevered after seeing Zhu Ba's crushing attacks, their will to fight would be extinguished. But he just had to meet Fang Yuan. In this world there were many types of men. Some men loved home, some men were born with great ambitions. Among them there was a type of man, when he set his mind on something, even the whole world could not stop him. Fang Yuan was such a man. No one could stop him, let alone a mere Zhu Ba. Steed Phantom. Charge Gu. His speed increased and he charged 50 steps. Using the strength of a steed, his speed was 30% faster than using the boar's strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped like it was flying. Zhu Ba did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a trump card. He was caught off guard, and the blade energy landed behind Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan was already in front of him. There were no words. Only, punch. This punch was extremely powerful. The air exploded, and the recoil caused the stone tiles under Fang Yuan's feet to crack into countless pieces, causing the ground to tremble. Zhu Ba was hit by this punch. The fat on his body shook crazily, trying to share the damage and return 80% to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan immediately followed up with another punch. Zhu Ba's body was huge, but his agility was terrible. Once again he was hit by Fang Yuan. I need to reflect. Zhu Ba stared with his eyes wide open, trying his best to manipulate the Gu worms in his body. But he had just used his mind to manipulate the blade energy Gu. Now he was activating these Gu worms at the same time. If he was in good condition it would be fine, but now his mind was in chaos, and he had been controlling the Gu worms for so long, his condition had deteriorated. A mistake occurred. The fat on 8th Zhu's body that was trembling like water suddenly froze. His defense collapsed. He was still in the process of digesting Fang Yuan's punch. And this punch's power was forcefully endured by him. Intense pain came and his mind shook. The power of Fang Yuan's punch was still in the process of reflecting when it was interrupted. 80% of the punch's power erupted in all parts of his body. Backlash. In an instant, Zhu Ba's heart stopped from the pain. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this situation for a long time, and he had finally created it in advance. Seize the opportunity, attack. Fist winds erupted. Bear Strength Phantom, Boar Strength Phantom, Crocodile Strength Phantom and Horse Strength Phantom flashed in the air one after another. The wind whistled and the beast group roared. Fang Yuan was covered in golden armor. He was incomparably fierce as he punched again and again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge Zhu Ba was beaten by the short Fang Yuan until he howled in pain and retreated continuously. but his extremely fat body turned him into a punching bag that could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's aura continued to rise. It was violent and unyielding, giving the spectators a feeling that this person was unstoppable. The intense pain surged like a tsunami and almost drowned 8th Zhu's consciousness. With his mind scattered, it was even harder for him to activate several goo worms to coordinate his defense. Fang Yuan firmly held the upper hand, while Zhu Ba's eyes were gradually turning white from the beating. How can this be? Just earlier. Could it be that Fang Jing was right? Chapter 306. Looking at the number 8 person in 4th Inner City, Senior Zhu Ba, being beaten by a newbie until he spurted blood, this scene toppled many people's imaginations. But Zhu Ba was a battle-hardened person after all. He suddenly roared and stretched out his arms, tightly hugging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was trapped in a ball of cotton, his fats pressing down on him from all directions, making him unable to move. He used his fists and legs, every punch hitting flesh. Who knew how many of Zhu Ba's bones were broken? His fats were smashed into minced meat by Fang Yuan, rotting under his skin. But Zhu Ba gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing Fang Yuan. He had already been beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. The only clear thought in his mind reminded him that if he let this fierce tiger Fang Yuan out, he would really be in trouble. Space was compressed. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not showing any fear as he activated all-out effort goo. The shadow of a green bull rose into the air. Another new strength path phantom. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrank slightly when she saw this scene. Fang Yuan has already become this strong without making a sound. If he and I only rely on these goo worms, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. The bull's strength was tenacious and enduring. Fang Yuan stretched out his arms, slowly pushing away Zhu Ba's arms. In terms of strength, how could Zhu Ba be Fang Yuan's match? Zhu Ba used all his strength. His arms were trembling and his whole body was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't stop Fang Yuan. Damn it, if I really let him escape I'll be done for. Zhu Ba had an extremely bad premonition. The dense aura of death made him tremble with fear. I admit defeat, he screamed. Compared to his own life, what was a mere reputation worth? The hosting goo master immediately used the battle stages method to forcefully separate the two. Victory and defeat have been decided. Fang Jing wins, Zhu Ba loses. The hosting goo master announced. The audience was in an uproar. He actually won. I didn't expect 8th Zhu to be a paper tiger. He's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. I was fooled by him in the past. 8th Zhu can't even subdue a rookie, so how can he be considered the 8th person? He's simply a disgrace to our 4th martial arts practice field. 8th Zhu's sorry state had destroyed the image he had painstakingly built up in people's hearts for many years. Bai Ningbing heard the hubbub around her and secretly shook her head. 8th Zhu has been famous for many years and can't be said to be weak. However, he encountered Fang Yuan. 8th Zhu's fighting style was to defend and counterattack. He would first use defense to consume the opponent's quintessential essence and physical strength before counterattacking to establish victory. But this time he had encountered a freak like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a strength cultivator and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so his quintessential essence was almost inexhaustible. In terms of stamina, strength cultivators are even more adept. The two of them actually counter each other. When they meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. Speaking of which, it was a little funny. Bai Ningbing's style changed, becoming sinister and cunning. Fang Yuan was also changing, sweeping away his sneaky and scheming style, becoming bold and unyielding, advancing bravely and fiercely. It was as if the two of them had swapped places. Zhu Ba fell, he admitted defeat and fell to Fang Yuan's hands. His reputation was almost completely ruined. Not bad. Returning to the stage, Wei Yang smiled at Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's first battle since he rose to 4th Inner City. Wei Yang also rushed over to watch. Fang Yuan's performance, in truth, had already exceeded Wei Yang's previous expectations. Wei Yang was very concerned about Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because of the clan leader's mission. On the other hand, it was because of friendship. Maybe you were born to walk the path of strength path. After the banquet, Wei Yang was very emotional. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. In the past, I also walked the path of strength path but did not succeed. But now I see hope in you. Do you know many eyes are looking at you now? Just continue like this. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew his situation. He had just risen to 4th Inner City when he encountered 8th Zhu and defeated him. Becoming famous in one move, many people were shocked. This battle had just ended, but he had already received many forceful challenges. Among these people, many were Strength Path Gu masters and were targeting his all-out effort Gu. The better Fang Yuan performed, the greater the value of the all-out effort Gu, and the more people would covet it. Right now, the people attracted were all experts of 4th Inner City. From now on, his situation would become more and more difficult. But the more it was like this, the more battle intent in his heart surged. Mere risks, such difficulties, what are they? How can they stop me, Fang Yuan's footsteps? In this world, no one can stop my heart. 8 days later, he battled Jin Bian. After a moment of stalemate, Beast's strength burst out and destroyed Jin Bian's defensive Gu, killing him on the spot. 10 days later, Liao Huadong, who was famous for his ferocious attacks, became Fang Yuan's opponent. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack, directly defeating him. If not for the host Gu master's quick reaction, Liao Huadong would have lost his life. 17 days later, Zhongde, who possessed the strength of 5 tigers, fought with Fang Yuan, but was defeated by Fang Yuan in the end, lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan's victories continued one after another. There were many experts in 4th Inner City, but Fang Yuan's progress could be said to be lightning fast. Be it in terms of cultivation or Gu worms, they were all the same. The more he won, the more Yuan stone he obtained. He battled his way, advancing bravely and fiercely. With each battle, there would be a refreshing growth. But on the other hand, he was also very vigilant. He never underestimated his opponents, and did his best to gather information. With Wei Yang and Li Ran as his sources, one in the open and one in the dark, one at the top and one at the bottom, Fang Yuan knew himself and his enemy, and he would never be defeated. He did not force himself and only fought 4 times a month at most. Although there was a rule of forceful challenges, to prevent malicious targeting, the challenged Gu master had at least 8 days to rest and recuperate. Fang Yuan made full use of this recuperation time, not caring about others' provocations. He focused on cultivation. The battle stage was only a way for him to test himself, temper himself, and earn Yuan stone at the same time. He became famous. He won all the way and his fame gradually spread. The strongest newcomer in history. The star of hope for the recovery of strength path. A ruthless beast. Many titles were added to his name describing his various characteristics. Newcomer with outstanding battle achievements, possessing all-out effort Gu, vicious and merciless. As long as he could kill, he would not hesitate, and so on. 3 months passed just like that. On this day in a secret room, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, continuously pouring snow-silver primeval essence into him. The primeval essence was converted by bone-flesh unity Gu, and a portion of it was reduced, pouring into Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, waves were surging, waves after waves were rushing towards the aperture walls. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the rising and falling of the tides continued without end. Under the continuous impact, the white light membrane silently underwent a qualitative change. A moment later, the light film was replaced by a water film, white light flowed like water, and the aperture walls became even thicker. From rank 3 initial stage he advanced to middle stage. And Fang Yuan only used a few short months. This was all thanks to bone-flesh unity Gu and Bai Ningbing. The higher the Gu master's rank, the greater the difference in cultivation. Bai Ningbing had rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, and was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Such a speed, if it was known, would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Fang Yuan was secretly astonished. But Bai Ningbing, who had personally experienced the monstrous speed of the 10 extreme physiques cultivation, was not surprised at Fang Yuan's speed. If Bai Ningbing advanced to rank 4, with the light gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would increase even more. Sensing the slight change in Fang Yuan's aura, Bai Ningbing immediately knew she had succeeded, and slowly retracted her palm. How is it, in a few days you will also be promoted to 4th Inner City's battle stage? Are you interested in raising your cultivation to rank 4? Fang Yuan slowly turned around as he spoke. The higher Bai Ningbing's cultivation was, the faster his cultivation speed would be. No need. You can stand firm at rank 3 realm and fight your way up. I can do the same. Bai Ningbing snorted, not giving Fang Yuan any face. But at the end she added, My aptitude has increased by 1 point, reaching 92%. At this rate, when will you give me the Jianghu? So fast. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew a lot about the 10 extreme physiques, but the content was not deep. Although the poison Valgu was gone, Bai Ningbing still had a use for it. Don't worry, with me around I can protect your life. We used the poison Valgu. Even if you don't believe me, don't you believe in the Gu's power? Humph. Bai Ningbing did not retort. These few months had been the most peaceful period of time she had spent with Fang Yuan. The two were working hard, and a poison Valgu had formed an alliance of benefits. But it seemed, Fang Yuan is growing faster and gaining more. Bai Ningbing had a clearer understanding of this point. She had made great progress, but Fang Yuan had made even greater progress. These few months, Fang Yuan had not only gained the strength of a tortoise, he had also used the rank 3 copper skin Gu to increase the defensive strength of his skin. The rank 2 copper skin Gu could only increase the defensive strength of the Gu master's skin for a limited period of time. The rank 3 copper skin Gu, on the other hand, expended the Gu master's own body to permanently increase the defensive strength. Right now, Fang Yuan's whole body was bronze in color, as if he had bathed in the sun. Iron bones, steel tendons, copper skin, together with the golden shield Gu, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had reached initial success. Even in the third inner-city battle stage, he could deal with any strong enemies. As for the canopy Gu, Fang Yuan had already sold it. It overlapped with the golden shield Gu, and was not suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path fighting style. Just as Fang Yuan advanced to middle stage, a group of valiant men walked in from the Shang clan's outer city gate. Shang clan city. Gua Fangjing, is he inside? Tai Ruanan pondered, walking in front of the group. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.